Yo, yo.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, man, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. It sounds great.
Oh my gosh, I did it correctly. Thank God.
Do you want to
And there's,
Oh yeah, cool. I can play your guitar a little bit just so I can hear.
yeah. So I was holding it up to this mic.
Sounds great. Yeah.
Great. And then these two mics are just for the people watching my actual stream, but I'm only using the bottom one for you. That one. Cool.
Okay.
I was worried there'd be echo, but it appears we're good.
Yeah, it seems like it's fine. Okay.
Awesome.
These are the two major things that I want to do tonight. For how much you've got time for. So the first thing I want to do is, so I mentioned to you via email, going over songs from Final Fantasy VII. What I really want to do is, I want to play a melody for you, and I want you to listen to it, and I want you to tell me like the types of feelings that you feel like you get about a character, and then I want to compare that to what the character is, because I'm very curious. Like, one question we have is like, how much of a melody is actually like in the music versus what we associate with it with, and then I want to ask you broader questions about like, how do you evoke a certain feeling from a melody? Like, I'm pretty sure that if I ask you, can you play me something that sounds a little melancholy or sad, you could do it. Or can you play me something that sounds happy? Yeah. And I really want to know, like, what are the key parts of a melody, both through like texture and harmony and rhythm, like that get you that. And then, yeah, I'd like to learn about that. And then the second part of this, and then we can spend however long each of these you want. I can take this shit for 12 hours, okay? The second part,
I'm in. Yeah.
Am I okay to say like swear words? Like,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Heck yeah, dude.
okay. No, I'm not super vain.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
And then the second part I want to know is, so I kind of sort of can play piano. I know a ton of theory, but all I feel like I can do okayly is comping. Writing melodies is so hard for me. And I mentioned this in my email. So I'm really curious. Like, you mentioned like things about diatonic harmonies that like unlocked like creating melodies for you. I would really
100%.
like to know, how you generate melodies, given a chord progression. That's something that's very interesting to me too. Yeah.
Love it. I'm here all night. I normally stream till 1 a.m. when I start these nights. So as long as you want to go, this is such a pleasure, man. This is like my favorite stuff. So
Okay.
yeah, man. Awesome. Dude, these are great questions. And yeah, I'm excited about hearing this character stuff because I have done some scoring and worked on some Broadway type shows, and there's a really strong idea of thematic, having a theme attached to an artist, or I'm not an artist. So I'm hearing all these bumps of new followers probably from you, so thank you for that. But yeah, the idea of saying, okay, this character has the Shire theme, and in the what's the movie, Lord of the Rings, and then this character has the dragon theme, and having those themes is really important. So I'm excited about hearing what themes each character has in Final Fantasy VII that you're curious about.
Yeah, and there's always like there's so much debate over why melodies make us feel a certain way. I don't know if you follow this on the internet, but there was a mini debate that was ravaging the internet's. Why does Mariah Carey's Christmas song sound Christmassy? And I think, did you follow this? Vox released a video saying, Vox was like, it was this movement to like a sixth or whatever. And then this other music guy, oh my God, who am I thinking of? YouTube music guy. He's so good. Adam Neely released a
he's great. Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah.
Neely released a video saying, no, it has nothing to do with the music. It's because you hear sleigh bells. That's the only
Exactly.
reason.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's right. Yeah.
So,
right.
yeah, I'm just super curious about that. Like, why do melodies sound the way they do? And for like a deeper meta level conversation, do minors actually sound sad because of the great, like the different ratio in the intervals? So because we've been programmed to hear it as Westerners? Like, yeah.
Not only will we talk about that, so Plato was a staunch believer that the Dorian mode, which I'll play on stream, but it's this whole... That was the mode of the gods. That was holy. That was connecting you to God. Whereas this mode was demonic. That's the major scale. The last thing I just played was the happiest thing we have in Western music. So it really is relative to culture and to generation. So yeah, we can talk about the tritone interval and where that's buried inside of different modes. I mean, my girlfriend's from Romania, and they have this double harmonic minor mode. Something like that. It's just bizarre, but that's happy to her culture. So yeah, we can talk about all this stuff. Really cool, man. Sweet.
Okay. I'm almost done eating. I'm gonna throw the I'm gonna throw the first theme at you. Okay. You might have heard this in some shape or form. I'm trying to stick to the original like PlayStation chip sounds, just so that we're.
Also, I have a question. Are we already on your stream?
Oh yeah, shit. Yeah, I'm live and everything.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. Oh, amazing. So I don't know if this thing will help, but I figured I could put this up at some point to draw things out, unless that gets too convoluted for you.
On your
over
stream.
there. Yeah, so on my stream, I'm not sure if you're pulling the video from my stream.
Yeah, I see it. I've just got it on. It's a little bit delayed.
So, so I don't know. I could draw concepts out on here if that's beneficial. I don't know if it is.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Okay, so I might chart live while you're playing whatever you're playing. Cool. Okay, awesome.
Hold on, wait 1 sec. Are you guys saying that he's much louder than me? I might need to adjust one of my volumes real quick. Hold on.
Also, welcome to all the new followers. Thank you for being here, guys. And Destiny, thank you for having me on so I can get exposed to all these new people. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. Theory is like one of those things where like even a lot of people that do music don't like have much founding in it. So it's like I'm super fascinated every time I get to talk to somebody about it. It's like really cool.
Yeah, man. Yeah, me too.
Okay, my mic volume got adjusted by the last thing I was in, guys. I'm sorry. Fuck. I don't know how that got changed so much, but okay. Okay, I have your stream up. And then, yeah, you can just listen to it. I think this repeats in the halfway mark or something. You don't have to listen to the repeat. Obviously, it's the exact same thing, but...
Perfect.
Okay. And then, yeah, you can just... Something you don't have to listen to the repeat. Obviously, it's the exact same thing. But...
Oh, do I click play on that myself?
Okay. Yeah, go for it. Yep. I'm just listening from your
sorry.
stream.
I see.
You're fine.
Got it.
Go for it.
Okay. Oh, do I click play on that myself?
Yeah, go for it. Yep. I'm just listening from your stream. No,
cool.
You're fine.
Minor 5, yep. Okay.
He's not playing on his stream. Fuck. I fucked up, guys. I should have been playing it at the same time. Sorry. You can't hear it, or his stream can't hear it. I don't know if that's intentional, but your stream can't hear the song you're playing right now.
Oh, they can't?
No,
no, that's not intentional. Okay. Shoot, okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, very nice.
They still can't hear it. Whatever. You guys know the song, okay?
Ha! Nice.
I'll link the song in chat for you guys.
Got it. Got it. And then it repeats.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Your guys still didn't hear it much, so I don't know if that's intentional or not. They can't hear anything on it.
Totally my bad, guys. I'm a little bit new to Discord, so I'm sorry that you can't hear it. But so much good stuff here. Oh my gosh. Oh, did I mute myself?
Yeah, on your stream, I'm saying. Sorry, yeah, they can't hear you on your stream.
Oh, you know what? My whole thing is effed. Okay, got it. I'll fix that right now. First off, sorry guys, now you can hear my voice. I don't know what was going on with somehow my universal audio thing cut out, so I'm going to solve that really briefly. First off, sorry guys, now we'll turn this off, and then we'll go here, and then we'll reset it, and then we'll business. Yeah, I might just need to do the audio from here. Okay, all good. So, there are so many great things.
Can I ask you a quick question? Do you have perfect pitch,
sure,
or do you just have perfect, like, relative pitch?
I don't, and so what you saw me doing charting out here, every now and then, I would hit a string to make sure I knew the song was in D, because once I hit E, I knew the song was a whole step below that. So there are a lot of really crazy things happening in this that are very actually standard as they relate to diatonic harmony.
For sure.
So the first thing I think of when I hear a song, if I'm charting, so I did a session, I'm not going to like do any name droppy stuff, but I did a session a couple years, or about 10 years ago, and there was a high pressure situation, and he said, listen, he's a famous artist, very, whatever. He said, you have 3 minutes, listen to the song, chart it, and then go record immediately. Okay. So I had to learn this short form that I make. So what you saw here in this little pamphlet is whatever, I'm just making quick things. The first thing my ear heard was a minor 5 chord. So this right here is going to be a non-diatonic chord, both these A minors. this B flat's going to be non-diatonic, this G minor is going to be non-diatonic. So I listen for those moments.
Can I clarify? Can I stop you every now and then just to clarify terms so that I make sure we're on the same page? So when you say non-diatonic, you mean a chord not relating to the original major scale of the key that the song's on? Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Exactly.
So in the key of D, A major would be what we'd expect to see, but it's an A minor instead, B flat.
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Exactly. So, and I can run through this quickly, but the idea, you already know this, it appears. So the 1 chord's always major in a major key, the 2 chords always minor, 3 chords always minor, 4 chords always major, 5's dominant, 6 is minor, 7's half diminished, and then the 1 chord's major again. So we heard a minor 5 chord, so I go, well, that's nice. I like that A minor sound. Then I heard a B flat chord going to a G minor. This is a common concept that I do in my own shows. So the idea of being in D major, da, 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 da. That specific movement of borrowing a chord from the parallel minor key is being used throughout this entire song. So essentially what I see in my mind, and I could draw this out, we have the 7 diatonic chords from D major, and then we have underneath it the 7 diatonic chords from D minor. That's whenever we pop into that parallel minor key, we're doing sort of like what Legend of Zelda Link to the Past does when they go into the dark underworld. Everything's the same and in the same place, but it looks different and scarier. So the 6th chord, which should have been B minor, was this, B flat major.
Gotcha.
So it was the 6th chord from D minor.
Okay.
Now my experience with melody is this. It appears a lot of times that the melody is really driving this theme, and I love the melody. It was very diatonic and very beautiful and languid. But oftentimes, in my opinion, the harmony underlying it is actually what creates the feeling of the melody. Similar to when we have an actor's performance in a film, like, wow, what a great performance. If the music was gone, you'd go, it was an okay performance. I mean, it was okay.
Sure.
But when the music's there, oh my God, he's so brilliant.
Also, one real quick thing. I'm sorry, just because people in your chat are going crazy. Nobody can hear me on your stream. Just as a quick thing.
No one can hear you on my stream?
Yeah, sorry, your whole chat was like,
God! I thought I solved this, but my universal audio thing went kaput, which is a phrase from back in the day. My child. I'm just going to restart my console, so that might solve it. I apologize, y'all.
Okay.
Okay, let's restart this. Let's save, and then let's quit you. Yeah, whenever I pop in Discord, they mess up the audio, man. It's so annoying. There's a known issue with Mac, and unfortunately, it's really
I'm like, I know all sorts of stuff about like audio and interfaces and everything, but as soon as you said you're on a Mac, I can't help it all, so I don't know. Sorry.
I know. It's not your fault at all. It appears that something is just traumatically wrong with the universal audio thing. I don't know why. It appears that is that I have to probably restart my.
Oh,
I don't know if that's
your mic is turning
it.
off and on. Oh, I hear you.
Is it okay? So I don't know if that's worth it, y'all, for me to, is there maybe everyone can just watch it on Destiny's stream, but like, please come to my channel and hang out. But I don't know.
Yeah. I don't care how you do this, man. I just don't want you to like lose out on people listening or whatever. But yeah, okay.
That's very nice of you, man. Yeah, because if I don't switch the audio and output, then I want to make sure I can keep hearing you. That's the number one thing. But yeah, my universal audio thing is just after right now. But hopefully my chat's okay with that, and I see subscriptions happening. I appreciate it. I'm going to get to you guys, and we're going to have some fun.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool.
But sorry about that, Destiny.
No problem.
So long story short, this the most important thing with melody, as far as I can tell, is what's happening underneath it, what the context we're getting. So if I can quickly draw something out, I think this will be helpful. So the key of D major is going to have these notes: D, E, F sharp, G, A, B, C sharp, and D. Great. The key of D minor is going to have this: D, E, F, G, A, B flat, C, D. So the notes that are different, I'm going to circle. So I'm circling all the different notes. So any chord you're hearing in this piece that feels special and beautiful, I would play it right now for my followers, but obviously no one can hear it on my stream, but they could hear it on yours. There's, you're going to have a B flat chord versus a B minor chord. That B flat chord spelled B flat D F. So there are just a lot of moments like that happening. Also, I'm woefully distracted by the fact that I can't just play these examples. I'm so frustrated about
I can hear your guitar playing. I don't know if that matters, but
okay, good, awesome.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, melodically, I'm curious which theme this is for which character.
What kind of
it
feelings?
Sounds like someone who's
go ahead.
To me, it sounds like someone who's going through an uncertain journey, and there may be darkness ahead of them.
Why do you feel that?
So I feel that mostly because of the flat 6 that keeps getting introduced. So if I'm in D major, okay, and I introduce this flat 6, that feels uncertain to the ear. It feels, in our current culture, it feels, is this going to resolve? So a flat 6 doesn't happen ever in the key of D major. It happens in D minor. So it lets the ear know, oh, we're kind of in D minor. Got it. Okay. So whenever I heard any chord that had a B flat in it, I got excited with, okay, I think someone's about to go through some dark patches. Because that feels very tense and dissonant. There are other types of dissonance. For example, if I were to do A flat, that's dissonant in a different way. That's sort of like a Aerosmith kind of like sexy dissonance. Whereas B flat is is there like a demon coming in? Okay, I think we're okay. So a lot of these chords had a B flat in it. For example, B flat major had a B flat in it. G minor had a B flat in it. So there were more than a few times where I heard that B flat note and it made me think, this character's probably going through some scariness soon.
Gotcha. Interesting. That's so interesting. The character that this is a theme of is like a super happy, upbeat, like flower girl. And she has to go through like very weird shit, and she's the character that gets killed in this game because of like the weird, uncertain kind of destiny that she has before her, I guess. It's like that description was completely apt for the character. So
and that means the composer, which we all know he's an absolute genius, he did his job perfectly.
Yeah.
So, and that's, if I've scored only a couple things, but whenever I score, my first thing is what's the character experiencing? So if the character is experiencing light happiness, I'll probably just stay super diatonic. Every note you're hearing now is from those 7 green notes.
Yeah.
If they say, hey, there's like a traumatic moment, I'll go, okay, let me go to the parallel minor key, the D minor key, with those 3 different notes. Okay, it's still happy, but what the hell did they go through,
Yeah,
and eventually, depending on where I end that melody and end the harmony underneath it, it really gives context. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of my knee-jerk reaction. I'm glad that the composer did such an incredible job that I was able to hear that without needing to see the visual or the story.
Love you,
Interesting. Okay, gotcha. I'm taking notes on this. Okay. Does this work in reverse? So I've heard this called modal mixture. I've heard this called
totally. Dude, you know about mode mixture? Hell yeah, man.
So
awesome.
I'm curious. Like, could you play something in a minor key and then borrow chords from a major key? What kind of sound does that get you?
Hell yeah, Thundercat does it all the time. So I don't know if you're a fan of Thundercat, but we grew up together in LA, and we'd always do these jam sessions. And what he would do would be in a minor key, and he'd go to a B minor chord. So let's say we're in G minor, right?
Okay.
So the diatonic chords of G minor, A half diminished, B flat major 7, C minor, D kind of minor unless you're in harmonic minor, E flat major 7, F dominant 7, G minor. So the 3 chord in G minor is B flat major 7. So I'm in G minor. There's my 3 chord, B flat major 7. So we're in G minor, but what I'm going to do is borrow the 3 chord from my parallel major, from G major. So I'll go to the first time I'll give you context. So that's the typical diatonic thing from the minor. Here comes the mode mixture. Great. So that 3rd chord was lifted B minor 7, but that's the 3 chord from G major. So not only does it work going from minor to major, it works going from any mode to any mode.
Gotcha.
So technically the G minor key signature is not minor, it's Aeolian. It's our 6th mode of the major scale. So when you really get your head wrapped around that, we can borrow chords. We can go between G Ionian, G major, and G Aeolian, G minor. We can also borrow chords from G Ionian to G Phrygian. As long as the tonic is the same, G, that makes the ear feel like, well, eventually we're getting home. Eventually we're getting back to G. So as long as I get back to G, any version of diatonic harmony that gets me there works for. Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. Do you ever borrow from related minors, or is it generally only like parallel minors?
Great question. Great question. So the analogy I use when I teach private lessons, especially around this, because this concept's pretty tricky, but I think this analogy works. Neighboring keys. Which would be parallel keys. The idea of borrowed chords, modal mixture, as you said, that concept is a neighboring concept. Relative keys are in-house. So the relative keys share the same resources. So here's the analogy I use. If I want to go from C major, my major key, to A minor, that's my relative minor. I want to go from C major to A minor. They have the exact same 7 notes. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. That's not dissimilar to being in my house and taking a chair from my living room, putting it in my dining room. I designed the decor, all the notes, all the items are in-house already. All I gotta do is move it to the other room. Most likely it'll match up and pair real nicely because I designed the decor. But what if I wanted to borrow a different type of furniture from my neighbor's house? This would not be going C major to A minor. This would be going C major to C minor. The neighbor's right next door. He's just right there. I don't have to get a U-Haul truck. I don't need movers. And yet his furniture's probably a different style. I might have mid-century modern. He might have Gothic. But it's easy to grab. It's quick.
Sure.
And it'll get into my house real easily. So going from relative major to minor, there literally is no difference, except for a few specific leading tones you can introduce.
Like the fifth in a minor scale, like the harmonic version of the...
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Once
okay,
you
cool.
get... Yep. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. When you think of, I was, because all of my theory is very classically trained. When you talk about like finding your way home or whatever this will be a question I have later or whatever. I'm very classically trained when it comes to finding your way home. Finding your way home means resolving a tritone every single time. But obviously in a lot of contemporary pop music, that the tritone is almost completely absent, or it feels that way.
Right.
Yeah.
Great, man. Great. Yep.
Yeah. So when how do you create a, how do you find your way home? What guides you there?
Great.
What is your leading principle for that? Yeah.
Great. So I love this, what you just said. You said the tritone is oftentimes how we get home, So this is to play for listeners. You've heard that maybe in that, remember that game show when we were all kids, The Legends of the Hidden Temple? And it goes whatever. It keeps going until there's a tritone at the very end, then it resolves, I guess. So there are many ways to get home. So in modern pop music, you're right, the tritone's essentially absent. A song like Bad Romance, whatever. I want your love, I want your love, you and me could write a bad romance. Caught in a bad romance. There's no caught in a bad romance. That 5/7 chord would be like very tritone-y.
Yeah, it stands out a lot in any pop music. Like if you ever hear like a diminished chord or anything with that type of interval in any modern song,
right.
like for my ear, it's like, holy shit, oh my God, I can't believe I just heard that. Yeah.
Exactly. And yet you hear it littered throughout all film scores and classical music and jazz. Exactly. So I guess the concept of home at this point in our current climate, musically and creatively, is root-based. So as long as I get back to G. So the cool thing is, in jazz, we have tools for this. So yes, jazz music uses what's called the 2-5-1.
2-5-1s everywhere.
Yeah, it does.
Your 2-5-1s, you can always find your way home. Yep, in any key.
And yet there are so many turnarounds. So let's say I'm in the key of C. So I'll do them real quick. I'll give you like 10 back-to-back jazz turnarounds. So here's one of them. 2-5-1. Here's another one. These are all going to resolve to C. Here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one.
Are these just different inversions, or what are you changing here?
No, totally different chords. So I'll say them out loud.
Okay. Yeah.
D minor 7, G7, C major.
Okay.
So 2-5-1. Okay. F minor, our minor 4. B flat 7, our borrowed 7 chord from C minor, C major.
Okay.
How about this one? German augmented 6th. So A flat 7 to G7. So German augmented 6 to 5/7 to 1. How about A flat major 7, which is borrowed 6 chord from C minor, D flat major 7, which is our Neapolitan 1. These all arrive at home without any tritone necessary.
And all
right?
sound like they're from intervals based on the prior, like, so for your 2-5-1s, you had like DFAC, but then you did like FAC, and then you did like A flat C, which feels like there are extensions coming from that. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So there are a lot of different ways to arrive at home that jazz teaches us. We go, oh, it's fine, that works. That works. Sorry, there's like just so many ways to get there. So my main thing of getting into jazz, I loved it as a style in general, but I really got into it because it gave me so many more options harmonically.
So flexible, yeah.
Yeah. So and then when I listen to a classical composition or a film score, I can compare that internally with my library of harmony and jazz or classical and go, oh, for example, if I hear a Danny Elfman score and he goes, I go, wait, I've heard that. That's like that Neapolitan chord, but he's doing it not in first inversion. Oh, got it. And then I can store that away. And if I want that feeling in a live show, I can now have it. Or if I want to compose for a game like Final Fantasy, okay, this character kind of has a Batman feeling, kind of has a superhero feeling, but they're kind of dark.
Sure.
They have like an importance now.
For same page, Neapolitan second is a flat. That's flat 2.
Yeah, flat 2, usually in a minor key.
Yeah, gotcha.
So a
Okay.
Neapolitan 6 chord is usually a first inversion flat 2 major chord.
Gotcha. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Oof,
and it works really nicely to a 5/7. To get really nerdy for one moment, as if we're not already there, the reason why it works so well is because if you think about it, if I'm in G minor, my Neapolitan 6 is these 3 notes: C, A flat, and E flat. So A flat, C, E flat. That's very similar to C minor. C minor is C, G, E flat.
Yeah.
So one note different. That's only one note. So this is kind of, it's like a sneaky little thing that comes into the bloodstream and pretends to be a 4 chord, but it's not.
Sure. It almost reminds me of when you start learning about fully diminished chords, fully diminished 7 chords, you realize that if you invert them, you can go to like 4 different keys, starting from any place because of all the tritones that exist inside.
Dude, you know a lot about theory. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wanted to do composition in school, but I was working too much. I had to drop out. But yeah. Okay, cool.
Wow. Okay, awesome, man. So cool.
Okay, back to the song. I'm gonna ask you a lot of random melody questions. You know what? Actually, not back to the song. I'm gonna ask you one more. Okay, because you mentioned this.
Okay.
When you want to make a theme, do you think melody first, chord first, or do these work in tandem for you?
Okay, it depends on the song and who I'm writing for. So when I was writing, and this will be a little bit name droppy, but it's a bit necessary because of this style of writing. So I wrote some songs with Avril Lavigne.
Okay.
Very melody driven. If there's not a hook, if there's not a melody, it's why are we here, right? Whereas for me, when I write, I tend to care about the harmony underneath it because I want to provide that feeling to the listener and start there. My songs tend to be 6 to 8 minutes. Her songs are 3 minutes. We got to get there quick.
Sure.
So it depends on who I'm writing with and what I'm writing for. If I'm composing to score something, so sometimes on my streams I'll do these live improvised scores with old silent movies. There I can do anything harmonically I want. So it depends on the context. In general, as a quote-unquote artist with my solo music, they tend to come truly 50%, 50%.
Okay.
So I'll sit with the guitar and just kind of da, 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 da. Usually there's a natural flow when I'm drunk, quote-unquote, enough musically, just in the flow. I tend to prefer great harmony because I feel that almost any melody can work over great structure. But that's very jazzy of me to say, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I imagine that probably your brain, to some extent, probably automatically incorporates harmony when you think of melodies anyway, right? Like you're not thinking of just random notes. You probably already have like some Western structure or whatever kind of superimposed in your mind over everything you're thinking of, yeah.
Which is part of the reason I love 12-tone and tone row music because it's outside
serialism.
of yeah, exactly. But that's outside of what I'm used to. Because you're right. When I hear ba-da-da-da-da, first thing I hear is ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, Mr. Sandman, and I hear a 6 chord. So I hear the major 7 happen in the 6, and I go, oh, I guess we're in a major 7 chord. But for all I know, this could be a Jacob Collier song, and that melody could be over this. You know, that's in fact, that type of harmony was used in Dario Marianelli's score for V for Vendetta. There was tons of polychords happening. So you thought you were hearing something pretty, but when the bass note's G, and he was doing full G major triads under stuff, it was just like very dissonant. So I get really excited listening to melodies like that because you're correct. When I hear a melody standalone, I organize harmony, similar to how a human being 4,000 years ago would look up at the stars and go, "It's Orion is a person, and that's not a planet. That's that's a light that God made from." It's like actually it's a star. It's farther away than you think.
For sure.
So, by the way, I'd love to talk about my flat Earth conspiracy. Okay.
Yeah.
Can we just actually go there?
After the conversation, we will. I really like that analogy for art in general, actually. I think it's really interesting.
Yeah.
The idea that a melody can be anything. But when sometimes people talk about like how like, oh, well, what is this art like in a vacuum? And it's like, well, I don't even know what that means, right? That's like trying to interpret a melody in a vacuum. Like a melody could be anything. You don't know what a melody sounds like until you hear the harmony. It could be sad. It could be happy. It could be crazy. Like you have no idea. Yeah. And playing the same melody. Yeah, go.
If I can give an example for the listeners who are watching. So if I were to go, da 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 da, da 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 da. Sounds so ba da 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 da. Sounds so happy. Watch this. We're gonna go to the relative minor. Da 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 da. Same melody.
When
what if I did here?
When you play these for people, oftentimes you have to show them the keys on the piano or your guitar, because a lot of people don't think you're actually playing the same notes. I've had somebody say that to me before in real life. They're like, yeah, you're not even playing the same notes. Like, I don't believe it. Yeah.
Well, this is the beauty of having acne in high school and practicing guitar too much. I'll play it literally while I sing it. So while I play the chords. So see my middle finger and my index finger? Now watch the E minor. So the beauty is this, and this really leads into this concept you had, which was, how do you write great melodies? I have great harmony. What do I do to make an amazing melody? And these are a lot of the tricks I use. We'll get to it. But long story short, the chord I play is what creates the feeling. And if I may, there's an analogy I have for this.
Yeah.
It's very similar to having a green screen behind me and a director. And the director says, all right, Zane, you're acting now. Your line is, I'm thirsty. Your line is, I'm thirsty. I go, okay, I'm thirsty. I want you to say it deadpan. Do not give any feeling. I will provide the feeling on the green screen. I go, okay. So I look to camera and I go, I'm thirsty. Great take. Behind me on the green screen, there's like dead animals, and he added grit to my face, and it's a Western movie, and it looks as though there's no water left in sight. So this feels very scary, like, oh, this guy's gonna die. I'm thirsty, right? Okay, what if behind me, he changes the green screen, same line, and there are two guys with like baseball caps walking by and a girl in like yoga pants. And I go, I'm thirsty. And now it's like a total joke. That, vernacular, the common vernacular of these days, he's thirsty, for a dating situation. I don't know, I'm aging myself. But the line I'm thirsty means nothing without context, without a before and after. So melodically, if I go da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, I can't tell you how many singers in LA and New York I've had sing me a melody and say, what are the chords that go underneath that? And I go, any, what? Like, do you not, any? It could be da 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 da. It could be da 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 da. I mean, I'm literally singing the same melody. Da 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 da. So, long story short, melody on its own needs some sort of relativity. Just like when I stand on planet Earth, if we don't know I'm on planet Earth in Los Angeles, I'm amorphous. I'm floating through space. But I'm on Earth. Oh, there's location. There's relativity. Got it. So music works the same way in my experience.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, back to the song. So you pointed out from some of this chordal borrowing that this is where you got the idea that this character had something uncertain ahead of them, that we were going to a minor 5 as opposed to like a major 5. Right. Are there any other aspects of the song that speak that out to you, or were you mainly looking at this for that feeling?
The melody, may I play it again? I know that I'm so sorry to my new people in my stream, but I just need to play it to listen. Same melody, just different chord underneath it. Yeah. So that's similar for me. Melody, the real tool of the melody is, once you have chords, it tells the nuance of the story. So these chords imply something sort of heartbreaking, but also uplifting potentially. Okay, but the melody says the same thing's happening again and again. If I were to act, it would be like saying to the person in the eyes, my partner in the scene, I love you. I love you. I changed my eyes. I really want you to get this, right? So the first time was stable. The second time was, can you feel that I love you? So this is, I love you. I need to say it again for you, and more determined. I love you. It's like, let me really get you to see this. So that's a great tool melodically, or musically in general, is to play the same melody note and keep giving different context, because it's like repeating things. In the Bible, in the Old Testament, they would say things 3 times in a row, and by the third time, the rabbi would really make his point. Yeah. You're God is love. God is love. God is love. Like, oh, now that you said it 3 times, I get it. So melodically, that's a really important tool. These specific chords of F sharp minor to G major, I love the 3 chords so much. So I wrote a song with a friend called Crush. And the first verse was, let's see, how's it go? You make me lose control. Your fingers on my bones. I'm falling through the floor, but baby, don't crush me. So the idea was, she said, I want a song that's not pop. I want it to feel special and unique. I said, well, we need a 3 chord. because no one uses a 3 chord. Talking about no one using tritones in pop music, no one uses a 3 chord.
Yeah.
It got left in the Dust Bowl. It got left with the 50s with doo-wop. So let's use a 3 chord. And if we fall from the 4, every note goes down either a half or whole step. And it's dissimilar to any other chord progression inside of diatonic harmony. For example, on the 5 chord, we go down to a major. So majors back to back. You know, a lot of Grateful Dead stuff. Fire on the mountain. Very, you know, all that. This minor chord is a whole step above. So most of the notes are coming down a whole step. These 2 are down a whole step. But here, 2 of the notes come down a half step. That is enough to make the listener go, what happened to you? You know, I used to be strong, and then I had Lyme disease for 3 years.
Gotcha.
That feels like to me, you know? I was a strong man, and then my wife left me, and I've been drinking. It's like, what? Like a big part of you was removed. Now, Danny Elfman does this going from the 1 chord to 3. So 4 to 3 is, in my opinion, incredibly tragic, but also beautifully healing, because when it's restored, you're back. Danny Elfman does this, 1 to 3. So he'll go, in Ice Dance, you know, from Edward Scissorhands, da 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 da, all centered around the 3 chord. If you analyze it and just look simply, E, G sharp, B becomes D sharp, G sharp, B. So 2 notes are common, G sharp, B, G sharp, B. The only note that changes is E goes down a half step. So a part of you is lost. It's like, you know, she used to love me. And then she left, you know? So it's really, really, that 3 chord is my go-to. Every song of mine that I've written that I've loved has that. What does it mean when you don't ever dream? When you don't ever dream of me? That's a song of mine. I wanna, lately when I close my eyes to pray, I can't find the words to say. These are just originals of mine that are littered with 3 minors because no one uses them anymore. And when the composer did this, you saw my eyes go, nice. Gotcha. Yes, 3 minor needs to make a comeback, baby. Okay.
Okay, cool.
So there was a nice thing I'd like to just remark upon, which is the idea of the G major chord going to E minor. So you really brilliantly brought up before the idea of relative keys. You know, C major to A minor. Well, not only are there relative keys, there are relative chords. So G major shares 2 common tones, 2 notes with E minor 7. In fact, 3 with E minor 7. So G, B, D is all contained inside of E minor 7.
Yeah.
So any chord that you go a third away, it's going to share common tones. So 4 and 2, G and E minor, right? I'm trying to think of what key we're in. We're in D. So F sharp minor and D, they share common tones. G and E minor, A and F sharp minor, B minor and G. So whenever I'm lacking for a chord progression in my composition, songwriting or scoring, I go, this chord change has been done so much. Let me just go either a third down.
A third down or a third up. Yeah, as long as you have enough shared tones, the melody usually works.
Exactly. Exactly. And if that go up and share and get to a place where the melody note that I was using is now absent, I can now change the melody note too.
Sure.
So if my melody note was, let's see, was, that's the wrong note to do. Let's do to E, G, B. So
I love
D,
major 7s, but yeah, go ahead.
Me too. So D, how's my melody? Now we're in E minor. Well, now I'm adding a note. The chord doesn't have a D in it, so I can choose to make it this. I can make it D sharp. I can go D. So my melody can have a D sharp in it as long as I go to the E minor chord. If I stayed on the G, G sharp. But if I go to E minor, G, D sharp. It's a weird note a little bit, but it resolves nicely to D9, you know? So I oftentimes will try to find a chord progression that's a third above or below so I can get a crazier melody note.
Well, okay, this is very nuanced, and this might depend on the context. If you are creating a melody, or we'll say if you're improvising or soloing over a chord progression, and you are borrowing notes from the parallel minor, how do you determine what notes you can play that are scalar that make sense in the context of that? Does that make sense of what I'm saying?
Such a great question. Yeah. So you're saying essentially, I'm jamming with a band. We're in the major key, but I start borrowing melody notes from the parallel minor because I'm being sneaky,
you're
right?
playing in G major. You whip out an E minor chord.
Right.
Yeah, like what, like what do you, how do you deal with that?
Great, love it. So there are a couple ways. Part of it depends on register for me. So if I make sure I stay an octave above what the bass player is doing, it'll always just make the bass player look at me and nod like, you're cool. If I start going down low and playing straight up E minor chords while he's playing a G, he might go, it's too muddy, dude. But if he's just like on that G and I go, so in my mind, I'm thinking E minor. Doesn't really matter because he's playing the G. So I'm basically introducing fun stuff by changing the way my mind perceives the chord changes.
Sure.
So I might be thinking E minor all I want, but if that bass player's playing G, we're in G major, you know? And so
if you're playing, let's say if you're playing like you're in G major and you throw out like a B minor chord, do you play and you want to solo little? Are you playing like a C sharp or a C natural, and why?
Oh,
yeah.
Great. God, dude, you like know, this is awesome. This is like my favorite theory conversation I've had. This is great. I would use a C natural. So, and that's because it's diatonic to G major. So this is where chords like this. Oh, what's wrong? You made a mistake. Well, did I? Because watch this. I mean, are you saying that Radiohead made a mistake when every of their freaking songs has a flat 6 in it? No. So I'm playing sorry, that's not a flat 6. It's a flat 2 compared to this chord. But probably this would lead to an E minor flat 6. So I go, well, diatonically it's a C natural. If I want to be cheeky, I'll add the natural 9, and that'll create a Lydian feeling, right? The sharp 4 will be introduced. But it really depends on how much I think the band that I'm playing with can handle what I'm going to throw at them. If they're the type of band who goes, oh, that's not in the song, I'm doing this. If they're hip and they're open to alterations, then I'll probably play B minor 9. So it really depends on the level of conversation.
Gotcha,
Similar to this conversation you and I are having. You're brilliant. You're asking great music theory questions. I've watched your streams before, and you go incredibly deep with whatever you go. So we're going full steam ahead.
Yeah.
If you were saying, hey, what's the D? I'd go, all right, let me slow this down. Let me slow my speech down. Let me really try to explain what a D is a note. You know, I would change the way I communicate. You know, so it depends on who I'm playing with. When I'm by myself on stream, though, and I'm just jamming, it depends on what I'm feeling. I mean, in the key of G major, that has a sugary sort of Sour Patch Kid feeling to me, whereas this has a very classical. It's a very different feeling, so it depends on what I'm going for at that moment. Something more plagal.
Sure. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was like a shortcut or a cheat. I end up usually trying to relate it to like the chords ahead, basically. Like when I think of like, if I'm playing like a minor key and I really like the sound of Dorian, and that lends itself really well to like major 4, right? If you're like an A minor playing like a D major, yeah, like it makes sense to play the F sharp in A minor because that Dorian just fits perfectly for the next chord, yeah.
Exactly, and that's sort of the idea of Oya Como Va. Oya Como Va. Whatever. A lot of people, guitar players, come in and they go, oh, the song's in A minor. A minor scale, got it. They're just hitting all these F naturals. And I'm thinking, every time that D7 chord comes up, what?
Doesn't work,
You sure you want that, you know? Oh, I thought the song was an A minor. No, it's an A Dorian. Yeah. So now that being said, if you're a very adept Formula One racer, you know, you're good with Ferraris or whatever cars they race. I don't know what they're called, Formula One cars. You can turn that curve if you know how to drive.
You can make
that
it
car.
work, yeah. Depending on your level of theory, people can make any note work, yeah.
Yeah, so what I would probably do is I might play the F natural over the A chord and then have it be a fun resolution up to the F sharp. Again, staying away from tritones to resolve and just looking at half-step chromaticism to resolve. So I might go... And then I get a chromatic run. Whatever. So it might inspire a new chromatic run. But I would start with the F and explore it. Yeah.
Inspire a new. That was my. I remember that when learning jazz or improv or whatever. If you ever play a phrase and you play a quote unquote wrong note, repeat whatever phrase you played, but instead of the wrong note, just go a half step up, and eventually you'll land on something that fits the chord that you're gonna land at. Yeah.
So sad but true. I went to USC for studio jazz guitar, and there was a lot of this happening over impressions.
Oh God, yeah, very simple modal song. Yeah,
just a lot of like. It's like, all right, cool, just doing that half step trick, you know?
Yep.
Because eventually you listen to Roy Hargrove, rest in peace, enough, or you listen to Brad Mehldau enough, and you go, oh, there are actually intelligent ways to use this chromaticism, not just I don't know.
Yeah.
But it takes time, yeah.
Yeah, if you play a wrong note, play it twice, and then just resolve it, hopefully. But yeah, no, for sure, there's better.
Miles Davis said, I think he said Yeah, if you play a wrong note, play it again.
Yep, because then it wasn't a mistake, and then resolve it. It's like, he meant to do that. Yeah, I wonder sometimes when I hear some things. Right. I've heard like a couple Mayer solos where that guy's a good enough guitar player. I don't think he's messed it up, but like, yeah.
Right. Oh yeah, we've had some conversations actually about guitar theory, because there's a whole way of seeing the guitar too, but I won't bore you with that. But yeah, he's an incredible guitar player. He's gotten only better the past few years too. It's just like ridiculous. Yeah.
Okay. Another question. I'm sorry. I love picking your brain on this stuff. Okay. Yeah. I really like, for me personally, I like very simple chord progressions with fun improvs over them. So Mayer has a song called Covered in Rain where he does like a 9-minute guitar solo. In this song, so you're given like a 7-minute solo section. It might like be F to C. I don't even know. I don't know what the two chords are, but it's like 1 major 7 to 4 major 7 or something, or to 5 7 major 7. And how do you like pick ideas over that? Like, how do you know, like, for instance, which blues scale do you solo over for that, or which diatonic scales, or not diatonic, pentatonic scales do you use over that? Like, how do you make these decisions? Yeah.
So you know that whole quarterback idea of going through our progressions? I literally do that musically. So I'm going to pull up this page focus for a second. Yeah. So I'll go, if the chord changes to that song, because I don't remember the actual chord changes. Let's say they are C major 7. Oh boy. Sloppy. If they are C major 7, let's just pretend they are, to F major 7. We love that, and it just loops. Cool. So my first thing is I just go down the most likely options. So first off, I know that this is the 1 chord and this is the 4 chord. Therefore, and you already know all this stuff, but just for the viewers, we are in the key of C major. Great. And that's proven by this lack of key signature, or that is the key signature. Great. Okay, so my first option is going to be C Ionian. Love it. My next option is going to be C, and I'll just go through these progressions. I usually have 9 to 10 scales at my disposal. So I would look at this, because I've analyzed we're in C major, I'd use C Lydian. I'd be very careful on that F chord, because C Lydian, it has an F sharp. So I do the same thing I did in Oya Como Va. Careful on that 4 chord. But on the first chord, I'd probably hit C Lydian. Then I'd use A melodic minor. So this is I'm just running through them real quick. This creates C Lydian augmented, which is I'll play all these scales when I'm done writing. So this creates the C Lydian augmented mode. Great. These are kind of the ones that I go to. These are rather advanced jazz modes. Great. I'd also use A minor pentatonic to go to something simpler. Great. Okay. I'd also explore the option of C minor pentatonic. We already talked about mode mixture. Why not do it? Why not do it melodically? Pentatonic. Okay. I would also explore C whole tone. Because why not? There's the first part of it's in whole tone. That's great. That should work. These are, I'm trying to think of any more off the top of my head that I would hit. That's kind of, oh yeah, you know what? If I'm feeling really cheeky and the bass player starts walking, then I have the freedom to do C Mixolydian. So if the bass player and keyboard player are just hammering out that harmony and not letting me do stuff, I will not be free to do C Mixolydian. If they'll give me, some walking so I can flow, then I'll hit C Mixolydian. If they continue to start walking, you better believe C Lydian dominance about to happen, right? And
when you
this
see,
is the,
real quick, when you're saying things like C Mixolydian, I understand this because the B flat makes sense to the key of F. How do you why C Lydian? How do you avoid that F sharp is like a trap? Well,
right. Yeah, so I'll show you right now. So I have to be really conscious of what's happening in the band. I need to make sure I'm constantly listening for the 4 chord to come in. So if it's So here comes C Lydian. Now I'm back in C major. Lydian. So I just keep making melodies where, I go F sharp, so I'll hit the F sharp just on the 1 chord, and then I'll make sure I hit that F when the 4 chord happens.
When you're working within these solos, or finish what were you gonna say? Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I try to be as nimble as I can and navigate and make sure I pay attention to what chord I'm on.
Gotcha. When you're navigating these, say you're getting 2 bars of C, 2 bars of F, are you ever trying to outline cadences or outline mini chord progressions within your solo?
Totally. Yeah, I think the jazz approach for me is really paramount here. So I know that I have melody as an option, I have altering the harmony as an option, and I also have arpeggios as an option. So yeah. So arpeggios will be used especially with a solo guitar to really outline it for everyone else. When there's not just a solo guitar and everyone's getting this going, then I'll be a little bit more limber with my melody, and I won't outline as much. But it really depends on the environment. How great is the bass player? How great is the piano player? Are they actually listening to me and conversing with me, or are they what I'm personally not interested in, which is repeaters?
Yeah.
I'm not interested when I go dun 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 dun. Sometimes I like that, but in general, it feels like me saying to you hello, and you go hello. How was your day? How was your day? Oh, you're just repeating me. So it depends on who I'm playing with too. And God, a lot of times I play with people who just are so many light years above me, and I go, oh, let me just like take a back seat in this conversation and just support you.
Or even one of the coolest things is if you have a good accompaniment, they can make you sound like a rock star. I had a piano player friend that was so good, and even though I was kind of sort of okay, man, he could make me sound so much better, and I appreciated him so much for it.
Totally. And especially if you were doing something cool. I mean, let's say you were doing minor pentatonic, and I'm just loving it. I can slip in the Lydian dominant, and you can go, oh, it sounds like you're playing Lydian dominant now. You're not playing the sharp 11, but I'm playing it for you, and now we're playing Lydian. We're always playing. There's never you playing and me playing. It's always we're playing with music. So yeah, man, that's I love what you just said.
Yeah, there's no substitute in life for me personally. There's never been a substitute in life for like creating music live with another person. Like that experience is like unmatched with any other kind of conversation. Yeah.
Totally, and that's part of the thing. I'm with doing these streams. I've been on Twitch for 3 months now, and I'm doing these, loops, and I love doing them. I love improvising. It's basically live composition. I love it. But my soul, it's been 4 months now. I need to play with someone. I need to jam with someone. So I'm trying to create opportunities to do that are safe for them and me, because, man, my soul needs it. I'm with you.
For sure. You live with Charles, right? Do you guys ever play together? Do you guys live in the same place?
So the only reason we haven't is because we've been having different schedules as far as, like, being outside. So a lot of the days in the house, we've gone, are we quarantined? Like, how do you do this? What do we do? You've been around. I've been around. I don't know what to do. But we definitely did jam after Austin's show when he got second place. We jammed in the studio because I was like, F it, we have to do this. So I jammed with him when he played out everyone at the end of the show. But we should be making more music. I mean, he's just an absolute musical genius. So we should be doing that.
Gotcha. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. Bringing us back, I'm going to give you another. This one is more obvious, but I still want to hear. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, did you want me to play any examples of these other options? Because it's crazy how modes will change things, but I think we kind of already got the gist.
Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, I think I understand. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Here you go. Or if you ever want to play more or talk about something more particular, you can always tell me.
Yeah. Next song.
This will be a much more obvious emotional tone, but I'm curious to hear why.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready to start.
Dude, I wish I could get everyone to hear this. So sorry. It's funny because I thought I had solved this before the stream started, but Max or the...
Can you tell me really quickly, how are you connected to your computer with audio?
So I have a Universal Audio Apollo, and that's these two mics. But then this small mic's just a USB. It's just my Apogee. But whenever I use Discord and do the audio, it like shuts down all other audio and other sources. I don't know why.
You have USB audio going to your computer, right?
Yeah, and that's my Discord. And then these two mics are going to my audio interface through XLR. And for some reason, whenever at Discord I turn on a mic, it shuts off my other audio device. Like Discord says, hey, only us. Get out of here.
Can you on OBS? You don't have to mess with us if you don't want to. It might be an easy fix.
I'd love to. Yeah.
On OBS under File Settings.
Yep.
Do you have an audio tab under that?
Yes. So I have each one has like advanced audio properties, but yes, I do have audio tab.
Yep. Under Desktop Audio
monitoring.
or Mic.
Yep.
You might be able to, where it says disabled, you might be able to have 2 or 3 sources running at once. You might be able to turn those on.
So right now they say disabled. Maybe they don't give me oh, here we go. Mic auxiliary audio. So, okay.
I don't know what your sources are called, so I don't know 100%, but it might be that turning on one of those might.
So, wow. I just turned on mic aux. Hey, chat, can you guys hear Destiny now? Right.
Okay, I'm testing 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Wow. I just turned on mic aux. Maybe. Hey, chat, can you guys hear Destiny now? Oh, I hear like the latency of my thing. No, but you're doubled now. Echo, yay! Okay.
Yeah. One of the if you try turning these off and on when you look at OBS, and hopefully one of the bars will be going up and down as I'm talking right now. I'm just talking. It might be under one of the desktop audios. You might have to open the click disabled and then turn on something. I'm just filling dead air and keep talking to see if any of these hit it.
My man.
Yep. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2.
I'll try in Universal Audio Console Direct.
Okay. Maybe testing 1, 2. Maybe it's possible. Whatever your headphone is should be whatever the desktop audio thing needs to be so that they can hear me at the same time.
Annoying.
None of it is working.
Okay. Well, the good news is I also have a thing called Loopback, which is how I get this stuff working with plugins. And I maybe could just add a source, which is this could get really bad really fast. But what if I add Discord as the source? Okay, now are you open to talking, Destiny?
I can hear you, but now it's sending.
Oh, now you're talking, but I don't hear you.
Oh shit!
So now everyone's hearing you. I can see that everyone's excited.
Yeah, well,
are you still talking, Destiny?
I am talking. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You can't. So now you guys can hear him. I think I can hear Destiny now.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, mute when capturing.
Okay. So is there any way that you can send me a different mic now? Because wait, I hear myself on like a 1 second delay.
Oh, son of a bitch! So the only way I can see, this is why Discord sucks, man.
This is why audio sucks, okay? Dude, I can do so much with video, but for an incredibly simple audio question. Oh man, my brain.
Shoot, how do I do this? How do I mute you, but also I don't know if I can figure this out because I don't want to give you dead time. I'm so sorry, man. Yeah, Max sucks.
No, you're good. You're good. Don't worry.
Oh, son of a. Do you think it's okay? So you're hearing an echo. Why does this? And by the way, Discord said it's not our fault. It's a web or something or other. We screwed everything up. Maybe. I don't want you to have that delay, man. Turn off Discord. So now I can still hear you. They're not hearing you anymore.
Oh wait, okay.
So I got you now.
Well, maybe we can figure it out, or I can help you figure it out next time, so you can do this for other people.
That's so nice of you, man.
Yeah, it's not. It should be pretty easy.
Yeah. Maybe I'll do that thing next time. I could even right now just pop up my phone, but I think we're good.
Yeah.
So you're the best. Okay, sorry for the thing.
No
so should
problem.
we start this thing at the same time?
Yeah, we can. Yeah. I feel like just as an aside, because I've messed with a lot of audio routing, I feel like video has come so far in terms of routing and what you can do. But I feel like when it comes to audio, you can have an incredibly simple question like, how can I make it so that I can hear this and they can hear that and there's no lag? Like an incredibly simple question like that will need like 7 different fucking devices, software, ACO for all drivers, like crazy. It's like, oh my God, why is it so hard just to do this one thing?
So check this out. I was going to stream from boot camp on my Mac. I got a Mac Mini purely so I could do Pro Tools and Logic and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But I wanted to have Windows. I wanted to stream from Windows. I called Universal Audio directly. I have 3 of their products. I'm sponsored by them. I said, hey, I need to figure out how to get Windows working with the Universal drivers. They said, yeah, it's not going to happen. There's a thing called ACO whatever, and then it's broken, and it's not our fault. It's Windows. Okay, sure. So then I went back into Mac. I bought this app called Loopback, which has a whole massive routing thing. Problem is, whenever I open Discord goes, hey, we have this thing called Web RTX, something or other. We screw you. Everything that is on, we delete, and we only let you use Discord. So if I route you through Discord, you're hearing the delayed version of you. And you're right. Latency, dude, even freaking Universal Audio, they're the only company that makes plugins that are non-latent, you know? It's like, how have we not figured this out yet? All I want is to have like a fucking compression on. Can I just have compression? Nope, you're going to hear it 4 seconds later. What?
Well,
so I'm with you, man.
Okay. Next thing I got to load.
Shall we?
Yeah.
I'm ready too. And okay, I'm ready. Yeah. So I guess 3. Oh, first let me start pressing play so I'm ready. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm ready. I guess 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, hell yeah, whole tone. Hell yeah, augmented. Haha, cool. Cool. Wow, Dream On much? Aerosmith? Nice. Cool. Minor flat 6, love it. Love it. Woo! Sick, dude. Okay, this is like in a crystally cave or something, probably. Oh, freaking awesome. Yep, sure. Sure. Oh my God, there's so much chromaticism. Wow. Okay. Cool, diminish, yep. C sharp diminished triad, got it. Oh, I messed up, I stopped it for a second, okay. Cool. Is that the repeat of it now?
Yeah, we're just repeating now. Yep. Okay.
Great. Okay, cool. So, oh my God, this is so... Dude, you picked some crazy awesome songs. So as you can see on my little chart here, first off, as I kept saying while I was playing, there's so much chromaticism, right? Mm-hmm. So the first thing, again, I listen for is two things. The melody notes being chromatic and very... So this... I hear that chord. I hear this chord. So there's a lot of chromaticism in the chords, and then the melody on top has a lot of chromaticism in the melody. Mm-hmm. So to me, whatever's happening here, again, I've not played this game, surprisingly, as big of an RPG fan as I am. There is, I don't know if they're in like a crystally cave or if they're like tiptoeing around a corner to something unexpected that's about to happen, mm-hmm. or if maybe there's like a witch there that's like demonic. I don't know.
Sure.
But this amount of chromaticism to me spells trouble.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
This character is you find him, he's like a vampire in a coffin, very mysterious, very weird. You don't know what's going to go on with him or whatever. Yeah, for sure.
Right. So I love this though, because not only does it go D minor major 7 to D minor 7 to D minor 6 to D minor flat 6, which is very dream on till you just come through. It kind of has that Aerosmith hearkening thing. There was a D thing happening that I would need to go back and listen to just really briefly. Mm-hmm. That was even cooler, which was, I'm just going to listen to it. Here it is. Yeah, but so like there was this sort of like that to so again the chromaticism was happening, but the fundamentals of the harmony changed. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, I don't know what else to say other than I really need to listen to the music of Final Fantasy more.
Sure. This author is so good at writing melodies. It's just what I like about him so much. I really like this guy. Okay, yeah. I have a question for you. I like chromaticism. I try to play with it a little bit, but it's really hard for me to use chromaticism in ways that are, I'm going to use the word functional, not like it's like resolving from a tritone to a one, but just in ways that fits where it doesn't just sound like chromaticism can very quickly devolve into total messy garbage. How do you how do you implement chromatic movements into your music in ways that sound organic or like that fits or like that's so cool and not like, are you making a mistake right now?
Oh, I love it. So the first thing I try to do is have simplicity in my harmony. So there's a song my brother and I were trying to write a couple years ago that went, yeah, the melody was this. So there's a lot of chromaticism. Da 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 da. That's not chromatic, but this is da 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 da. You know. Mm-hmm. So the idea was keep the harmony as simple as possible. 5 dominant 7 for 3 bars. Just 5 dominant 7. Actually, for 4 bars. So if I keep the harmony simple, I have more room for chromaticism. I find that to be true. Okay. So a song like Oye Como Va, lots of room for chromaticism. A song like Giant Steps, you know, it's like there is room for chromaticism, but it's gonna happen real fast.
Yeah.
So anyway, so if it's Oye Como Va, I can introduce more chromaticism because the harmony is simpler. That's my first answer to that. But you had a question?
A quick, this is oh my God, I majored in saxophone and it's criminal for me to admit this. What did you do to get it so that your ear could hear chord changes in 2 beats? I could never do it. For songs like Giant Steps, I can't, even with the nice walking basses, it moves so fast for me. I'm like when you brought up impressions, I think, or whatever you said earlier, like I'm much more like give me 2 bars of a chord and let me just sit on it. I can't hear
Grant Green. Yeah. You love Grant Green maybe? Yeah, totally, man. This freaking app has helped. I'm not even like sponsored. This is not even, it's just a website called musictheory.net, but I'll use this app a lot. I don't think, oh wow, that music played in my ears. Wow, I don't think you heard that, but
nope.
Somehow that played in my ears. So it plays a triad for you. That happens to be a minor 7. I need to figure out this music thing because you guys can't, on my Music Theory of Gaming streams, you guys can hear everything, but once Discord screws me, I'm sorry.
Hijacks it all, yeah.
Yeah, so
and then to be clear, I can like, if you tell me to like map it out, like if you like give me an analysis or whatever, like I can figure it out. What I don't mean in terms of being able to, in terms of like enjoying it. Like, yeah.
Got it. Okay. So there are a couple things I do. So the first thing I do is I practice at like, I'm not joking, at 30 beats a minute. So I'm talking like, is about 10 times as slow as Giant Steps should be played. And I practice it that slow, and I try to get less into playing it quickly and being able to navigate. And I more go, can I really get this progression again as a quarterback? Can I really get when the D7 chord happens? And then I raise it 10 beats per minute every hour. And I did that with Giant Steps when I was in high school and college, and now it feels like, oh wow, as Michael Jordan says, the game slowed down. It doesn't feel as fast anymore. So my number one tool was practicing at an absurdly snail's pace.
Gotcha.
Sometimes I just pause and go, and I'd go through on guitar. We have our whole cage system, so I'd go through all 5 shapes of my cage system. Just get, okay, cool. 6, 6, 6. There's a D sharp in B, right? B major 7. There's a D sharp, but the next chord D. Oh, that could be a cool half step moment. Whatever. I'm playing terribly right now, but the idea is, I just need to slow down and see it, and then I can play it up tempo.
When you hear it, gotcha.
Yeah, that's how I do it. I also try to simplify. I personally rarely think of modes when I'm playing. I always think of groupings of keys.
Sure.
So if I see Giant Steps, I don't think B Ionian, D Mixolydian, G Ionian, B flat Mixolydian, E flat major. It's like, oh my gosh, 5 chords and fucking 2.5 bars. I think B major, G major for 2 chords, E flat major for 2 chords. So that gives me more time to process. I'm like, how many of these chords fit in one key? Great. Let me simplify for myself.
Gotcha.
So my charts are littered in my mind with like brackets. Like, okay, these 7 chords are from that key, and this one chord is unique. So don't worry about thinking of each mode. Let the band play the mode for me.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
That's
curious.
Yeah.
All right.
Love that question.
Okay. So this makes sense. So chromatic. If you want to incorporate chromaticism, you need to simplify the harmony so you're not clashing as much, or you're not having to be as complicated, I guess, with making everything line up. You can more focus on a melody that's chromatic.
That's the first, exactly. That's the first step for me. The next step is just getting clear on where I want to arrive. And that may not be home. It may be the 3rd. It may be the 5th. But as long as I know where I want to arrive, know that once I get there, the audience will think I was smart. So they'll think, I was on purpose. I'm just, let's see. Hey, you like that, everyone? It's like I was just chromatically waiting until I got to the 3rd, So I look for pivot moments of where's the 3rd? Where are my chord tones? As long as I arrive on one, my chromatic melody will make sense. So I might make a melody like. It's like, oh wow, because I just arrived on the 1s and the 3s and the 5s. So all the chromatic junk in between was, oh, what a smart guy. When realistically I was panicking. I was like,
sure. But so you're not necessarily, your chromatic movements aren't necessarily coming from like, I'm doing a blues pentatonic real quick. It might just literally be like trying to be more forward thinking about where you're going to arrive melodically.
Exactly. And that's the same when I sight read. So I sight read. I used to be a much better sight reader. I'm okay now, but I was really into it for a while. And I was always 2 to 4 bars ahead of what I was playing. Because it was just, I have to be. And that's the idea of RAM, essentially, preloading that moment. And I would bracket stuff when I sight read. Sight reading is never truly sight reading. You always get 5 to 10 minutes with the material. So I'd bracket chromatic scale, Dorian, notice, no accidentals. Just stay on the 5th fret and don't hit a fucking non-tonic note, And then I'd see that note that I had written, and I already know what to play. Chromatic scale, 2 bars later. So when I'm soloing in jazz and all that, I'm thinking of where am I arriving. Now that being said, it's different with composition for me, because this beautiful composition is using chromaticism in an unsettling way. He keeps going. He skirts around. First off, internally in the chords, none of his chromaticism is bass or melody. It's just snuck in the middle. It's sort of like if you walked into a room and said, "Hey, don't you love your new bedroom?" And the person walks in, "Yeah, it looks really clean. There's like a goblin under the bed, like red eyes." No, the bed sheets are clean and the thing. Yeah, there's like a goblin. It's kind of terrifying, actually. No, it's clean. It's like, trust me, everything's fine. It's just D's and F's, guys. No, it's just D and F. Just D and F. It's like, dude, there's something happening in this room. It's this. So I love how he disguises it, like, do we know this character's bad yet or a vampire? Maybe we probably do, but
no, you don't ever. He's pretty ambiguous. It's kind of hard to tell if he's good or bad. You don't really know.
That feels like it lines up with what the composer's doing. Now the chromaticism in the melody, which is also brilliant, that sits on top in a way that it's almost like someone coming in saying this. Yeah, there's a goblin on the bed. Yeah, it is. Deal with it. You know, it's like, yeah, the room's nice though, but there's a goblin. It's a weird analogy I just came up with, but I think you get the idea.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna throw one more of these at you. Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
Or if anybody in chat can think of like a really interesting Final Fantasy 7 song or whatever, but I'm just curious. Okay. Let me know.
So
when you're
we're
ready for this.
doing. Okay, great. I just saw it. It's populating now. Great. Okay. Beautiful. I hear a harp. Okay, great. So yeah, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, D major again. Great. Where's my pencil? Cool. Okay. Love that. Great melody. Okay, probably 4 bars of that. Oh, B minor, okay. Oh, fantastic. There's that G natural. Okay. Yes. There's that bar, there's that parallel minor chord to G. Got it. Woo! Lydian! Cool, Lydian. Oh, hell yeah. To the 4 chord? Uh-huh. G minor, got it.
And then we go back to the beginning.
Love it.
Okay,
so,
just so that I understand, I'm
sure.
learning things, okay? Okay, because now I'm starting to, one of my favorite things about doing, oh my God, not conjecture, not composition, transcription or whatever, is that when you start to listen to a couple songs, you realize how similar everything is. I've never actually done that for these songs before. Yeah, so I'm seeing in here a lot more of the, is there a more official term than modal mixture? The borrowing of the chords.
There are a few different terms, yeah. So modal mixture is one, borrowed chords another, neighboring keys is another, parallel keys, but they all do reflect or remark upon the same concept.
Gotcha. So when I'm looking at things, so we've got like, this seems to be in the key of D, but we have like the C chord, we have the A minor chord.
Yeah, and not only that, he's going from C to A minor, doing that relative chord thing, right, that we talked about with common tones.
Oh, that he did with between the B and the G in the one song, in the Aerith thing, right? Yeah, it's the same thing.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah, common tones of C and E, yeah. So that's happening. I love this moment. I didn't transcribe it properly quickly enough, but eventually we went to a D dominant 7 chord, which is our 5/7 of 4 to get to 4. But he really drew it out in a beautiful way. And then this G minor thing happened that reminded me of that movie, The City of Lost Children, the great film by Jean-Pierre Jeunet, the French director.
Okay.
Really laying. Sometimes it's not just harmony or melody. Sometimes it's the amount of time we hear it for. So if I say, I love you, I'm speaking, I'm not coming on to you. I'm sure you have a partner. I'm saying, I'm acting now, right? So I say, I love you, and then I pause. I don't think you're hearing me. I really, really love, you pause, dramatic effect. 3 bars of G minor, which happens at the end, 2 or 3 bars. That really is like, excuse me? There's a real moment there. And the amount of time a chord happens is a big, a big storytelling device in my experience. And that's why film composers never have songs that are 4/4, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's bars of 5/8 and bars of 7/8. And most film scores I've sight read, I'm thinking, okay, God, please be with me, because this is insane, the amount of time signature adjustments. But that's how they needed to create the feeling, So yeah, that's really cool. The melody's fantastic. So all it is, to me, it felt sort of like a fish popping above water, because that E natural, it's like, I'm a little tuned now. Yeah, the E natural was just like, that's like kind of an arpeggio, but there's a nice melody note. I see the salmon kind of above the water. Going down to C, this is literally a chord progression that I soloed over in 2014. I won't go into the whole storytelling unless you wanted it. But
Sure, I always want storytelling. Anytime,
Really?
because I'm talking to you, if you name drop, it's kind of like a name drop in relation. I'm a parallel name dropper now, okay? So
well,
a related name dropper, so go for it.
The thing is, though, so my girlfriend's like one of the best publicists in the entire world, and so I've talked to her. I'm like, oh man, I'm such an idiot when I do these stupid name drops because she's like, no, that's part of your life. You got to share your life. I'm like, oh God. But so I was on stage and this exact chord progression happened. I was not prepared for it. Now this is much more challenging than people would think. Going from D to C.
Yeah.
The question is are we in the key of G? Or is this mode mixture?
Yeah.
And we're borrowing the 7th chord. We don't know. So there's this song called Waiting on the Day. We were playing, it's with John Mayer. We were playing in New York City. I remember this moment because on this tour, I only soloed on a few songs. There wasn't much soloing going on. And he just looked over. Some melody happens. I forget what it was. He's like, solo. I went, oh. And it was just those 2 chords essentially. It also went to G, but it was just like, oh shit. I didn't have time to like analyze and sit down. I just had to go with feeling.
Yeah.
So my initial feeling was, we're in G, even though the 4 chord is G. I'm gonna play in like G major. So I had the whole solo. The song starts in D, ends on D, but I was playing in G major the whole time. So essentially, I was in D Mixolydian the entire time.
Sure.
This song, were I to solo over it, I would probably use D Mixolydian. Now, that was in a panic. It was like, I didn't know I was soloing on this song. So once I thought about it, and he said, hey, do the solo again next night, I went, all right, now I'm going to use D minor. When these chord happens. So now I'm playing F naturals because it feels like the F. It feels chromatic and bluesy. So if I sit down and really think about it, I will get more options. If I'm panicking, my knee jerk is to go diatonic. D to C, we're probably in G. Yeah. Where else do those 2 chords happen in a major key? Nowhere else. They're only in G. Cool. Sure. We're in G.
You just hope that it doesn't go somewhere where it's like, oh shit, I should have been diatonic.
Right.
Yeah.
And they could have done that. And John could have been like, here's an A dominant 7. I'm like, oh, we're in D. Son of a bitch. Yeah.
I'm playing chromatically now. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. I was chromatic. So then the B minor happens and I go, by the way, right now I feel like, remember that movie, Billy Madison, when he's talking about chloroform? Okay. I like how we're laughing about a music joke that makes sense to us, and some people are like, what? There's Billy Madison, he's like, and chlorophyll's over here going, I wish you...
Yeah, it's all good, though. I'm sure they're...
I love it. Oh, they're the best, man. So, long story short, B minor, when that chord happened, I went, this could be the 3 chord in G. And then over the B minor, I heard the G. I'm like, well, G's also in the key of D. And then eventually we got to a place where he hits the D7. And then we go to G, but then we go to G minor. So this song really is in D with a C borrowed chord. I would analyze that B minor as a 6. I would analyze that A minor as a borrowed 5 chord. In some senses, that's like a 2 to me, because where does it go? G. I'm sorry, I'm like looking at the chart while you're not looking at it.
Yeah, sure.
It goes from A minor. I'm like, ooh, a borrowed 5 chord, but it actually is, the whole point is to get us to G, which is the 4 chord of D. And then there's this beautiful Lydian moment. There was a moment melodically, which again makes us remind us that we are in D. This song is in D with some funky ass tight chords. An A minor to make us feel like we want to go to the G. A C major, which makes us feel like we want to fall down to B minor. Again, what's one of his devices in this score? A 4 chord going to a 3 chord. Well, C to B minor in the key of G sure is 4 to 3. So he's using a lot of similar devices, and it's not because he ran out of ideas. It's because he's trying to remind us of other themes. He baked it into this song. So this creates a coherency in the score, in my opinion. He's just a really brilliant composer. I mean, I don't see this as a video game music. I see this as a proper score. I mean, it's really, really tremendous. Also, my girlfriend got me this for my birthday on the PS4, so I need to play it. The remake.
Sure. Real quick, can you talk to me about, so you would analyze this entire piece as being in the key of G?
In the key of D.
In the key of
this
D.
One.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can write down what I would do. So I would say, I would go, we got the page up, good. I would say 1, I would say 7, and if I were being really good in collegiate, I'd do this, D minor, so we know that it's in D minor, I'd say 6 chord, I'd say there's kind of a melody note of G there, but I would not call it a G major 7, even though a B minor chord with a G in the bass is G major 7.
Sure.
It's the
It's
G
not
is
chordal,
high
it's just
in this.
passing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I'd go, it's just a melody note. So we're back to D minor here. We're talking about mode mixture, living our dreams.
I really,
Here
real quick, just because I have a lot of pet
Sure.
peeves when it comes to people analyzing theory online, because a lot of
Yeah.
people that do, I really like what you said there about how, like, I wouldn't call that a major 7, because the notes don't always matter, right? It's how you hear them, and it's how they
Right.
appear, right? It's not like,
Totally.
a lot of people forget that at the end of the day, like, theory just explains how we hear things. It's not just, like, what's on
Exactly.
paper. Yeah.
And this stuff here is a representation that helps us with the only way music is experienced, which is orally and
Yes, yeah.
orally. So verbally and orally, ear-wise. This is just a tool to help me. If I'm going to the grocery store, I go, oh, let me write down a list. But writing the list doesn't feed me. I have to go and pick it
Hear
up.
it,
So
yeah.
this is just a tool I use.
I
But
didn't get
you're
that.
right.
I didn't get that tip until college, where a
Right.
professor sometimes, if you've ever done like your Schenkerian analysis, and you start to run into like this sounds like a 3/7/5 chord, and it's like, okay, back up, listen to it. What do you hear? And it's like, oh shit, wait, this just sounds like a fucking cadence. I'm missing something so obvious. Oh, it was just
So
preparing.
brilliant.
Yeah. That stepping
You're
back.
so
and,
right.
yeah, using your ear, like, well, what does it sound like? It's like, oh, well, it probably sounds
Right.
like something. It's a song. It's meant to be heard, right? Yeah.
I had a brilliant student. I taught a private lesson probably 3 years ago. It's a brilliant student who had these crazy harmonic moments, and it was A minor over F sharp, A minor 11 over F sharp, and I said, isn't that kind of just like? Isn't that like D add 9 in first? Like, isn't that a D chord? Like, it's the E minor was before it, and an A7.
It doesn't look
happened,
that
and then
cool when you write it down like that, though.
Right, it's like that doesn't help anyone, and really what that is that's a if I may, I'm remarking upon a sickness in the music community. The reason people don't like this, like I do this music theory of gaming stream. I've only done 3 of them. I'm doing Pokemon tomorrow, I think, or Sunday. So we pick a game, we analyze it. Part of the reason I'm doing it is to sneak people in to enjoying the mystery, essentially demystifying music, so it's more enjoyable to listen to. What music theory has done is it's told us that this paper is music. You must perfect fifths, you failed. Perfect octaves, you failed. Really? I'm pretty sure Nirvana fucking crushed it with perfect fifths. So what are you talking about? You're saying perfect fifths don't make me sound like Bach or Mozart.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm not writing
How
for
do
an
I sa-
SATB choir from the 1800s.
Yeah.
I'll write
Right, how do
parallel
I s-
fifths if I want to. Yeah, no, I know what you're
Right. How do I sound like The Weeknd or Rihanna? Like, they use those. I mean, how do I sound like Timbaland? So that's frustrating to me, number one. Number two, the pressure on analysis. Here's what I've found. This is a bit of a controversial thing to say, but I've played with a lot of great musicians, and I've been lucky to do that. My roommate Charles has perfect pitch. He doesn't know a lot of this analysis stuff. Guess what? He's one of the top 5 musicians I've ever played with. He's just an absolute genius. Everyone who plays with him knows that. So John Mayer also he's a genius. I don't need him to know. He doesn't need to know every single analysis. He plays the music in a beautiful way, and he gets all these things. Whenever I played a minor 4 chord on stage with John, you know what he did? He hit that damn flat 6. He knew what was happening, and he didn't know he was hitting the flat 6, but he hit it. So I engage with people a lot of times where they could pass the music exam. They get a better score than I would, potentially. But it doesn't translate into making art unless we really acknowledge the truth of what's happening. So that G, if I may go back to it, that G was a high pitch that was intended to create some, not dissonance, but remind us of where we come from. That G natural reminds us, we're not in the key of B minor, y'all. We're still in the key of D. And it's a melody. So I'm not going to say G major 7 in third inversion. It's like, stop it. Stop it. There's a G note happening. It's a nice diatonic tone. And this will lead us, if we get there tonight, if you'd like to the tricks that I use to make melodies using diatonic stuff. So long story short, we are now at the 4 chord. Eventually that turns into Lydian. That lines up great. This is finally where we have some secondary dominance. And we're going to use 5/7 of 4 to get to, there's 4, to get to 4. One of my favorite things to teach is secondary dominance, because when I show people how 5/7 of 4 always goes to 4, it's like, it's leading us there. Got it. Because, dominant chords tell us, hey, you're on this key now. You're going to this key. So anyway, I love this piece. I love how he baked in harmony and melody from previous themes, mostly harmony. I love the melody, sort of arpeggiated. I love that D dominant 7, the way he used it was really led. Oh, and also voicing is, this is D dominant 7. So is this. So is this. So is this. I mean, these just all have totally different feelings. So I really pay attention to voice leading when I'm playing and composing. Because if I want to go, that is a very different feeling then. This would be for Vanilla, whatever her name was in Final Fantasy 13. The Vanilla, or I forget her name, whatever, the redhead. That would be for her. This would be for, like walking through a grassy knoll with the whole crew. They're very different feelings. Same chords, essentially. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Okay.
Love it, man.
Diatonic melody writing secrets. Go.
Hell yeah. Okay, cool. So here's what I do. If I am, and actually I taught a lesson on this today, a private lesson. So let me open it up. Great. Okay, so here's my secret. I'm going to pull this page up. So if I'm trying to write, for now we're in the key of C, so that's fine. We're in the key of C. The 7 green notes on top are the notes that are on. The 5 red notes are the notes that are in this key, quote unquote, off. Okay. So I'm going to avoid those notes. What I do is, you already know this stuff. So I've analyzed the 7 diatonic chords. We've got C major 7, D minor 7, E minor, etc. What I do when I'm trying to write melodies and I'm stuck, I simply pick one of these top 7 notes and put it over whatever chord I'm on. So point being, instead of saying, oh man, I have to focus on my ear and I got to be a real artist now. I'm not artisty enough. Is this a good melody? I don't know. I just randomly pick one of the 7 notes. So let's say the chord changes I have for my song. I'm making them simple. 1, 2, 6. 2, 6. So I remember the truth, and the truth is that these notes are all paired well together, like a HelloFresh kit. You got the asparagus, the meat, and the wine, or whatever. No matter what order you eat that shit in, it's going to taste great. Now, if I were to introduce one of the red notes, throw like a Sour Patch Kid in your steak, that's not going to work very well. So let's stay away from the red, but know that any one of those green notes is going to work over any one of these diatonic chords. So let's say my first melody choice is, I want you to know that I've been something that I... Great. And maybe I kind of like the melody. Well, I sit and process, what note did I sing? E, E, D, C, G. Okay. What if I start on my melody not on E but on F? Let's try it, because according to diatonic harmony and melody, all notes in the key of C work with all notes in the key of C. Let's try it. I want you to know. Way different melody. 'Cause I want you to know. It inspired a whole different melody because I started on a non-chord tone, an F natural over C. Maybe I'll try D. I don't want you to know. Now there is an element of me, once I start the random note generator, there is an element of creativity, but I find that when I'm blocked, all I got to do is pick any one of the 7 notes and just try all 7 of them out. I don't like that starting there, it's too obvious. It's been done before. Let's see. F, G, A. Oh, A is fun. It's very Beatlesy. Da 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 da. That whole melody was generated because I remembered that any one of these 7 melody notes is on, and then I flow from there. So if I'm stuck and I feel like I'm writing the same melodies, I stop being musical. I stop trying to be artistic and creative. I get math and sciencey real fast.
So we're going the tone route, serialism route, kind of basically. Is it like I can't?
Essentially.
Yeah, I gotcha. Kind of. Not.
Yeah, to start.
Yeah. Okay.
And for me, this works when I'm soloing. So it's more about getting inspired and reacting to a scientific proposition. Scientifically, I know all 7 of these notes are going to work. Da, 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 da. Every one of those notes worked. Da, 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 da. And it works over every diatonic chord in C. Da, 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 woo, 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 woo. My voice is a little tired, but so when I'm soloing, I just pick one of the 7 notes and I let it lead me. Because basically what I'm doing is setting up guardrails on my bowling lane. I'm like, I know I can't hit a wrong note. Every one of these notes is going to work in a different, cool way. So for me, I'm less focused on creating melodies in an amorphous space and hoping they're good. If I'm really struggling with a melody, I go, let's get sciencey. Like you said, tone rows. I won't choose to use all 7 notes or all 12 notes in a proper tone row or proper serialism piece. I'll just say, give me one of them notes. I know it's going to work. There's not a shadow of a doubt in my mind this note will work. You know, compare that to most guitarists and most improvisers who are like, I know the minor pentatonic works, and like, other than that, good luck to me. May God bless me, you know? Whereas I come at it from, I know it's going to work. If this song is in the key of C or whatever key it's in, I just need to pick the major scale notes, and no matter what, it will always work. It might be a little bit tense. It might be quote-unquote dissonant. It won't truly be dissonant. It'll just be a little bit tense, a little bit uncomfortable for a second. You're in the family photo, and the cousin is next to the wife instead of the husband. It's like, I mean, you're in the family, but what the fuck are you doing next to my wife? I'm the husband. Let me stand next to her.
Sure. You're not a goblin under their bed yet, right? Yeah.
Exactly. You're just sort of, it's a little odd, but it works. You're part of the same family. Come join. Another analogy I've had fun with, I don't know if this is good, but it's like going to a main street, and there are 12 stores, and they all sell cakes. And I walk into the C major store. Hey, you're the C major cake store. You guys want to make a tight cake for me? I want some nice flavors. Yeah, everything we have in here is paired real nicely. So the bottom layer will be C, the middle layer will be E. No, dude, I want an E flat. Get the fuck out of here. I said we're the C major store. We don't got E flats. We got E's. But trust us, it will taste good. But I kind of want to try something weird. Well, then you can go to another store and be fucking weird and probably ruin your cake. But I'm telling you, this is going to work. And if they build a 7-stacked cake with all the notes, it'll just, even all 7 notes together work beautifully. All 7 at the same time. So knowing that truth releases me from trying hard, releases me from hoping I'm artistic enough. I'm like, I know all fucking 7 of these notes are going to work. Let me just pick one and see where it leads me. Sure. Versus me trying to force it into reality. Philip Glass has a great quote about this, and perhaps this is what I'm referring to. He says, I don't write, I listen. You know, it's just, so I play a tone, and then I listen to what it does to me, and then I move from there. But the first step for me in that is truly analyzing and understanding the foundation of what I'll be making a melody with. And then I know that I can't make a mistake if I hit one of these 7 pitches. So that's my first step of making melodies a little bit easier and more unique.
How do you so my problem is that, like, if I'm writing melodies, or especially if I'm improvising melodies, I feel like inadvertently I always retreat to tracing arpeggios. And I feel like I have a big problem with that, where, like, if can you hear this?
Totally.
Yeah.
Great.
Like, if I, so just like C to F, right? So
sure.
Like, I feel like I tend towards that always, like, just like moving through arpeggios. Like, aside from like simple passing tones, like, oh, well, like, now you did the arpeggio, one note in the middle. I guess, like, how do you look for more interesting patterns or break yourself out of that kind of like thinking?
Great question. First thing I would be open to potentially is creating an ostinato in the left hand. Okay. So if I'm, let's say it's C, G, D to F, C, G. I mean, these are add 9 chords now, but if I truly stick with, and that's kind of hard on the piano, that's pretty stretchy, but like maybe whatever's easy, you know, maybe C, G, 1, 3, 4. Once that's automatic, then I feel freer to just like, to go, you know, da, 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 da. Also, the melody I just made was that trick. I knew that B natural would work over F. Why?
Because
these chords are 1/4. Yeah,
yep.
It's 1/4, and I did that thing I do, which is I pick any one of the 7 notes, and the C major cake store already told me every note works with every note. So, da, this is now automatic. Now, if I were doing the whole hand, both hands were involved, then I would probably do the same thing. It would probably be hard to not just arpeggiate. But when this becomes ostinato, just rhythmic motif, melodic motif, I go da 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 da. Now also, another thing I'll do to create more of an interesting melody is I'll use the Hans Zimmer approach. Hans Zimmer is really into question, answer. Question, answer. So, question, da-da, then I'm still kind of questioning, is there an answer? And answer, you know?
Yeah, sure.
So I'll
Call and
notice
response
that.
kind of,
Exactly, the call and response thing. And it could be moving up and staying up. That could be my answer, you know? Sometimes crawling on my roof, that's the answer. Clean the leaves. Sometimes crawling up on the roof is, oh, my parents are doing it up there. Yeah, let's go back down. The answer is to leave the roof. So it depends on what sort of melody you feel comfortable with. But I'd say creating an ostinato on the left hand, that's automatic. Now it's like, oh, I don't need to arpeggiate both hands. I can just think about this because this is just automatically happening.
Sure.
So and for me, the way I do that as a guitarist, unfortunately, is I either practice really hard a certain song or I loop. Because unfortunately, we only get one hand for harmony. We don't get two, so it's a little tough on the guitar to really... You can kind of do it, but you're kind of going to miss certain moments because you're using one finger that was used for a triad for a melody. Yeah.
Gotcha. How do you
feel?
Does
that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, a little bit. I think so. Yeah.
A little bit.
How do you feel in general about the kind of movement from melody-driven film scores to more atmospheric background orchestra film scores? I'm not trying to load either one of those as good or bad, but you have the classic John Williams versus the newer atmospheric Hans Zimmer person.
Right.
Yeah. How do you feel about this big shift in film scoring?
I love what you're asking. So there was a major shift to me in film scoring. This is just my perspective. When There Will Be Blood came out, because Johnny Greenwood from Radiohead composed that. Came out of nowhere.
What a soundtrack. Oh, my God.
It was such an amazing score. And most times in the film, he was trolling us musically. Like, there would be like a moment of like... on strings, just... and then they fade out. And literally nothing would happen in that scene or the next. It's like, what the fuck? That was like, it really got us riled up. It's like someone being like, oh yeah, you ready to make out? Yeah, but can't wait. We gotta make out? All right, see you later. What? Oh, what?
Yeah, the music was challenging you instead of just like echoing what was on screen, basically.
Exactly. Instead of supporting what was on screen, it was, and the story was so challenging in that film that it really did perfectly with the film. What is going to happen? I mean, it was pretty clear where the character arc was of Daniel Day-Lewis, but there were some deviant things along the way, and he could have gone out of direction. So I liked when that moment happened. I thought, what's going to happen to scoring? Because we're not just saying happy moment. It might be happy moment like, what? I mean, he just broke all the rules. So I liked that. Then Inception came out. All of Christopher Nolan's movies, I have loved the scores of. I'm pretty sure most are Hans Zimmer. So I really am from the school of really appreciating it all, personally. John Williams' Catch Me If You Can will always be a top 5 score for me. It's just so fucking amazing. So I love John Williams. But yeah, I'm here for the atmospheric movement. Yeah. Also, George Deering. I'm not sure where you live, but I live in Los Angeles, and he used to, before quarantine, every Monday down at Viva Cantina.
Oh, damn. I live down in Culver City, so yeah, I'll have to catch some of these guys if I can. Yeah.
Dude, we live in the same city. Dude, well, when the world opens up, hopefully we can hang. Yeah. I would love to jam with you. But so, yeah, I mean, he would play in Burbank at Viva Cantina.
I lived up in Glendale, yeah. Oh,
wait,
man.
do we know similar people? Because you went to school for music. And
no, I went to school in Nebraska. I don't know anybody you know, trust me.
Okay.
Based on the names you're... Well, hold on. What was John Mayer's drummer's name? No, I don't know any of these people.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know, but I have a lot of friends who just, hired guns like myself and songwriters, and we might know. I went to high school in Culver City. I went to Hamilton High School. Right down there.
I knew a few kids that went to Berkeley School of Music, which sounds like Hogwarts for music. That place sounded so unbelievably amazing. Oh my god,
yeah, it was awesome. But, yeah.
Did you went there?
I went to USC for a year and a half, but the drummer in my band, Carney, went to Berkeley, and a lot of my friends went to Berkeley. Frank Abraham, who played with Kimbra, went there.
It sounds oh man, I went to music school in Omaha. My biggest problem with music school was like you had to spend, and not to say that music school everywhere is like this. I don't know what your experience was, but for mine, you had to spend the first 3 years weeding out the people that were kind of just there for the club. But you would always find like those 2 or 3 kids like walking up and down the hall with their laptop out and their headphones plugged in. And like, dude, listen, this is so cool. And Berkeley just sounded like a school full of people that did that, and that sounded like such an awesome experience. Like, oh my god,
dude, so one kid I hung out with, guy named Sam Gendel. He's my favorite horn player in the world. He plays saxophone, and he's just blown up right now. He's just so special. And we went to school together, and he was a year younger, and we would just, listen on laptops. He introduced me to the Bulgarian State Female Television and Radio Choir, which is a real thing. This is like the most amazing music I've ever heard. And yeah, just being around people like that, we were both incredibly spoiled. And I probably went the most theory out of all my friends. I mean, even when I played growing up, I played with Kamasi Washington and Thundercat and Ronald Bruner. We all grew up together. I went to high school with Kamasi, and even those guys, they're like, "Oh, Zane's the theory nerd," I got really into explaining it and understanding it because it helps me feel safe and secure. It's a bit of an OCD thing on my end, but it's fun knowing that no matter what musical environment I'm in, once they play a mode, I go, double harmonic minor.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, people, I hate it. I always heard this excuse, and I do think there are people with ultra gifted ears who just have a feeling for it, and that's awesome. But I hated the argument that, like, well, dude, if you learn the theory, you're going to be trapped. And it's like, man, knowing theory, when I hear something that's way above my level, if I recognize something, I feel free because it's like, oh, God, at least I can speak some of this language. Like, at least I have, like, some inkling of where I am. Yeah.
Dude, it's the same. Well, and also, as a kid, part of the reason I gravitated towards Twitch, when the quarantine started, is because from what I had heard, it's just full of nerds like me. I'm like a Magic nerd. I love Pokemon. I game, whatever. So this French drop, you do the French drop, and people go, "Wow, you did a magic trick." For me, learning the magic trick doesn't make it not cool. It actually makes it incredible, and I want to learn more tricks. And like, I love watching Penn and Teller fool us. I love understanding, because what I've learned from my very minimal understanding of magic, music, whatever, is that it's never ending. So I like being up against that why consistently, because I know it will never end. I've had, friends ask me, why does this feel that way? And I say, well, it goes from 1 to 3. That's Danny Elfman. But also, it's just an organization of melody and harmony that's never been done before, and it's truly unique.
Yeah, it's crazy how much there is in like 8 or 7 notes, I guess, like just in diatonic.
It's nuts. Yeah, just in diatonic, right. And with English language, we have 26 letters, and there's never going to be the same book written if someone's creative and doesn't plagiarize. And melodically, you're right, we have 7 notes melodically, generally. We have upwards of 12 notes chromatically. I don't think microtones really count because they can't produce chords and triads and harmony. They're just, Mortons and moments.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's just never ending. And then you combine rhythm, and you combine how many bars does this chord happen for? It's like, it's never ending,
Well, one thing to get back to what we were originally talking about, one thing I wish I would pay so much money to, I really wish I could get a AAA Hollywood film scored by 2 totally different composers, because I want to know what the different feeling would be. On one end, like, I love, I really like Inception score. I loved Interstellar score, but
so good.
There's just, and I think Zimmer is a great composer, but on another hand, like that da na 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 na. I don't have good real, that Harry Potter melody. That's like irreplaceable. Like as soon as I hear that, like I literally like, oh my god, like this melody is like, that's it, dude. And sometimes I wonder what it would be like to have that strong melodic presence to represent like some film. Yeah.
So there are a couple things here. So one is, I was teaching privately 5 years ago. I did not know my student, who is a brilliant artist, a brilliant songwriter. I didn't know that her last name, being what it was, meant that she was John Williams' granddaughter.
Oh my
I didn't
God.
know. Williams. So I thought, oh, you're so brilliant. You're such a great student. We loved working together. So one day I said, let's work on intervals. Let's really get clear on intervals. So Major 7, that's from Superman, the movie. She goes, cool. I said, and then for half step, Jaws. So I said, for perfect fifth, Star Wars. She's like, are you fucking with me? I was like, what? She's like, are you trolling me? I'm like, no, I'm just trying to teach you intervals. She's like, oh, okay, never mind. And I said, at the end of the lesson, why'd you ask this? She's like, my grandpa's John. I'm like, John? Okay, John, what? John Williams. What?
Yeah, oh shit, that must have been like an oh shit moment, yeah.
Holy, what? And then, oh man.
That would be a moment where I'd have to go back and think of like, what is every single thing I've ever said to you? And oh my God, did I say something so stupid? Because John's going to check my homework. Like, it's not really a German augmented 6. There's a flat 5. It's a French augmented 6. Oh, fuck. Sure. So, yeah, man, I was really, really nervous. But so because of that relationship, I was like, oh, that's so cool. She said, yeah. And then a couple months later, I forgot we're teaching lessons. She's like, yeah, my grandpa has a concert if you want to come. I'm like, oh, your grandpa is playing Hollywood Bowl. She's like, yeah, do you want to... Yes, I would like to come. Yes, I would like to. Are you kidding? So long story short, there's a reason why half of the intervals we learn in college and high school are John Williams scores. That's how strong his melody, his melodic skill is, The Beatles also. The other half are Beatles songs, right? Like, what is it? Sorry. What was that song?
Yeah, there are places I remember. You know, it's augmented fifth. You know, it's technically 3-1, but it is an augmented fifth interval. So that's Beatles. There are a couple other Beatles ones in there, and there's John Williams, and then Happy Birthday, Happy Birthday for a whole step. You know, it's like crazy. So yeah, melody is really. I mean, I spent a lot of time on harmony today because I really feel strongly that a melody without relativity could be anything. You know, without that green screen, without the mode being created, it's unclear. That being said, I'm a huge fan of melody over hipness. Part of the reason I wasn't fully accepted in the jazz community, I was accepted. I mean, Kamasi and we all played together, and I was the guitar player for those gigs. But I've always felt like I'm a little bit fringe from the jazz world. I walk in with my pedal board, and the jazz guys go, "Oh, you use pedals? You're not a real player." It's like, really? Like, come on, give me a break.
Sure.
So I've been frustrated by that. Another reason why is because there's an openness in the jazz world to this stuff, which I'm into. I am into. I'm just, you see what I'm doing. I'm creating motifs, but they're just very angular and atonal. It's unclear. Are we in A major 7 or minor or what is happening? I'm a little more into melodies that are... There we go. So, question, is it going to resolve? And I might let it sit there. These are melodies I'm more into. The idea of like, oh, it feels like there's a story and I can follow this story versus it's a goblin with Sour Patch Kids in his eyes, but also he pulls strollers and throws them over bridges. It's like, yeah. That's what atonal music feels like to me sometimes. Again, my partner loves that. She's the more angular, the better. And I also love that. But I'm always going to lean more towards a piece of music that has a strong melody. Yeah. So even though I gave all this harmonic stuff, to me it's about the logic of, are we arriving at some chord tone? It could be a major 7 or a 9 even. Are we arriving, and is our path of getting there, is it logical? Yeah. That's why Wes Montgomery is my favorite guitar player of all time. He's just so logical, but he's like John Mayer. John Mayer's songs are logical. They are mathematically right, but they're so tender too. Wes Montgomery's jazz guitar playing, you know, this whole thing, whatever. It's just like you can like, I know where he's going. I can see what's happening, and yet it still surprises me. So, yeah, I need to probably think about a better way to explain some of these things that at least I use. I mean, I'm not some high on the hill master or something. I'm not trying to come from that angle, but I love the line of questioning, and I hope to some degree we're kind of exploring it.
One of the feelings that I got that was so absolutely disappointing, was one of the most disappointed moments I've ever had in my entire life, was the museum-like approach it felt sometimes like the world of jazz has. I remember we had this incredibly talented quartet. It was like a sax ensemble, basically. I think it was like a tenor, a Barry, and then 2 altos, and sometimes a guy would play soprano. And these guys were writing their own tunes, and these guys were so good. They were amazing. These guys, you wouldn't believe these guys came in Nebraska. This alto player learned jazz like over the summer. He was like 6 to 7 hours every day, like in the practice room over the summer. He was so talented.
Hell yeah.
And we got to do a master class. I hate that I can't remember his name. Legendary, older alto saxophone player, old school jazz guy. We got to play a master class for this guy, and these guys performed. And the feedback that he had for them at the end was so disappointing. He was using words like, it's a bit too aggressive for my taste. And I was like, oh my, like, it sounded like he was mad that they weren't playing standards out of like a blue book. And I was so sad when I heard it. And then as sad as I am for that, I'm so excited to see groups like Bad Bad Not Good or Snarky Puppy that are starting to like pick up steam. Yeah, because it's like, man, like I love standards and everything, but man, it's 2020. Like jazz is so cool. Like I want to hear new stuff is so cool. The Snarky Puppy group excites me so much. Getting to hear Chris Potter play with them a little bit. Oh my God, it's so cool. Yeah.
Dude, also, I mean, Miles would be like, what the fuck are you guys doing? This is not, like, we did it. Do something new. You're like, the idea that the ancients want us to continue to play like they did in the
same
40s,
7 songs, yeah.
Coltrane and Miles would be like, this is absurd.
Yeah,
like,
take 5 again.
Yeah. Has anyone heard Bitches Brew? Like, did anyone hear Miles' acid stuff? Like,
play it in 7.
Exactly. Play it in 7. That's hilarious. Yeah. So I mean, there's a warm spot in my heart for sentimentality and nostalgia for like one song in the set. You know, I'll do Cry Me a River for one song in the set, and then I go back into exploring original material, and hopefully some newer concepts come about. I mean, I'm so with you on that, and I think the way you put it, the museum approach. Yeah, don't make sure it's all polished. For who?
Like, it can
really
be cool.
that.
It works. Yeah, like there's a lot of cool stuff that can be like hit the contemporary era. I remember there was so much hatred for Kenny G, especially in the saxophone community, and it's like, you're just mad because he's playing stuff that people want to listen to. Like, play something new, and I'm sure you can get people to listen to it.
Also, have you Googled Kenny G playing over Giant Steps? Because it's fucking amazing.
Oh yeah,
he's like he can play. It's like what? So yeah, this idea that someone's not a musician because they make a melody. I mean, I was a bit of a jazz snob until I was 19, and I got my ass handed to me by discovering Led Zeppelin. And I heard Jimmy Page, and I went, oh, what? He kept doing this thing where he was like, and I went, oh, he's literally playing the same lick down a minor third. Whoa, he's like mode mixturing in a rock band? Like, what? And then I got more deep into their catalog and went, oh, he's just an absolute genius. Got it. You don't have to have rolled off tone and like, you don't have to do octaves with your thumbs to be jazz. Jazz, the idea is freedom. It's expression. It's a conversation that's improvised in the moment. So yeah, man, I'm with you on that. And that's part of the challenge right now with streaming versus live music. How do we get, you said it brilliantly before, how do we have that feeling when there's no one else? So I've been coming up with creative ways to do it. So I'll do improvised musicals now, which are just like insane. But if someone gives a suggestion on stream and we hit a goal or whatever, sub goal, I'll create a musical that's 45 minutes, because at least it feels like my brain's communicating with my hand, you know, I don't know, something. But I really miss that idea of, I miss playing with people, because that's where the shit is, man.
One of the funniest impromptu moments I've ever had in my life, basement of a house at a party. There were two really famous LCS casters. They're so funny. I think one was Zyrene and another was another dude. And a guy hopped on the piano, who I guess is a pretty talented piano player, and he started playing them a musical, kind of, like a very musical-esque song. And the two guys started to improv act with each other, and then he would change up a lot, and they would have to change their acting to follow it. And it was hilarious. It was one of the funniest things.
Love it.
I can't believe I didn't get a video recording of it, but it was one of the funniest like improv back and forth I've ever seen in my entire life. It was so funny.
Have you ever gone to a UCB show in LA, Upright Citizens Brigade?
I have not, no.
Okay, so this is improvised comedy. Ben Schwartzman came out of there, Thomas Middleditch, Aziz Ansari, just the Amy Poehler, the list goes on and on. Great comedians. And in the past 10, 15 years, they've really gotten big and known for their musical improv. So my girlfriend took me to this in New York City when I was studying with UCB, because I'm also an actor, so I was studying and trying to learn comedic timing and all these things. Musical improv is my favorite live thing to go to. The second the world opens back up, the first thing we're going to go to is a musical improv. So they get 4 people on stage, and they get 1-word audience suggestion, and they do a 45-minute improvised musical. Because live entertainment's not quite happening right now, I suggest, if you're open to it, a podcast called Off Book. Off Book is the improvised musical by the best musical improvisers at UCB. And I'm talking like the brilliance in this project. It's like unreal. It's incredible. Yeah, they're being funny. They're telling stories. I'm trying to do a half-ass version of that these days because I'm learning how to do it. But
sure,
man, they're just absolute geniuses at it. They're just truly geniuses.
Do you have an opinion? Very random question. Do you have an opinion on a band plays a song? We'll say the Eagles in Hotel California, right? And they have a guitar solo that's recorded for that song. And then when they play a live concert, more or less they play it down, the guitar solo included. Do you have opinions on whether or not those should be changed from concert to concert? Or do you think that those are like iconic solos that should remain untouched? Or what do you think about stuff like that?
It's a great question. I as a concert goer, I always want to hear the newest version. So I want to hear you change the solo. I want to hear you follow the harmony and do a new melody. That's what I get into. That being said, my favorite concert of the past year was going to Walt Disney Concert Hall to see Dvorak's Ninth. And that's a composed piece that you play the same way each time. So that, I mean, I really do like both. I won't get disappointed if they play the solo, but I'm personally not the guy who's like, yeah, the solo I'm singing along to.
Yeah.
I'm the guy who's like, I'm sitting there and just, I mean, I don't know a phrase for it that's appropriate, but it's like musical orgasms. I'm just like so excited when there's new stuff happening, variety and novelty.
If there's a song that I really like and I hear like an album version of it and I can like look on YouTube to see other concerts, and as soon as I hear it start, it's like, oh God, it's a whole new solo. This is awesome. Like, I love this guitar player. Like, yes. Oh God, it's like the coolest moment in the world. Yeah.
That's why my favorite thing on jazz records is when they have take 2 and 3. I'm like, fuck yeah.
Yeah, depending on the song.
I want to hear everything. Yeah. Like, it's like with Eminem. I mean, when he would do his old, rap battle things, it's like, oh man, I want all of them. I want to keep hearing new ones. I don't want to hear one and then, repeat that battle you did.
For sure.
I also think it's an honorable thing to give the artist on stage the ability to play something new. Because it's not saying, hey, you're in a cage, dance for me, do the dance I like. It's more like, you're here to enlighten me. Like, tell me, what would you like me to know today? And I go, well, I want to do it different today. And I also respect that. If I've seen Erykah Badu, and I'm just like, oh my God, I love you. She does do different things. I've seen Fiona Apple live. Oh my God, I love you. They're not attached to the exact melody always. That you can tell when someone's freaking out on stage and they're just holding on for dear life to do the album version because that's all they know how to do. Yeah, and that doesn't make me feel relaxed and happy about the show.
Oh my God, yeah. I remember one of the most disappointed moments. I'm trying to be careful on who I mention because I don't want to I don't know what you could say about anybody. But I remember that I listened to, I got so excited. This must have been 15 years ago. I don't remember. Dream Theater did a performance of Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd.
Whoa.
Yeah, and I was thinking like, I am so interested to hear their take on it. And the entire album was just a note-for-note playdown of Pink Floyd's version. I was like, no, why would you do that? I want to hear Petrucci do like crazy shit or Porter like go crazy. And it was like a play. I think even the solos was just a straight playdown. I was like, no, what is this? Oh my God, I was so disappointed. Yeah.
I would have, oh my God. So I'm still learning what the heck Twitch is. Like, I'm learning so many things. I'm getting more emotes and blah, 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 whatever. But I've learned that music streamers do live learns a lot. And what I've learned is most people are used to hearing a live learn played down exactly as it was. But my live learns, I'm like, first off, I don't want to do that. Artistically, like, I'm not interested in that. Second, isn't it more fun to hear, like, if you want to hear this, last night we did Tomorrow by the Shaky Grave. Beautiful song. Oh my God. Actually, before that, we did a song by the Devin Townsend Project called The Mighty Masturbator. It was a 16.5-minute fucking insanely epic song that took me an hour and a half to learn. But so to me, it's like, if you want to hear that song, you have Spotify. Like, but if you're paying me $75 or whatever for a live learn, let's like properly, let me give you something new.
Yeah.
Let me loop for 10 minutes after and give you like a world to dwell in while you're gaming in the background, whatever. I don't want to hear Fiona Apple do At Last by Etta James with the string for string version. Like, why would I want to hear that? Another example would be, to speak of Fiona Apple, is John Bryan's brilliant rearrangement and orchestration of Across the Universe. Fiona Apple did that for the Pleasantville soundtrack back in the early 2000s. And it was like, they changed the chord. Let's see, it was like, pools of sorrow, waves of joy are drifting. Again, 3 minor. Zane, we love 3 minors. I open my possessing and caressing me. And it went... Jagaru Deva. There was something she did different. Nothing's gonna change my world. There was some crazy chord that she added, which was just like, I never would have thought of that. And there were mellotrons. And I thought, yeah, like if I want to hear Across the Universe story told for Pleasantville the movie in the early 2000s with a famous, new singer-songwriter, I want to hear her do it. And that's something that challenges me internally. I judge myself for this because when I go to see Dvorak's Ninth, yes, I want to hear a different version than the London version I have. And I'm super into orchestral music. That's my favorite music still. But there is a part of me that's like waiting for that cello to come in. Like, I can't wait to hear that cello. So I guess I get it when someone's waiting to hear their favorite moment. I would not fault someone, but
yeah, to be very clear, it's so hard when you talk about music because when you say certain words, like people will morally load a lot of words, at least that I would just use to like describe something. For instance, like a clarinet or like a bass, electric bass have very like simple tones to me. But that's not bad. Sure. Like it works really well for what they do. But people hear simple and like, oh, so you think they're bad or whatever? Yeah, I don't mean to imply that any of these things are bad or good. Just differences in what you appreciate, from a performance.
Well, also, if I may compliment you on watching your streams and lurking and also sometimes being in the chat, one of my favorite podcasts is Sam Harris's podcast, and your stream actually reminds me of, I don't know if you like him at all. I don't know. Yay or nay? I don't know. I might have said wrong.
I have some problems with him, but he tries to get it right most of the time. Yeah, I think he makes a really good effort.
But point being, the fact that you're very you're open to all conversations, and you have them very deliberately and very calmly and very logically, and I respect that a lot. And that's the way I try to communicate with people, and it doesn't always work out, because I'll say the word simple, meaning it as simple, not as bad, and someone will, jump down my throat. And if I have an open conversation about politics or what have you, I find that I have to be more careful than I'd like to be, because I'm not diminishing or hurting people's opinions when I just ask questions. I'm curious. So I'm with you on that. But yeah, I'm not sure if there's maybe a better podcast you could hit me towards, because I don't know too many that talk about all topics and are open-hearted and open-minded.
Oh man, there's a guy called Sean Carroll, and I absolutely love him. I think he's got a podcast called Mindscape. But
great. Okay, I'll write that down. Sean Carroll. Cool. Thank you.
Oh shit! What did you just say? I'm so curious if this happens to you. So I do very, very minor music stuff on my stream, but I still get somebody will submit a song. Do you ever feel like when people give you songs, they're like, can you listen to this and tell me what you think? That they're looking for like your approval of their musical taste?
Well, I'm so new to streaming, only 3 months in, that I haven't maybe hit that yet.
Oh, geez, okay.
I did notice one of my amazing followers who's strong in tips and subscribes and all that stuff and gives out gift subs and stuff. She was like, sorry, I wanted to see if you could even learn this song. It's 16 and a half minutes. It's like all over the place, and then it changes tempos and keys. And it really was like live learning 9 or 10 songs in a half. It was a lot.
Yeah.
But I was like, I think part of her was like looking for my reassurance of like, this is awesome. I love the challenge. Like, hell yeah, this song's awesome. Like, good choice, versus going, oh, this is bad. So yeah, I do try to keep open-heartedness on my stream and supporting that. And perhaps people are looking for that, but I'm so new to streaming that I'm still learning the language all around, Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Final question. I'm just so interested to pick your brain on this. What do you think, broadly speaking, or actually, I guess returning to the original question, do you prefer like it sounded like you said you prefer a more melodic rather than atmospheric approach to film scoring, or do you have a preference there?
I really do. I see value in both. If I were to, when I would hopefully score a feature film, which I haven't done yet, I've only done documentaries, I would take the more melodic approach. That's what I would do. But I appreciate the atmospheric stuff. I actually wish I could think that way, but my mind thinks more melodically.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
And then secondary question. So this is just everything is affected by this because of the capitalist world we live in. As things become more commercialized, you have to remove kind of the extra frills to make it as accessible to as many people as possible. Do you ever worry? And again, I understand you have to be careful. I'm not asking you to call him or anything, but do you ever worry that like as you in the musical world that maybe we are killing our ears with certain types of music? For instance, I noticed that if I listen for like I'm going to be honest, I've spent the last like year listening to like lo-fi hip hop, and I worry sometimes it's like I think this is all I can hear now. Like I don't know if I can listen to anything more challenging. Do you ever worry that that's going to be like a big problem in the future in terms of how we hear music? Or
yeah, that's a great question. I get really passionate when I talk about this, so I will try to be measured and Sean Carroll-esque. I've never heard him yet, but he sounds measured. Because I'm biased, I have pain and trauma with my experience in the music industry. So
for sure.
I'll give you a brief version of my story, if that's okay, because it answers this question.
Yeah,
so
go for it.
I started as a guitar player just in high school. I was a child actor, sitcom on a CBS sitcom. Purely picked up guitar to just have fun with guitar, have a fun instrument. It turned into a skill that turned into people offering me jobs and gigs. Great, I went into the guitar, fantastic. After that, I got I started a band with my brother that was signed to Interscope. So we're going to make it. Well, as you'll notice, I'm not a household name. He's on his way because he's a Broadway star, but there's some bias in my end because I go, if only people liked what I liked, I would have made it. I wouldn't be struggling to whatever it is. And people see, this visage and it's, you must be making. No, it's hard to make money in the music industry and having respect and all these things. So when I have a meeting with someone, I met with, I won't say his name, but the president of a major label 3 years ago. This is 3 years ago. I had written a song called I Want to Have Faith Again. I got on his radar. He said, I want to meet with Zane immediately. I'm flying back from Hawaii. I figured, I'm about to get signed to a major label. Yay! In the meeting, he said, hey man, we're only signing mumble rap, but I'll tell you this much. If someone in the industry doesn't sign you, it's fucked, you know? And I'm
Yeah.
like, cool. You're like the third label that said that.
Tell
to me.
you that exact same thing.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot,
and like,
dude.
We love you. We love you, though. I've even talked to John about it. The last gig I played with John, we flew back to LA, and I asked him, I'm like, how do you write such great songs? And what level of challenging? And he gave some great answers, some that I won't even share because it was somewhat private. But it was just like, wow, that's how you write. And like, oh my God, I should be doing that. So I have a lot of anger in this conversation because, in my opinion, a lot of music these days is straight up musical pornography. And what I mean by that is it is sensationalism intended to force us to feel something. Another term for it in the acting community is representational versus presentational. A presentational actor says, I'm feeling sad. I'm not going to do this on your stream, but I could cry right now in 5 seconds. I could do that and I could have an experience. A representational actor would go, see, I want you to feel and get it. It's like, it's really debasing the audience. It's like, I need to prove to you that I'm crying so that you can feel it. It's like,
there are so many parallels to what you're talking about. I feel like with it comes to film scoring, where you see, not to be too like cliche, but you see a sad moment on the movie theater, and we have that one high note on the violin coming in, and it's like, I'm supposed to cry. Reality TV is notorious for this, where if you listen to reality TV, there's like 2 minutes of not a song playing. The entire rest of the episode, there's like song, I'm like, this is how you're supposed to feel. This is how you're supposed to feel. This is how you're supposed to feel. Yeah.
And there's a bunch of cymbal swells, like to change, like, oh wow, this must be intense.
Yeah.
Key and Peele do such a great job in that show. Most people love Key and Peele because it's funny, and some people love it also because they mock postmodernists. You know, in a postmodernist sense, they mock certain styles of filmmaking. What very few people realize is how brilliant the composer is in that show to make it feel like it's a Quentin Tarantino scene or it's a comedy scene.
Yeah.
And whenever they do a reality show, there's way too many cymbal swells.
Yeah. The music in a lot of TV shows and film, it almost feels like a musical laugh track, basically. Like,
a great way of putting it. I've never heard it that way. That's brilliant. Yeah, it's formulaic and it's musical laugh track. That's great. I'm going to use that if you don't mind. I'll quote you.
Sure.
So yeah, I mean that's I get challenged by it because to me, loving someone emotionally is a connection where we both have free will and we both choose if we want to connect. Whereas musical pornography is, you must feel this. I'm gonna make you feel this. You know, Dvorak doesn't do that to me. I mean, to me, you know, Mozart doesn't do that. Queen doesn't do that to me. Now, there is an idea of inviting. Here's a feeling, you know. I'll invite you. I'll invite you to this world, but I'm not going to force it down your throat and ram it down your throat. So I feel like a lot of music these days is, first off, has that problem. Second off, we're like in a lullaby culture. Like we can only handle da 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 da. Like so many melodies these days are just 1 5 5 1. It's like, all right, I can handle more, but you're not giving me more. So I get, again, the bias that I have and why I get passionate is I'm like, if only people valued a good meal,
man, the next time we talk, okay, we're going to do one more of these at least, okay? The next time we talk, you're not allowed, this is the only rule I'm ever going to give you for your stream. You cannot cover any music from Dark Souls or Bloodborne before we talk next, because I want to hear you go through some of these. Oh, shit,
I don't even know who they are.
Oh, my God. You won't believe these are video game scores. I'm so excited. Wow. Yeah, okay. These are such mature compositions. I would love to listen to you break down some of these. We're definitely doing this in the future. Yeah, 100%.
Dude, hell yeah. I mean, amazing. I was going to say Dark Souls. You know, the reason I maybe heard about that, but my gaming stuff, I do gaming on my channel too. I do, like, you know, Paper Mario Tennis and shit. Also, you might not know this. This is just to laugh at. I played Mario Tennis all these years. I just have played it for a year and a half and I've gotten good. On my stream, I'm like, I know I'm a music streamer, but like, is this watchable? And people in my chat went, this is super watchable. I'm like, okay, cool. A guy pops in and goes, dude, I just checked the leaderboards. You're the 25th ranked player in the nation. I'm like, what? First off, why on tour did I not read books and learn? Why was I only playing Mario Tennis? I got too good. But anyway, I'm a Nintendo gamer mostly. So I don't know about League of Legends or Fortnite or any of these things or Dota. I've heard of them. I love video games. Super retro enthusiast. Got a whole stack of hundreds, literally, of Super NES games and all this stuff. But I'm a Nintendo guy. So yeah, Dark, I promise you I've not heard it and I will not listen to it if you want me to have fresh ears.
Gotcha.
You know?
Okay.
Yeah. I love, but I'm so into Nintendo. I'm like a Super Nintendo fanboy, and I'm probably gonna get hated on the chat right now for that. But I love me some Nintendo.
One of the things that I really liked about a concept that a lot of non-artist people don't understand is it seems like when you enforce limitations on art, you are hurting your ability to be creative. But sometimes limitations force you to be so creative. And when you go back to those really old systems, it's kind of hard to just give like a boring orchestral track because you can't layer, like 15 different strings, like a whole orchestra, and then a piano on top. You have to actually like make a melody because you don't have that many sound channels to work with. And it actually forced a lot of creativity out of those early composers. We're like, okay, well, if I can only play one sound at once or two sounds at once, and I've got like this sound chip I'm working with, like, how can I make a memorable soundtrack? And within those limitations, I feel like you get a lot of creative stuff out of a lot of those early composers. Koji Kondo, the Zelda guy, and then Nobuo Uematsu, the Final Fantasy composer, I feel like made so many good melodies. And I kind of wonder, like, if you would have been given access to like the Hans Zimmer string program, and now what we can do on computers, like, I wonder if you would have been encouraged to be a little bit more lazy because you could just layer so much and create like that background film track,
Not only has laziness become apparent, because there's this idea of like, if you have taste, you're suddenly an artist, which is a part of art, having taste. But another part is craft, care, consideration, curiosity. But there's this idea of, well, I don't know, these computer guys made it. Click. Okay. Like imagine if I were to click a button and 10 random pieces of paintings were created. And I went, that one's the best. And I sell it and say I created it. No, I didn't. I just randomly generated it and had good taste. So most people these days that are saying, I'm creating art, there's actually production that's happening. It's not really creating. The computer guys and the musicians made their jam packs and made the music for you, and then you have good taste. Now, again, I'm getting heated because I get biased on this.
Sure.
Pardon me. I'm being kind of a hater. But so there's the taste issue there. There's that. Sorry, I lost my train of thought in my rage, which I presented hopefully casually, but I was getting heated. The concept of oh God, I'm sorry. What was your question?
Wait, we were just talking about like limitations on film.
Yes,
or on
great,
scores.
love it.
Okay.
So from your lips to God's ears, because I have some limitations here, and all of us do during quarantine. I can't hire a live drummer. I have to figure out ways to be percussive with my guitar. That could create a really cool score. I mean, I scored, so I did my first thing ever. I did a live improvised score of Frankenstein, 1910's Frankenstein silent film. And there were some real train wrecks, but there was also some fun stuff because all I had was the guitar. So it's... And I was just trying random stuff out. So I definitely agree that limitations help. I also, and this is not intended to sound judgmental or hurtful. Actually, I shouldn't say any names, but there are composers these days that reveal that they use hundreds, thousands of tracks. But when I hear the music, I go, okay. I mean, it doesn't really feel, cool. I don't know that it, for me, sounds better than the Beatles' Something. And it's not because I'm a purist. I'm not. I love cutting edge stuff. I'm always on the cutting edge. I love it. I'm way more into MGMT than most music from the 70s. I love MGMT. So I'm into new stuff. I love Lana Del Rey. I love Haim. Haim's new record's amazing. So, and I love Blake Mills. But that being said, this idea of more is more, I don't find that to be true. So that's my opinion. My limitation has been the music industry. Part of that bias I told you about, the bias was generated from my feeling disrespected or hurt, or I didn't get my opportunities the way I wanted yet. Well, because of that, I've been kind of a one-man band. I've gone to Japan and Mexico with just this pedal board and that guitar, and that's kind of it. And because of that limitation, I've turned it into this, I have this sound now where I loop and create 35 guitars that are just shimmering together. And yeah, I mean, I don't think I would have created those sounds if someone said, hey, you have a full orchestra and you have $500,000 to make your record. And I'd be like, oh. So, yeah, I mean, limitation. John Lennon has a quote about it that I'm forgetting, but something about the boundaries are where the art is. He says it way better than I just did.
Sure.
But, because, we have to be nimble and artistic. I'm not really speaking very clearly on this issue, but I think
I understand what you mean.
Cool. Cool.
Have you do you know what Adult Swim is?
Love it. Hell yeah.
My whole perspective was radically changed on this a couple years ago. I used to believe that if stuff is successful, it's because people like it, and that's it. Like popular stuff is because it translates well to the human ear. And I never really understood the concept of like having media that challenges you. And I'm like, well, if people want to hear it, they'll want to hear it. And one of the cool things that I thought existed today was, wow, if I want to watch anything, I can go on the internet and I can watch exactly whatever episode. I can DVR the exact time. I can do exactly what I want. That type of control is awesome for me as a consumer, and I can appreciate that. And I remember listening to one of the lead director guys, the people that were arranging the programming for Adult Swim, and they said that one of the best things, the only reason why a lot of that absurdist humor took off was because it was on TV. It wouldn't have worked on the internet. Because if you would have started throwing shows like Aqua Team Hunger Force onto the internet in the early 2000s,
Tim and Eric.
No one is watching this shit. It's garbage. You can't go from watching, normal TV to some of this absurdist stuff. But when they force it on you, when the normal anime or whatever was on ends, and then all of a sudden you've got like a talking hamburger or C-Lab 2021 on, it's like, okay, well, fuck, I guess I'll stay tuned. And you being forced to sit there and listen to that, like, forced you, it challenged you to develop a taste for it that you otherwise wouldn't have. And that programming being forced on the user, like, now we have a whole like era of, like you said, like Tim and Eric, the Eric and Andre show or whatever, like this whole like absurdist genre of comedy exists, but I don't know if that would have survived in a medium where people could just choose what they wanted to watch all the time, if it wasn't forced on you to challenge you.
Wow, I think unfortunately you're probably right. I mean, I think the same thing happens with beauty standards. If we just tell you what's beautiful is an elbow that has red dots on it, then if we say that loudly enough, all I want to do is date a girl with red, things on her elbow. I mean, Darren Brown does a great job of exploring this, I think, in his shows. The idea of you think you weren't influenced? Oh, you were influenced.
Yeah.
So. I mean, that is true. And that's why when I would meet with labels and they'd say, yeah, you wouldn't work. I'm like, if you played me on the radio, it would work. But all you guys play on the radio is the same lyric again and again. And the chords there's 3 of them and it's totally derivative. I mean, very few people talk about this one rhythm that happened in rap music. It's kind of over now, but da-da-da-da-da-da. So like 2, 4, da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. There was like a year where like that's the only rhythm that was on rap radio. It's cool. It's syncopated. Designer, Panda. It's like how about on a flow? And it's like, okay, well, but does no one? Can I raise my hand? Does anyone here know that you're all doing the same rhythm and no one's being creative? You're just changing the words slightly. I mean, so in
the background, it's a lot of the same producers and stuff that end up working on this, right?
Totally. So yeah, the idea of having confidence and courage to put shows like what were on Adult Swim in the early, whatever it was, 2000s. Thank God they did that, because Tim and Eric is essentially my humor. I love Tim and Eric. It's Eric Andre. I've watched every episode. I'm super into Ranch. The whole thing he does. Yeah, that's a great point you make, and I think you're probably right. There may be people like you or myself who are so curious about getting novel, new, exciting ideas that we may have found it, but yeah, would it have become mainstream? I doubt it. Yeah.
Even I, to be clear, I fall into the same, like I said, for music right now, I've been stuck in a music hole for like a year, like listening to lo-fi hip-hop, but like I can be lazy as well.
Sure.
Like it takes deliberate effort depending on the media environment you're in to actually challenge yourself. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I hear that. And I've been fortunate that all of my career has been either acting or music. So I've been around people who are handing me stuff like, check out this new weird thing. Oh, okay. Oh, you want to play on this random band that's a metalcore band? Okay. A friend of mine just asked me he's like, let's start a pop punk band that's like metal but jazz. Okay. So I've been spoiled in that I'm always handed new random shit.
That's awesome.
I'm very lucky, and I have a lot of people, friends, or sometimes when I do private lessons, they'll say, how do you get a unique sound? I want to have the Jeffrey Johnson sound. And, how do you do that? And my thing has always been just saying yes to all forms of media and just allowing them to influence me versus, I'm into Norwegian metal, only listen to that. I'm like, why not say yes to that rap gig? I probably am going to suck on that gig, but they hired me and like, fingers crossed, I don't know, I'll learn something. So yeah, man, I definitely, I guess it must be harder to have to fight for that variety when I've been a bit spoiled, but
for sure.
I don't know. Dang, yeah, but I hear you on that, and I can understand that.
One final. I always try to remind my stream of this, but you have first-hand experience, so you can validate this more than I can. A lot of the times when you hear these like background musicians, like in whatever bands you see on stage or that play like jingles on commercials or whatever, these guys are so unbelievably talented. And yeah, like what you mentioned earlier, like these guys are like just given music and you're expected to know it. Like, here you go, you have a few minutes, look it over, play perfectly first time, or you're out. Like, yeah, it's crazy like how unbelievably talented so many of these studio musicians are that are kind of relegated to just playing like pretty basic stuff.
Right. Well, and that's and part of what's funny about that is, I in the beginning of playing with Mayer, there was like this conversation of, oh man, can you believe you get to play with John? And yes, first off, the mystique, the love I had for him when I was 16, yes, all this stuff. But what they don't realize is that when you get hired on a gig like that, it's because you're supposed to be better than everyone else. Like if I'm an actor, which whatever, I hope you get back into that more. I go into an audition room, I don't have to prove to them that I'm a good actor. Just like the theory student who's like, it's a G major 7 in first and third and verse. It's like, stop. There's no judges anymore. No one's judging you. I want to hire you because I think you're better than I am. You don't need to impress me. The only reason I'd hire you is because you know more. So all the people behind the artist, I'd say 99% of the time, they are better musicians than the artist. Because to be hired, they have to be better. Because if the artist could do it themselves, they would, but they can't. They need this guitar player and that piano player and that producer. Now, there are brilliant geniuses who can do it all, and the John Bryans of the world, and they do it all. They don't have a band because they're like, I'm the best piano player and guitarist and singer I know, so like I'm good. Or the Princes of the world, the Stevie Wonders of the world. But yeah, if you see people on stage playing with your favorite artist, I guarantee on the tour bus after, the artist is in awe, just like, wow, you're so brilliant, to all their bandmates. Like, I wish I could think of music like you guys do. I'll do a name drop here that's whatever. I worked on a Broadway show called Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark. I played lead guitar. I didn't know that Edge so U2 wrote the music, Bono and Edge from U2. Okay. So I didn't know Edge was walking in the room. I was sight reading a piece. And I was just reading the piece, and then whatever. There was some melody like that, and I was reading it, and I just felt the presence walk up, and oh, that's fucking Edge. Oh, shit. And then his first words, we stopped, we paused, the conductor went, okay, stop. He went, you can read that? It's like, yes, Edge, the Edge. I don't know what to call you, Mr. Edge. Fuck! But so, point is, brilliant musician, one of the greatest tonal geniuses of not just our time, maybe ever on an instrument, like a true master, and yet doesn't read music. So, like, he needs someone like me. I can read music, and we got these rehearsals. We need to go quick, and there's money. And so he's the genius. He's the writer. He's the composer, the orchestrator. But people like me who sight read, or that sax player who sight reads way better than I do, they're incredibly gifted, and they are hired because they are better at it than the people who are hiring them. So, yeah, I'm with you on all that, man. Damn. Yeah. I mean, I play with some musicians. I mean, now that being said, the true artist heart, which I'm still trying to learn how to develop, I listen to Neil Young, I listen to Joni Mitchell, I listen to James Taylor, I listen to Bob Dylan, I listen to Ray LaMontagne, just true crafters of song. I listen to them and I try to get better, and I'm still learning how to do what's natural for them. Now, if the 5 of them got in a room and jam with me, they'd be like, what the fuck? I don't know what scales you're using, and I don't know how to make those melodies and play that fast. And I'd be like, well, yeah, but the thing you have is what I want, which is true perspective. You have a true position on a matter, and you share it artistically. A lot of the people who play behind the artist, they're missing that. And I'm including myself. We're still learning how to get to what the Demi Lovato's have. Sure, she might not know what mode she's in and be able to do riffs as well as her background singer, but boy, does she care about getting a perspective into the audience's eyes, and that's the art. Sure. This is the technique, So I try to do both. I'm still working on it. It's still a work in progress, but I hope to one day, be a Glenn Campbell of the world. Glenn was a true technician of the Wrecking Crew, played with Beach Boys and everyone. And he was also a brilliant singer-songwriter artist. Like, that's my dream, to do kind of a Glenn Campbell career. We'll see if it happens.
I want to, asking an opinion for you. Yeah. Do you have an opinion? Oh, man, these are such hard questions. I don't want to ruin anything for you. Do you have an opinion on Steve Vai as a guitar player?
Oh, okay. I played with him, actually. And so when I was a kid, I was 12 years old at the National Guitar Workshop, and Steve Vai came in, and I was like, whoa. I was a kid. I was like, God, I wasn't into jazz yet. I was just like, dude, what? So this guy, Jody Fisher, raises his hand, the teacher. Okay, everyone, I want you to give your favorite guitar player. And I was like, so I said, Wes Montgomery? Great. Who's your favorite? Steve Vai. He's right here. Fuck. Who's your favorite? But, he said, great. I want to let you guys all know that you all gave the wrong answer. I was like, huh? Who's the best? He's like, you're your best favorite guitar player. And if you're not, practice until you are. I was like, oh, okay, fuck. Then actually, it was transformative. Fast forward 20 years later, whatever it was, I'm in Japan, I'm playing solo shows of my own, and I get an email, like, what? It says, hey, Steve Vai's doing this 24-hour jam-a-thon, and he's doing 24 hours straight of streaming a concert. Want to come play in it? It's like, dude, Steve Vai, my childhood hero that I didn't even get to meet, but I saw him, and yes. So I had to change my whole flight to come back, and I got on stage. I literally landed from the airport in Japan, drove straight there. I get on stage, I'm jet lagged. He's like, hey, man, Steve, plug in. I'm like, okay, Mr. Vi. And we just did like a G blues, and I was just like, I was drooling because there's a bit of nostalgia for me. Now, that being said, his journey into fractal audio, which is a box that's not a real amp, his journey into what's it called? Kemper amp profilers, and not using real tube amps, just using digital. I was like, oh man, why are you doing that, man? Come on, man. Using digital gear to do an analog signal. I don't really gel with that. But his playing, he can do things on the guitar that I don't know if I could ever do. And I've spent I've really worked on technique and getting my hands fat. There's just stuff. He does this whole, it's hard to do an acoustic sweep, but he does this perfect sweeping, like Frank Gambale-esque sweeping. So I'm in awe of his talent. But what am I going to put on at night? Pat Metheny's One Quiet Night. His acoustic record.
I remember.
What am I going to put on?
Oh my god, this is such a hot. I remember we did this on my stream before, where because I used to listen to a lot of different guitarists growing up, not as much anymore, unfortunately. But Vi was always one of those ones where I really like Gilmore. And
I love Gilmore. Are you kidding me? Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
Sorry.
Vi reminded me of I'm not. Nothing is good or nothing is bad. Okay, to be clear of that.
Sure.
But Vi always reminded me of that first trumpet player that always wanted you to know how fast and how high he could play. And I always felt like listening to Vi, and I was like, just listen, guys, just chill. Any Vi song you give me, at some point, he's just going to fucking, regardless of whether or not it's appropriate, he will shred the fuck out of this song. And he can't help himself. He absolutely can't help himself doing it.
Vi hits the triple G's of the guitar.
Yeah.
He's the triple G guy. Yeah. So in this jam, I will say, I got up there and jammed with him, and he was like, play. He's like, take a solo. But while he was saying that, he was like... And I was like, I don't think there's room for me. I don't know what to do. Because I'm the guy who's going to go... I'm going to have room and space to... I want a
room
story.
To breathe. Play the silences. Yeah.
I don't know how graphic I can be on this stream with an analogy. But yeah, I don't want to just... I don't want to masturbate. I want to communicate. I don't want to... can use... That's aggressive for me. So I am with you on that. Yeah, Bill Frisell touches me. I really feel like, wow, I feel what you're saying. But also I'm one of those guitar players that's really more into other instruments than guitarists. So I'm probably one of the only guitar players I know who's been able to have a career in music as a singer, a songwriter, and guitarist, who is not super into blues music. I do love the blues. I do. And I love Delta blues, and I love Robert Johnson, and I love B.B. King's Live at the Regal. But I love Stevie Ray Vaughan, but I'm not gonna put it on. You can look at my iTunes library. It's all classical music and Morton Lauridsen chorales, choral music, stuff that's just dense and rich, where the harmony isn't just block chord melody, block chord. It's like interwoven. Like you can't even analyze the music because it's a waste of time. It's like for this eighth note, we're on an A minor 11. For that eighth note, we're on F sharp minor 7 flat 5. It's like I love Debussy. I love Ravel. So I rarely listen to guitar players, and perhaps that's why my guitar style when I really solo and stuff is slightly left of center. Yeah, man. But I love what you're asking, and I can hop on that bandwagon of being I can go into, I don't know what the word is, hater. I don't know. I definitely have very strong opinions on how. Here's what it is. I did an acting class with a great teacher in LA. I don't know if you act as well, if you're interested in that.
Definitely
form,
not.
But
I don't do it. But go ahead.
All good. So his name's Howard Fine. He's just an absolute brilliant genius of the Uta Hagen method, which is from HB Studio in New York. So there's like Stanislavski and there's whatever. His thing is the Uta Hagen-y approach. And I did like a scene, and he said the most important thing of an actor is if they have a good bullshit meter. And if you don't have a bullshit meter, you will not know that you are being representational with your form versus truly experiencing it like a Denzel would or a Meryl Streep would or a Joaquin Phoenix would. So you'll be on the CW network, good for you, but you won't really be creating the art that's going to transform people's lives. You might be good junk food for them, but Meryl Streep, she'll give a performance where you'll question how you acted towards your partner later that night. Like, it's real soul giving. It costs her something. And so he just said the bullshit meter is really important. I feel that a lot of guitar players maybe aren't as interested in gauging the bullshit meter. It's like, I mean, even me, dude, even on Austin's show, I played the guitar behind my head because I was like, I don't know. I want to win the money because I invested too much money in my streaming gear. I'm like, is that what it takes? But in my soul, I was like, ouch, that hurt. Like, that was so fucking representative. Like, what am I, but I thought, I don't know. Is that what it takes? I don't, so it's, it hurt. Those things hurt my soul. I'm really interested in truth. Do you really feel that way? But do you really feel that way? Because if your song is, oh yeah, it's so great, life's so good, what a great day. It's like, I've hung out with you, man. Like, I don't think that's true.
Sure.
And I would like to hear what's true for you, because that will heal us. That's the art that heals versus the pornographic numbing out. I want the art that heals. That's what I'm into. So I get biased and aggressive and judgy when I talk about this. Apologies.
No, that's good. Trying to think of how much of your time I can monopolize right now.
As much as you want. This is such a gift to me. I mean, I only have conversations like this with my brother. He's a super theory nerd and a music nerd. I don't have many conversations like this with people, so this is a gift for me.
Another question that I'm 50-50 on this. I can go either way because I've heard really good arguments both ends. When you write a song, do you think you can give the best, assuming we're not limiting this to like technical proficiency, do you think that you can give the best and truest performance of your song? Or do you think once you've made a song, is it anybody? And obviously the iconic example I'm going to here is Hurt with Johnny Cash and Nine Inch Nails, right? Do you like,
sure.
Yeah. What do you think?
And I have another iconic example, if I may, which is Hallelujah, Leonard Cohen versus Jeff Buckley. So and that's a great one. Hurt's great too. So man, I had a conversation with a producer named David Kahn, brilliant producer. He produced Paul McCartney's Chaos and Creation in the Garden. He produced Sublime. He produced just hit records and artists. He's a great orchestrator. He's brilliant. And we had a conversation because I was trying to become an artist. My band Carney had broken up. John Mayer had not called yet. I thought, I guess I'm just a loser now who like used to have a band. I don't know. Am I ever going to get a gig again? So I sang this song for him. And I sang, it's called You're Not the One. It's an original. And he said, cool. All right. So here's the thing. I like the song. It's a good song. You now need to cover that song. Even though you wrote it, you need to cover it, and you need to do the best cover of it. Otherwise, someone else is going to come along, like an Elvis, and sing it better, and then that's his song now. I mean, you wrote it, but it really, music's about storytelling. So whoever tells the story the best, it's perceived as their story. So if you really want to just write, you're not the one. Got to prove in my tears. That was, as I wrote it, it was that. I might distort the mic now, but eventually, you're not the one. I got all the proof in my tears. Now, that might not be the best way of singing it. Someone else, Rihanna, might come along and destroy it. But I do think there's room. I think we've gotten lost a little bit in the singer-songwriter idea is that only good artists write their songs. Like, oh, no, if you didn't write your song, you're not a real artist. I'd say, I don't know, Elvis and Frank Sinatra did pretty amazing stuff, and they didn't write anything. So I don't know that we have to write everything ourselves to do the truest version. Hallelujah is just like, I can't imagine a non-Jeff Buckley version of that song. Although I've heard Katie Lang do it, and it's close. But Jeff still is the one. So my feelings towards it are that once the story's in the world, everyone has an opportunity to tell it. Just like around the campfire, passed down generation to generation. So I'm not a purist in that sense. I'm interested in all versions of it.
Have you ever had any firsthand experience performing with or getting to interact with Keith Jarrett?
Whoa, dude. First off, like, dude, I did not know this is what I was stepping into in this interview. I thought, because you were phrasing things so, like, generously, like, hey, help about melodies. But, yeah, dude, fucking.
I
so
pretend
awesome.
to know a lot. I really don't have the depth. You're
No, you
thinking
really
far
do
too
know.
highly right now, I promise. But this is one of my
today
favorite musicians of all time. I had a friend that was
Same.
working on transcribing the Cole concert. God, this guy's such a genius. I love him so much. But, yeah, like, probably my
Having a
favorite
moment
musician of
here.
all time. Yeah. And he's such a fucking asshole. I love him. But sorry.
Yeah, don't take a photo of me. Like,
Yeah.
turn your
Did you
flashlight.
cough? Yeah, this concert is fucking over. Like, holy shit. I think he
So
actually,
great.
yeah, they would like hand cough drops out at his concerts. And I think he canceled one before because too many
The
people were
ir-
coughing.
The irony, of course, being that he is like
The vocalizations, yeah.
exactly,
Uh-huh.
exactly. So, but yeah, Keith Jarrett is true. I mean, I have fantasies of one day if I make it as an artist to the degree I'm hoping to, which is right now I'm in the transition of hired gun. You know, I do session work, I produce, I write songs for others, whatever. But I'm hoping to make it to a place where I'm 100%. Making a living off of my art. And that includes Twitch, I guess, now. I mean, I love being on Twitch. But point is, if I'm paying all my bills without having to be hired by someone else, that will mean I have arrived to where I need to be.
Yeah.
So if I get there, then this whole thing of creating albums like Keith Jarrett stuff, that's where it's headed. Because I really, there's Chris Steele, the mandolin player, there these brilliant musicians who are just being explorative. I long for that. And then I look at my bank account and go, I got to go on tour again. Dang it. So, I hope that I can have that where I can have a little more time to be really intentional. Now, today, my girlfriend and I watched a concert by Dan Tepfer, who's a New York-based jazz and classical pianist, and he referred to Keith Jarrett about how Keith's like the only piano player who does the Goldberg variations the right way. And
Wait,
all
what
that.
are the Goldberg variations? You have to tell me.
So Goldberg variations are Bach's sort of seminal piano piece.
Okay.
Glenn Gould is known for doing the Goldberg variations as the best version. And today Dan Tepfer said, I don't know, I think Keith Jarrett might be the guy. But
Gotcha.
so it's one of those pieces that everyone plays as piano players, and it truly reveals the soul of each player.
Okay.
One would think, oh, it's just notes. You're playing notes, I'm playing notes, they're the same, right? No. This guy's voicing of, right, C, E, G, C, he's accentuating the top C. Whereas what if I accentuated the E? You heard the E more now. So that's finger independence that I have. How about the 5 is more being heard,
Sure.
These piano players, their independence, it's like, I want the D sharp to be louder, Like the little things really reveal the soul of a player. So Keith Jarrett, the first time I was introduced to him, I was 18 years old. I was in this thing called the Monterey All-Star Jazz Band. It's a national jazz band. We went to Japan. The keyboard player, his last name is eluding me, Michael Palma, ended up going to University of North Texas. He was super into Keith Jarrett. And here I was trying to be kind of Wes Montgomery-ish and whatever, all this kind of jazzy stuff. And he comes in with just like, what? We're in C minor. What notes are you even playing? And he's like, oh, I'm super into Keith Jarrett. I'm like, okay, what the fuck is even happening? Like,
Yeah.
I don't even know what mode you're in anymore. So I had to pause and ask him. He's like, oh, well, this, I guess, would be, sort of winking to the composer because I'm using a major third over a minor key. And I was like, wait a second. And I'd pause and
Are you
play a
allowed to
different
do that?
recording for him. Yeah, and I'm like, dude, Roy Hargrove does that. He'll be in a minor key. And he'll be like, sorry. It's like, you can play an E natural in C minor? What? So Keith Jarrett does that. Roy Hargrove does
Fuck,
that.
that sounded so cool. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Right. And that's an inversion of another concept which Jimi Hendrix made famous, which is sharp 9 chord. So
Okay.
Jimi Hendrix goes, excuse me while I kiss the sky. Whatever. He did, E7 sharp 9, which means the major third is low, the minor third is high. So this interval's happening. A major 7th. Well, what Roy Hargrove does is the E flat is down here, and the major third is up here. So it's a flat 9 interval. So Jimi Hendrix's was a major 7 interval, where Hargrove's is a flat 9. Same 2 notes, G sharp and G. They're just a different order. G, G sharp. G sharp, G, G. So Roy Hargrove would take a minor song, like a modal song. He'd be like, da. Oh, sorry. Da. There we go. Da, da. I don't sound very good because I'm a little out of pitch vocally, but you can do that apparently.
Yeah.
Bill Frisell made
I think
that.
I had a conversation with you that said there are no wrong notes, just sometimes wrong voicings.
great. I love it. And then even then, if the voicing is logical enough, bam, there's your moneymaker.
Yep, yeah.
One thing I'm jealous of horn players for is they're so melodically driven that they know these tricks, whereas as a guitar player, I'm oftentimes playing the melody and chord at the same time. I only have 5 to 6 notes max I can play. And so I have to choose, do I have the major or minor third sometimes? Whereas the horn player's like, man, y'all bitches play the chord. I'll tell you what, you know what it is?
Man, this is the exact opposite of me, because I played saxophone and I found that even being a low grade, barely can play piano player, it's so much more enjoyable for me to play piano on my own than it is to play saxophone even at an okay college level, because like on the piano I have more context for my melodies. Like for the saxophone,
That's fair.
Yeah, it's so nice to be able to play multiple. I'm so jealous of guitar players and piano players. Yeah, go ahead.
That is fair, but what I mean is having when you're a sax player playing with a harmonic instrument, there's
For
just,
sure.
like, so much freedom.
That is unmatched, because when people are like I like playing piano, but I love piano. I'm sorry, but I can't do anything with this note. I can't do anything else with it. It's there. I can't make it louder once I played it. There's no vibrato. I can't scoop into it. I can't sing with this note. Whereas on my saxophone, a very simple melodic line. Oh my God! Like the difference between a really good
Dude.
like I can play this D as well as Keith Jarrett can. Okay, like a very simple player I could, but like a professional saxophone player, is so
and to explain
different.
for the chat, potentially it's because there's a hammer that's hitting it for you, and you can change the velocity. That's it. So that's one thing I love about guitar. When I teach guitar lessons to people who really want to get nuanced, I talk about pick angle.
Yeah.
So if I go versus when I diagonally angle my pick, it goes You hear the script. You hear that. So if I want to make this melody really pure, I'm not going to do flat picking. It's sort of pretty, but it's prettier when I angle my pick. And add some vibrato, So we're lucky.
Yeah.
The vibrato tells the story. The guitar is stringed instruments are the closest to the human voice, and that's not an accident. I also trained as a
over horn instruments?
I would say so, and I'll
Really?
explain why though. Now,
Okay.
Horns have lips that are similar to our vocal folds, but our vocal folds, and I only know this because I had traumatic voice injuries from a childhood age. I don't know why I had them, but I did, and so I had to have surgery when I was 2013. So I had to go to a speech pathologist and get my voice scoped, and the vocal folds are essentially strings that tighten and loosen. So when I sing a pitch and I go, ooh, it's vibrating these two strings, together. It's not dissimilar to attacking a string with a finger. Now, to be fair, which is our trumpet sound, that vibration is very similar to the vocal fold, so maybe that is more vocal.
I feel like for me the air quality of like just
that's fair.
That's
That's
I'm
fair.
a saxophone player, so I'll fight you on that. But yeah, go ahead.
That's fair, but the string thing, the idea of bending, we can do almost everything the horn can do, and I think the violin, when you have add that bow to it, it's like now we can crescendo and diminuendo. Okay, stringed instruments are kind of giving horn instruments a run for their money.
Yes, my favorite instrument is the electric guitar. I wish I would have grown up playing that instead, because I feel like you get all the versatility of having chords, but you get so much more that you can milk out of every note. Yeah.
I know, we're spoiled. I agree.
But
I'm jealous of piano players. Today, Dan Tepper, during his concert, he was doing polychords. I can't really do polytonal music. I mean, I only have room for there's my G chord, and how do I shape my voice and so I get an A flat over that? I can play a bass note, but it's like Nelly, the thong song or something.
There's got to be some crazy fucking guitar player that does some weird fucking harmonics. You tap the string and you get some crazy shit out, right?
Yeah.
No? Yeah.
But the problem is, once you tap the harmonic, any other note that happens in that string, the harmonic disappears.
Oh, yeah,
so you have to harmonic. So you can do that stuff and let it ring. But no, you're right. I mean, there definitely are some. Also alternate tunings can give you some serious magic on the guitar. But what I tend to do, I was very lucky. I was born with hands that are very frog-like. They're very long and whatever and webbed.
Sure.
So I do voicings like this sometimes. Oh, you can't see my hand. Here we go. Yeah. So. These are piano voicings that very few guitar players do.
Oh, because of your hand?
Yeah.
One of my saddest moments in life when I was kind of learning piano to play on my own is not being able to make. I'm 5'8". I can't make a tenth in my left hand, and it kills me because it's such a beautiful interval on the piano, and I just can't do it. Oh God, it kills me.
Yeah, that's. Or you could be like me, where I can do it physically, but I'm an idiot when I play the piano. I'm so stupid that I play them with two hands. I hammer out two notes. I was writing a song with Avril, which is a pressure situation for me. Even though we're friends, it's I want to do a good job. job, but this could be on a major release. I don't want to screw this up.
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah, you can play the piano, right? I was like, sure. But I ended up just like playing the root. Like you would play circles around me. Like I play a C root and then the E and G with my thumb and middle finger. Like why not just play the triad with my left hand? I'm like, just freaking out at her house. Like, oh, fuck, don't screw this up. But thankfully my harmonic knowledge was enough to make it seem like I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Also, I have another. God, I'm such a freaking name dropper. I have another story, but I don't know if you want it.
Hit us up. Of course we do. Yeah.
I gotta do it, man. Okay, so Christmas. I'm in New York City. This story makes my brother look better. So this is more about him name dropping, but I'm just using him. So my brother was the star of a show called Penny Dreadful that was on Showtime. He played Dorian Gray in it. He then goes on to Broadway. He's doing Spider-Man. He's doing Hadestown. He's just done a great work as an actor. And because he's in Ireland filming Penny Dreadful, my whole family visited him in Ireland for Christmas. So we're there. He texts us. He goes, hey, because we did the Spider-Man show together with you too. He's like, Bono's having Christmas out here. He might text us to come do Christmas with him. I was like, what?
Okay.
What? That's crazy, dude. Are you serious? So he's like, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, he and I have been hanging out, getting drinks at the pub. I'm like, you're having drinks with Bono? You're just going to a pub? This is so crazy. So we go to the house for Christmas. It happens. And then we're hanging out. And then Bono goes, you know what? I want to bring up my friends Reeve and Zane and have them play a song for us. These are two of my favorite young, you guys want to play Bohemian Rhapsody or something? I'm like, is there a guitar? He's like, no, just play piano. Zane, you're the music guy, right? I'm like, oh no. Fuck. I had to play Bohemian Rhapsody, having never played it before, ever on any instrument, and figure it out on the fly. I ate doo-doo. But I got close enough. I think I knew that it centered around B flat.
Sure.
And then eventually went to E flat, mama, ooh, and I got kind of close.
As long as you know the rhythm and the chords and you hold the pedal down enough, you can bullshit your way through anything.
I was literally playing, the left hand was playing one note at a time, and then I was barely getting a triad with my thumb and middle finger. Just like F, A flat, C. That's an F minor chord. B flat, D, F. Got it.
Yeah.
So I wish you had been there. You could have played that song Circles Around Me on the piano. I'm not great at piano. I need to get better, actually.
Sure. I'm not at all either. I just know theory, so it's all laid out on the piano for you, thankfully. So
yeah, totally. It's guitar theory. I don't know that we'll ever get into that or need to, but there's a whole structure and a system that I was taught. I didn't discover it, and I've practiced it in a way that's very deliberate, and it's helped me get more clarity on the fretboard than most.
Yeah.
It's called the cage system, but maybe
I've
one
heard
day,
of it, yeah.
I don't know if you... Yeah, it's a very specific way of piecemealing the fretboard. To me, the guitar is much more logical than a piano, which is saying something because the piano is so logical.
Well, the guitar is so logical. Like once you're past the opens, it seems like you could almost learn everything without even knowing theory because as long as you have like the hand position. Yeah, I
learned 5 skills. You learn 12. I learned 5. It's easier.
Yeah, and you just move your fingers, and it's like, oh well, pitch it, all relative. Fuck it.
G major. I learned. Then I learned shape 2. Then I learned shape 3. Then I learned shape 4. Then shape 5. Sorry. As long as I know those 5 shapes. Oh, you want an A flat now? Easy. Up a half step. I learned 5 things. You guys gotta learn 12 keys.
Oh, here's super peculiar question. This is so weird, but just because the shape my hands take on the keyboard, if I want to improv, or if I want to, I play my keyboard when I'm done streaming because I just like to play around. If I'm not challenging myself, but if I just want to play something that I think sounds nice in C minor, if I decide instead to improv in E minor, or in G minor, I'll get a totally different song just because of the shape of the keyboard, because the notes are different. Do you lose that on the guitar,
no,
or is it similar?
No, you get that.
You get that?
Dude, you're asking such great questions. God, you're asking great questions. I encourage students and I encourage people I play with that are guitarists, like, I'm stuck in a rut. Most guitar players get stuck in this rut.
Are you playing something in B or E?
Yeah, but they get stuck in minor pentatonic.
Oh, sure. Okay,
and they only have access to this one shape on the 5th fret. Where the lowest note's on the 6th string, the octave's on the 4th string, and then the 1st string, there's another octave. That's like, it makes sense to the mind. When I say, play this shape, most of them go, I've never even learned that shape. That's a shape? Yeah. And if you play that shape, it does the thing you're talking about when you change keys. So we only have 5 options for that. But if I go, and I want to make a melody, very classic guitar, What if I change my shape to the higher shape? very different feeling. It feels kind of like jazzier for some reason. Because the fingers lay on it differently.
Yeah, it's very kinesthetic, like, because it seems silly, but like I'll get even like different rhythms and melodies and sometimes even harmonies just by having a different key. Just for some reason, like different changes feel more normal or whatever. Yeah.
And again, on the guitar, you're right that it's not from changing keys. It sometimes is because we can use open strings, but it more is from changing position. So for me, one way I'll practice this in a really advanced sort of mind-melting way for me, it melts my own mind, I have to slow it down, is I'll practice giant steps, and I'll force myself to stay within 5 frets. Because every single chromatic note happens within 5 frets.
Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry. So every chromatic note. So what I do is I pick a random fret rather, and I say, okay, Zane, you can't remove from these 5 frets. You're not hitting any note out of these 5 frets. Play giant steps. Yeah. So I'll put it on slow, and I force myself. Shit, I'm already messing.
Yep.
I'm still in these 5 frets.
Sure.
Whatever. I'm doing a terrible job.
There's another example of limitation forcing creativity. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And there are some cool ass melodies that I've gotten from that. Now, when I'm really just trying to get through the changes and do an impressive job, I'll probably do a bunch of triads. I'm playing badly because I'm holding the guitar up. I never do it that way. But point is, limitations and slowing stuff down for me really gets me going much more creatively.
Yeah. I remember when I hated, even recently in stream, I could probably talk about it. When I was in college, I hated when I started to get into more atonal studying, like the serialism and everything. And it's just like, how can you run out of melodies, guys? You're so fucking stupid. Like, how dumb are you? And then now, sometimes when I'm like 30, I'm 31 now or whatever. I remember being back at home, like, I have a son, 9 years old. He would walk up and he would just like smash the fucking piano keys when I was playing. Like, wait a second, hold on. That actually sounded cool. Like, you get like desperate or hungry sometimes. Like, I need to generate something that's totally outside of my head because I'm so lost in my own space right now. That like sometimes you need to like get shaken from some place that you wouldn't expect it to get something new. Yeah,
I agree with that, and I also agree with that lyrically. Today part of the lesson I taught was around songwriting, and she's like, "Yeah, lyrically, what do you do to get inspired?" And I said, "Well, if I put on a Neil Young song and I hear the first line of it, there's a song called 'Tell Me Why,' and the first line is." Sailing hard, my voice is so rusty. Sorry. Sailing hardships through broken harbors, out on the waves in the night. The first lyric of the song is sailing hardships through broken harbors, out on the waves in the night. And I remember telling my friend when I heard that song the first time, I said, "You can do that with words? Sailing hardships? Like, what? That's not a ship. It's a what? Wow, I never thought of that." Now I'm inspired. So I'm not just talking about limitations, obviously. I'm branching into something new. But the idea of you heard your kid slam it down, you go, never thought of that. So for me, a big tool in my creation is actually transcribing. So I write down the lyrics, literally write them down. And I go, wow, I never would have thought of that. Or I transcribe the melody. Another melody, I should have said this earlier as part of the melody tools I use. That generator thing of those 7 notes, that's a huge tool for me. The next tool in line is transcribing other melodies.
Any music, anywhere, especially if you're learning jazz. People don't realize this. It's always funny because people don't realize how derivative so much art is. It's like, I want to be really good at music. What do I do? Well, find the best musicians and copy their shit verbatim, learn it in all 12 keys, and that's your starting point. Like, you're starting there. Because you're not going to, no offense to any musician, but you're probably not going to outthink every single musician in history that came before you. Like, why, you don't need to, right? If you want to design a good car, you don't go to school and start with the Flintstones. You start on like modern, you learn like principles of older design, and then you build upon prior knowledge. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think Kobe Bryant, rest in peace, would have said the same thing about Michael Jordan. He's like, I learned from him, and then I actually added certain things to my game that he didn't have. 3-point shot, things like that. So, yeah, I mean, they wouldn't say, I came here on my own. I know everything. It's like, well, last time I checked, you're using English, right? You're using words? Cool. You learned that from your parents. The idea that you are an island of yourself and that you're just the genius, no, that's not true. We're all learning from others. And I think leaning into that and acknowledging that reality, that's Keith Jarrett, I guarantee, transcribed the shit out of Bill Evans. Shit out of him. And then he went,
fuck, I love Bill Evans. Oh yeah.
Oh dude, Bill Evans, give me a break. So and then Brad Mehldau, who's like, dude, I get piano, music, great jazz players, great improvisers, really get me going. Man, I could talk about this all night. Shit. So yeah, so I don't know if what's happening? Sorry.
Yeah.
I ended the sentence weirdly. I'm good at that.
Fuck. Oh fuck. I just had another question and I lost it. Somebody in my chat typed earlier, bruh, Destiny will be like, what do you think of Jesus? And Zane will be like, yeah, I played with him right before the crucifixion.
But it's a true story about Jesus. Let me tell you. No, I'm kidding. No, living in LA, that's what it does. When you grow up in LA, that's what happens. Okay,
yeah.
yes.
Something on this practicing and reiterating on other people's ideas and everything. Man, one of the frustrating things is the copyright music things that end up going to court. There was a really famous one that Neely covered somewhat recently. I wish I could remember the thing, but it was like, it had to do with somebody, I wish I could remember the song, but it had to do with them copying something else. And when you look down at like the elements that they were saying were being copied, it was like, it was some incredibly basic thing. And it was like, what? Nobody that has spent 6 months studying music would ever say this is plagiarism. Because if this is the case, then everything, it was Katy Perry Dark Horse or whatever.
Okay, yeah, I heard about that. I thought you were talking about the other case with Rob, what's his name? Shoot, Glass something or Blurred Lines.
Oh no, I'm thinking of the Katy Perry one, the Katy Perry Dark Horse one. This was was so ridiculous. I was like, dude, if this is derivative, oh my god, everybody's about to get sued. This is insane.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you can't have a 251 anymore because Charlie Parker did it.
Yeah,
cool.
seriously. Yeah.
Right, great. Yeah, no, that stuff bothers me. I mean, especially when it's the combination of words, rhythm, melody, story. There's so many. God, that Blurred Lines one really bothered me because all it was a chinky, like clanking glass or something, chink, chink, clank, clank. It was just like, okay, that's the same as the Michael Jackson song or whatever song. Or no, the Marvin Gaye song. Really? Mm-hmm. Different lyrics, different melody. I mean, even that really devastating. I guess that kind of was plagiarism. That song, Bittersweet Symphony, they used 4 or 5 notes from a Rolling Stones song, and then they didn't make any money from it. Rolling Stones made all of it. It's just like, really? Like, we wrote a whole song. Like, come on. Are you kidding me? You guys didn't write this. So, I get bothered by that, too. I've even had people come in. I have a song called I Want to Have Faith Again. And it's, oh, I'm on my knees, and yet I want to have faith again. I want to have faith, right? So that chorus is a little bit similar to Imperial Lover by my band that I co-wrote with my brother. Imperial Lover, I didn't know this was the way it was gonna be. Whatever. It's like kind of similar chords. It's a 2-chord, not a half diminished 1 chord. Like there are definitely differences. And I started thinking when someone said to me, oh, you just did Imperial Lover. I'm like, well, the lyrics are different. The melody is very different. And last time I checked, this is also the chord changes for George Harrison's All Things Must Pass. So like, yeah, these chord changes have happened before. But because no one uses these chords, it's rare in pop music. You think that I stole it from myself, but I didn't. So, that being said, I do use harmonic analysis to remind me when I'm making the same chord changes happen on my songs. I go, I keep doing the same Lydian shit. Can we stop being so Lydian?
Sure.
So I sometimes have to check myself. But then on the other end, I listen to my girlfriend's music from Romania, and I go, it's all pretty much using this double harmonic minor scale. And it's so freaking hip. So, I mean, I kind of like that your culture has music that I can identify because I know that scale. So I think a lot of it has to do with personal preference, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I want to hear you play some sax, man. Let's go.
Dude, I haven't played in 10 years. I had to quit college, and it's sitting in my closet, my nice-ass saxophone, and I can't play for shit. Yeah.
Is
I
it
play
a
piano.
Selmer?
Yeah, it's a Reference 54.
Oh, God.
Beautiful
dude.
horn. Holy shit.
Dude.
But
I played oboe for 7 years, and then I quit. So I was a woodwind homie, but I was not as good as people like yourself at it, I'm sure. Guitar was kind of the only instrument I was understanding.
Yeah.
But
the only thing I know about oboe players is they're very quick to tell you how difficult their life is crafting reeds.
Right. Well, that's when I quit. I was a senior, and they said, hey, you got to start making your own reeds. And bye-bye. See you later.
The hardest thing,
man.
I don't know who would argue whose job was harder. It was either oboe players crying about crafting their fucking reeds or French horn players crying about how hard it was to hit their partials. It was always like every instrument had some really dumb small shit. Where it's like,
and there was a great argument in my school. It was like, oboe's the second hardest instrument. French horn's the hardest. Okay, I mean they both suck. Can we agree that we both hate our lives? Can we agree?
On saxophone players, because obviously we're we want to be the Chads of the woodwind section when we don't even belong in half of an orchestra's woodwind section at all anyway, right? but they only throw us in there to give the school like a saxophone player something to do. So we would shit on all the oboe players. Meanwhile, when it was recital time, all of our etude books were transcribed from like fucking oboe pieces because the registers match so well.
Dude, most of what I read, so I do this, I like, practice sometime on stream just to like practice hard shit. I don't know if you can see this. Yeah, a bunch of this stuff's just oboe etudes. It's perfect for guitar. Goes down to B flat up to a high G. It's right in the...
Yeah.
It's like 80% of the guitar. I have flute etudes. I love that stuff.
We our high school band teacher, honest to God, it was one of the best musical teachers I've had in my life, was so anal about fundamentals, and God, you hated yourself. But by the time you were done through freshman year, you knew every major scale, every minor scale, every harmonic scale, and every melodic scale. And I hated it. But man, when I got to college and I would see like people would have so much trouble sight reading stuff, and they'd be like, okay, oh my God, C, A flat, E flat, C, and they'd be like trying to, and I'm like, dude, that's just like an A flat fucking arpeggio. Like, are you reading every note? Like, how? There's no way. Like, this is just a D major scale run. There's F sharp and a C sharp. There's 2 hashtags on the page. How do you not know? Oh my God, yeah. And it put you miles ahead of everybody just knowing like really basic shit. Yeah.
You were so lucky, man. So as a guitar player, I was relegated to the back. Like, oh, you don't need to sight read because you can't even. So I had to
have no
practice
expectations
on my own. And I developed some of the tools you're describing. But that being said, I play in this big band called the John DeVersa Big Band. It's just the most adventurous thing on the West Coast. And he moved to Miami, so I guess it's bi-coastal now. But it's just really, really intense stuff. Like a lot of... It doesn't really sound like jazz. Anyway, there's all this sight reading in it, and the chord changes are like just like modal, really hard stuff to solo over. Anyway, it's just an intense band. The entire band is the top called film score guys. So top called sax player, top called bass trombonist, sight reading monsters.
Jeez. And
I come in and I'm like, dude, I can't. I'm like a guitarist. Like even if I were the best guitar sight reader, I would be laughable to you guys. So I've been around some seriously heavy sight readers, and I'll ask them like, what do you do? Like, and it's really cool because it's stuff you're saying that I should have just learned, but no one thought I could even read because I'm a guitarist. But like, oh, well, we see an F sharp and a C sharp, so we know it's a major 7 arpeggio. I'm like, right.
Yeah.
So don't even think, preload that shit in your RAM. Got it. So I've used those tools now, but it took me, I learned them later than most,
That fundamental stuff in high school is so helpful. That you mentioned that metronome thing earlier, practicing things slowly. Man, if you were practicing something and you messed up and he was walking by a practicing, he would walk in, he'd pick up your metronome and he just like half the tempo. And he'd be like, why are you wasting your time practicing this if you're missing? You're just reinforcing bad behavior. Just like,
Love it.
Oh
so
my
right.
God. And
so true.
Yeah, you'd hear kids in practice rooms like, well, time to practice. And they'd run down like a whole song like 27 times. And it's like, why are you wasting your time playing the whole thing? There's like 3 spots you need to work on. Yeah.
Right. Focus on the actual thing. And that's like, again, I'm a huge basketball fan. And that's the Kobe Bryant thing of like, if you're good at that, cool. Practice the thing you're not good at. Oh, but that brings up fear and then I'm a loser. Good. That's the fear you're going to need to fight through when you actually perform. You know? Yeah. For me, if I'm on stage, I've played in front of one person or I think 2 people on tour with Carney, like no one. And I've played with artists who are famous enough to where I'm next to them playing in front of a lot of people. And it's like if I hadn't practiced all the hard stuff, I'd choke up and shit wouldn't work. So it's really important, I think if anyone's watching and they're really curious about music, if I haven't done a terrible job of making it seem fun, I probably have made it seem awful. But really focusing on those weaknesses is where that's where we fly. Because I know there are a lot of people now who go, oh, I'm not good at chords, I don't want to learn it. I'm like, oh, you're not good at chords? Time to learn it. Like, I'm not good at sight reading. Time to work on it. That's why I started this whole series, which I've ended now, but it was like called Woodshed Wednesdays, and all I would do is just practice in front of people and answer questions. I'll keep doing that on stream, but the idea was I haven't practiced the past couple years. I've been on tour and writing songs and doing a terrible job of like getting good at the guitar, and I know I'm sucking. I know there are better guitar players now, and I need to get better again. So I would just practice like my diminished scales. And just like, I need to get good at it. I'd do it at 30 beats per minute. Are you really, Chad was like, are you really practicing that slow? That's boring. Yeah, this is what I need to do to get better.
But you don't realize, or a lot of people don't realize, like when you practice these things, you're practicing almost every single song ever written, right? Like you don't need to get a piece up to tempo if you know every single arpeggio and every single scale you can play. Like now it's just a matter of piecing together the puzzle pieces. Yeah, if you know all your scales at 180 BPM, 16th notes, like up and down your whole horn, like if you get a piece and the tempo is like 126 or whatever, like, okay, yeah, I can play anything in this piece. Like I know all my scale, I can play this. Yeah, my fingers know the movements. It's just like piecing the puzzle together. Yeah.
Great point. Great point. Also to my chat, I am going to do Woodshed Wednesdays still, but I'm just going to brand it differently because I'm going to be streaming it at consistent time now. I was doing this thing on stream where I was just doing like random ass times every day, and that was dumb. So I'm going to do evenings now. But
schedules
man,
are good.
Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I had heard it's consistent schedule. So I was like, cool, Mondays at 10, Wednesdays at noon, Fridays at 6. This is my actual schedule. I'm like, and my chat was like, no, they mean like the same time every day. I'm like, oh.
Or at least like within a ballpark, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, oh shit. So now I'm gonna start just really starting at probably 7 or 8 every night and just see what happens. But yeah, man, it's I'm learning so much. I love watching your streams and Alexandra's streams and just people who know what they're doing because it's a really different format connecting with people in this way, and it's really nice to. It's just like with sight reading. It's something that I'm not good at and I have to learn. Like, how do you do Twitch? How do you make emotes? How, you know, what's compelling content that people will like that they come to view? And
yeah.
It's really cool learning. Thankfully, there are a lot of really amazing people like yourself and others on here. I'm like, oh, this is making me want to stick around. I don't know.
Something that's really cool. I think your number one like career growth musician and everything path right now is like, as stupid as it sounds, is getting all the computer stuff figured out so that like you can do the collaboration better. One really interesting path to success. Well, that wasn't meant to be a burn or anything. Sorry. Yeah. One of the really cool paths to like musical success sometimes that people can take is if you have like an entertaining personality, which I mean, you're obviously like a character. Like you're very entertaining. I'm sure you know this. Is if you just build a general fan base of people that like you, you can kind of do whatever you want. Like I have the ability right now. I know for a fact you think that I'm about 10 times better at piano than I actually am. Okay, but I could actually probably sell albums not because I'm like a good musician or even have good ideas, but just because I have the fan base for it. My favorite example of this is: did you ever watch YouTube videos of like a guy wearing a giant pink suit? He was like cancer or whatever. And
maybe
he does music now under the name Joji.
Okay,
but
and he got big on YouTube, and then now he has an audience.
Yeah, and now that he has an audience, now he started making music, and it's like, oh, well, he can do that because he's got an audience that already likes him, and they'll do that. Yeah, like any Twitch streamer right now, like my size or bigger, could literally release an album and make a decent amount of money off of it. Like not because they took the musical path, but because they grew as an audience, and then they can sell and monetize, like by selling music to them. And then you're obviously like a musician, so you could do it even better. Yeah.
Well, this also, I've watched, Harris Heller and Devin Nash have these conversations. I've seen Devin Nash's stream, and it's really cool learning, like, oh, yeah, that's stuff you're saying. It's about having an audience, not necessarily about the specific. I mean, we can look at Shaq. Shaq does funny commercials, but he's a basketball player. But because he has the audience, they want him on the commercials, and they want him to brand and all that stuff. So this is something that I'm taking note in. And technologically, too, you're so right. I mean, dude, I want it to be on Windows so bad because the Mac makes it so hard to do what I'm doing. I mean, I care about the camera and the quality and all that stuff, and yet every couple weeks I hit a hiccup. I'm like, God dang it, why is this so challenging? So I have half a mind to just buy a streaming PC in the next couple months.
Are you on like a MacBook, like a laptop, or?
So I'm on a Mac Mini that's decked out with an AMD 5700 XT. So I'm really nerdy. Like I love computers and like calculus in high school is my shit. I love math and tech stuff, and yet Mac makes it so illogical. Like why when I'm doing my music theory of gaming stream and I play a Safari window, does something happen? So I've got it pretty dialed now to where I'm running 3 monitors, 2 at my computer desk and 1 here off of this external GPU AMD 5700 XT, which is the best one a Mac can handle. I don't have NVENC. I wish I did. And then the computer processor is around 16% because I'm hardware encoding. So I've kind of dialed in the settings of the smoothness and the camera quality. I spent time on lighting and all this shit. But today, this ghost shit happens. I open Discord, and it's like, why did you break everything, Discord? God damn you.
Yeah.
So I'm still trying to figure out how to route my audio. Yeah. Like you said, why is video so easy and audio so hard?
I don't know what, I guess I don't know exactly what your interface is like, but like, for me, I find that the easiest thing to do is to just get like a mixer/interface combo, and I just hook everything up to that. The only thing that ever goes into my computer is one USB thing for input.
And so I have like basically the Go XLR or something like that?
From the mixer to the computer?
Yeah, is that your mixer that you're using, the Go XLR, or no? You have a different, just like an analog mixer.
Oh yeah, no, it's a 4-channel, 6 or 8 if you plug in like whatever.
Yeah,
and
sure.
I've got like my microphone plugged in, which is this thing. I've got my keyboard plugged in, but all of it goes into the computer. I can hear it. I've monitored it on my headphones. It's super simple. Yeah, like a mixer interface, I think is the way to go. If you try to start routing shit inside your computer, that will become like trauma-inducing.
That's the nightmare. Yeah, and check this out. So I mean, if it's okay, it's literally right over here. So I have this thing. God dang it. Oh boy. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. I don't know if you can see it, but it's like a mixer of Vibes 12 DC, whatever the heck. And it's just sitting over here being used for my analog mixing of rehearsals that aren't happening anymore because of the freaking pandemic, you know?
So that thing that you're showing me right now, I have one of those, except it's 4 XLR channels. That's it. And I just use that and I plug it right into my computer.
Mm-hmm. I should just use that. God dang it. Yeah, because now we just go into my audio interface and that. Yeah. But yeah, okay.
The problem with the interfaces, this is just me personally, because I've used I fought with so many fucking Scarlett 212s or whatever. There were 212, those that little red box. Like when you need software on your computer to make your music interface work, I'm done with it at that point. Like shit is going to get so unnecessarily complicated.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm definitely going to solve this in the next couple of days. Because I want to do more collaborative streams where like Ryukar, the whole reason I found out about Twitch is I discovered Ryukar when he had 3,000 followers on YouTube, 2015. And I was like, he's the best player. He's the one I want to watch play. Carl Sagan and all them were killing it, Super Mario Maker, but I loved him. And then long story short, I bought Super Mario Maker 2, made a level, popped it into his Reddit or something, and he actually played it on stream. And I was like, whoa, he's playing this level I made. Oh, he's on Twitch. I've heard about that Twitch thing. So we've talked about doing like a guitar lesson or having fun, but like I need to be able to use my nice shit, you know? Like this, there's no reason I shouldn't be able to figure that out. So I'm going to spend this weekend solving that. By the next time, if we do another one of these, I'll have it.
Yeah, for sure. Or if you never ever need help, I do all this audio tech shit. Like I'm like all the computer stuff or whatever is what I do. Yeah.
That's so nice of you, man. I wouldn't take up your time like that, but that's very nice of you. Maybe I would, but
yes, anytime. Hey, this is all like it's free content for my stream right now, so you're paying for your own time on here, okay? Like
hell yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Yeah, dude, that'd be awesome to practice this stuff because I also today I didn't know it was going wrong. As far as I was concerned, my audio was perfect on my stream. Discord mic was working, but once I answered the call, Discord said we're choking the rest of your audio. So I'm gonna solve this with the mixer over here, and then everything will go into that. And that'll be good.
Awesome.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna poke you through email, and we're gonna do the Dark Souls shit because I'm so excited to hear
your
breakdown of that. Yeah.
Awesome.
And then, man, dude, with your ear, dude, for new game releases, you can go through like new music like so quickly because you can transcribe everything. You hear it so fast. Like, there's so much opportunity for you to just like take on projects like that where a new thing comes out and like thousands of people will watch this because they want to say like, oh, cool, like music like a new game.
That's smart, dude. That's because the whole idea of a playthrough is really important, right? Like Final Fantasy Remake 7 came out, every streamer was like doing the quickest playthrough. That's a good idea to do a listen through.
Yeah, and people do that. Yeah, people will like, you can find YouTube videos like, oh, you know, like producer listens through new Final Fantasy 7 album and it's like, oh yeah, and you can like break it down into everything. Like, yeah, 100%.
Great idea. I mean, the music theory of gaming is just, we've done Donkey Kong Country, Ori and the Blind Forest, which was an amazing score, and Zelda and Mega Man. So we've done 4 games this weekend. We're doing Pokemon, but I'm like, I like the idea of it being more educational too, because surprisingly, YouTube content, a lot of it's educational. It's like a big deal. Like, oh, I'm learning something new. So. Oh yeah, we're gonna do Undertale eventually. We have so many games lined up in the.
Oh, dude, and Undertale is such a good. It's very 8-bitty simplistic. There's a lot of like, is it leitmotif or whatever? Leitmotif?
Actually, I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. We did Undertale. We did like 2 songs from it, but continue.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah. Oh, that's just a really interesting. That's like some people, if you dig into it, can either hate the music or love the music because like there's basically like one like motif and it's repeated in almost every single song, and it's up to you to like, do you enjoy that or do you fucking hate that? You know, for me, I like all the variations. I think it's really cool. And then for other people, it's like, oh my god, it's the same song over and over again. I fucking hate this shit. And it's like, yeah.
Right. And that's where it separates the taste from the who knows. Yeah, I mean, that's also an interesting thing about music, how it truly I'm surprised that I've been so gravitated towards the arts because I'm very mathematical and I love cerebral things. And this book series I bought by Mircea Eliade, who's this incredible religious professor. I read books like that. I'm into nerdy stuff. And yet music is so subjective. I remember even in high school when they'd give me math homework, I was giddy because I knew when it would start and end. It's 50 questions. I'm done. English homework was like, oh my God, this could take 5 days. Like I don't, because I'm going to keep deciding. I don't know. So it's odd that I've chosen a career path that is so challenging for my natural temperament. I like solutions and predictability. But the guitars, I guess, music has maybe taught me how to relax on that.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty similar. I, like, did a lot of math in high school, did a lot of science, like very into like, astronomy, biology, physics, like all that like stuff and the math and the numbers and the debates and all the stats and data.
Yes.
But music is also really cool. Something that, I mentioned 2 people earlier that actually I really like this trait. Sean Carroll, that guy that I recommended to you.
Yes.
He was like a quantum physics like published paper, very 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 smart physicist, very cool, but like super open to like brings on people from like English backgrounds, humanities, talks politics, like talks a whole bunch of different stuff. Super open mind. That versatility in a person, I appreciate that so much because I hate the idea that we have to only do one thing. And the musician that I mentioned earlier, that you know, Keith Jarrett, I love that he is like an amazing classical player. Oh my God, he's so good. But that's not all he can do. He's also like an amazing improvisational jazz player, and it's so cool to have. And he's a different person, right? Like he's not like doing the vocalizations when he's playing through his classical. So he's an entirely different musician. But it's so awesome that can exist in one person. I love that variation. And
So amazing. No, I'm with you on that, and I think it's maybe only one person like that comes each generation, because I think Mozart was like that. From what I hear, he just shit poured out of him, like I'm just improvising, and then his improvisations were written, and that's it. So it's really incredible when someone can straddle both. I wonder what your thoughts are on someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh man, you're hitting all the what about?
Just because you said about the astrophysics, the quantum physics, I'm like, I'm curious. I don't know.
He seems like a smart guy. He seems like he's kind of edgy sometimes on Twitter. I can't tell if he's just trying to trigger people, but when he says things like, you know, borders are only a figment of the imagination, it's like, well, that's kind of true, but like if somebody breaks into your house, I don't know how you... Yeah.
Right, exactly. Only because when you said the Sean Carroll was a physicist, I mean, that I always am very excited to hear perspective and opinions from true masters of their field.
Yeah. Well, I'm more excited when it's the perspective of the master of the field that have respect for other fields, because it seems like there are so many people today. I talk about like the STEM wars, where people are like, oh, I like science and engineering. Why would I like English and history? It's like, well, hold on, dude. You don't have to. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Like these things are really important in unison with each other. Yeah. That's why I like Sean Carroll.
Love that. I can't wait to hear him. That's awesome. I'm gonna look forward to listening to him. That's going to be a much more elevated podcast than what I've been listening to, which is How Did This Get Played? Also a great podcast.
Sure.
On Earwolf. It's about video games, but this will be a nice shift. Yeah, man. I'm right there with you. I mean, I've always felt equally compelled and touched by great art as I am by someone who can do a physics problem. I'm very impressed by that and in awe of that. I kind of tapped out around polar coordinates. I didn't ever take physics in high school. It was calculus BC. I got a 4 on the test. I was happy with that. And then I stopped doing math because my jazz fucking program at USC did not require me to take math. But I really, there's something really fun. I mean, the good news is Instagram still serves me math jokes in the Explore section, so I guess I'm doing something right when I talk and the thing listens to everything I say.
Well, hopefully you're doing that on Instagram and not TikTok, because I think that's about to get banned in the U.S. So,
from what I hear, that's a tough thing too. Your career just going bye-bye, because there's TikTok stars. That's crazy, man. I mean, even what happened with Mixer was crazy. What? Like, bye-bye. Okay, I guess you're now Facebook Gaming or Facebook whatever the heck. It's a wild world, man. That's why I like to diversify. So, and that's another thing I tell musicians. I did a podcast 2 days ago, or it came out today, called Banking on Music. And my songwriter friend, asks every guest questions about their career and how they've been able to make a full living purely making music. He's like, what's your number one thing you'd say? And I said, diversify. So if sight reading, do it. Jazz improv, do it. Classical, do it. Because if something dries up and no one's hiring you as a composer, maybe they'll hire you as their backup guitarist.
Yeah.
If they're not hiring as that, maybe they'll hire you as their vocal producer. If they're not hiring. So for me, it's been a survival instinct, also an inspiring journey. I love learning this stuff, but it's certainly been, there are 2 of the best gigs in my life were the John DeVersa Big Band, which I still play in, and the Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark thing. Could not have been in those bands if I couldn't sight read.
Yeah, 100%. Sight reading and knowing popular charts. No one in college can play like you should know like 20, 30, 40 popular songs that you can go and gig with. Like nobody cares that you have your recital piece for your junior, senior recital memorized. You can't go out and play with that. Like you can play these pieces. Like gigging is not hard. The songs are incredibly fucking simple, but nobody knows them. Yeah, nobody practices gigging. You don't have a class on that in school. Yeah.
Right, and they go, oh, but I know Satin Doll. You're like, cool. I bet your grandpa loves that.
Yeah.
But you're not going to get hired for this gig. Also, one thing that's challenging about jazz students is the idea that, I would get hated for having pedals. And yet, I did the gigs, and I got paid to play music, and I got lucky with all these things because those tools, while frowned upon by jazz snobs like my former self, they're actually incredibly artistic and real. So the idea of this chord sounding differently than this chord. One eye glissandoed, one eye plucked. Now I'm diagonally glissandoing. Now I'm vibratoing. These nuances, Bob Dylan notices, Paul McCartney notices. They might not be able to play Satin Doll, but they notice those nuances. And if all we're focused on is getting hundreds of jazz standards in our vocabulary and none of the nuance of popular music forms, it's like, why would I hire you for Miley Cyrus's band? I didn't play with her, by the way, for the chat. This is not a Jesus moment. I did not know her. Why would I hire you for Miley Cyrus's band when like that guy over there might not know jazz, but he's playing the part like the record, and you don't seem to understand what a distortion pedal should sound like? Like, why would I hire you? Like, I need you to hire you to play the job. And yeah, the hubris is really challenging to me in that world. I mean, I love the jazz world, but the hubris of we know better because we're smarter and more intelligent. I go, really? I mean, you're playing like not as well as Miles Davis, his stuff. Like I would rather just listen to him play it. Like, like what are you talking about? Like, at least Adele is doing something new, and I really like the sound of her voice. I mean, so I don't know. The predictability must be comforting to people like that, but I like being on the edge of screwing up. I mean, my concerts too. I don't know. You probably haven't been able to tune in, and I'm not trying to promote that at all. But like, I'm very much of the ilk of what you seem to also be like musically, which is I want to just be on the edge of like trying new shit, and if I make a mistake, cool. But I don't want to just be like, perfect song, perfect set, because then it's going to be a lifeless, Like, I don't want that.
I think I've tuned into your stream when I'm off stream twice, and it's surprised you brought up the Mario. Both times you were playing Mario Tennis, and I didn't know if you were like challenged by your stream. I had no fucking idea why you were playing Mario Tennis. Like, okay, maybe it's just a thing.
Dude.
Yeah.
Well, I started playing Mario Tennis on stream because I heard that I was ranked, and then I started doing competitions, like actual tournaments that are organized by Nintendo. And I think my most recent tournament I placed 17th out of 1,392. So I was pretty proud of that. But yeah, my streamers, some of the people in my chat came from Ryukar, and Ryukar's a big Mario Maker guy. So they're like, dude, do some Mario Tennis. Ryukar says you're dope. I'm like, all right. But, in some ways, I love the idea of going more towards the just chatting / gaming because it's a lot less pressure. When I do these full 2-hour concerts, I'm giving my all and I'm really exhausted after. Versus if I was doing 6 hours of Mario Tennis, man, I was keep eating some Oreos and fucking enjoying my life.
Yeah.
So, you know what's funny? What you said, you have this amazing audience and you could put out a record and really like have some, get covered by Pitchfork probably and have like people buy it.
Possibly. Yeah.
Maybe I can do the opposite with gaming. If I get a big enough audience, maybe it's like, you guys ready to just watch me game and talk about the music while I game? Because it's so fun. And I would love to have more gaming in my life, personally.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Sure. God, dude, so great. Wow. I feel like, do you find that most people that you bring on, do they compliment you on how they're like enjoying this and could go on forever? Because it's just, I feel like I don't know, it's hard to explain the conversational element that you have going on here, but it's, somehow it's been 4 hours, and I'm like, really? How did that happen?
I hate 90% of it. But mostly it's arguing about politics or whatever. It's very rare that you find people in real life that like have like the musical vocabulary and then like all the extended experience or whatever. It's just interesting to share that.
So cool, man. Man, I would be probably the worst person to bring on for a political discourse, or maybe a good one. But I'm going to be watching more because I really want to hear what you guys get into politically. I'd be really curious and excited to learn new perspectives and ideas.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, man.
Fun times.
That's cool. Have you ever worked in anything in a political field? Like, what draws you to that sort of conversation?
Honestly, it's not like politics at all. I just really like I like having like correct arguments and then following those where they go is really my only draw, basically. Yeah.
So cool.
But that ends up being like pretty political. Yeah.
Got it. Love it. Well, I saw some of the stream you were doing with that doctor, the Ayurvedic doctor. I saw about half an hour.
Oh, Dr. K. Yeah, he's a really cool dude. Yeah.
That was great, man. There were so many great questions you were asking and challenging certain moments to clarify, and the idea of this claim lines up with that claim, and I like conversations like that. They're very different than the conversations I grew up in my childhood, which is probably why I like them. The conversations in childhood were a little more like, hey, you're a fucking idiot. No, I'm kidding. Hey, shut up and stop thinking. No, I'm kidding. My family's great.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, are these from your parents or from your classmates?
Yeah,
that's
all of them. I had a weird childhood, man. I was a child actor, so
you mentioned what show?
Friendships.
Have you mentioned what show did you do?
No, it was called Dave's World. It was on CBS. Harry Anderson was the star of it. Harry Anderson from Night Court. He passed away last April, and he was like a father figure to me. So that was incredibly challenging. I actually never cried over someone's passing until him, and that includes my grandpa. So it was like, whoa, I guess he was actually my father. But anywho, the show was a CBS sitcom, really, really fun, sort of like classic 90s sitcom. And then Everybody Loves Raymond came on a year before we got canceled, and Everybody Loves Raymond was basically our show but better. So it was the same concept: a sports writer, comedic writer, two kids that are boys, two kids that are boys. They live in Florida, they live in Florida. The island in the center, the island's in the center. So it was a fun ride. We did 98 episodes. I did a film with Billy Crystal called My Giant. I did some guest starring spots on shows, and then I just quit it for music. And now I'm getting back into acting. Actually, a week before the pandemic started, I was set to play Claude in Hair the Musical in LA in this fun LGBT center edition. If and when we open, man, I'll get you a comp if you wanted to come see it. But sure. Man, it's a pretty fun cast. It's like well, it's a really fun cast, but it's a fun version we're doing of it if we ever open. But so I acted as a kid. I mean, it was hard to make friends because on the one hand, there was this elevation of, oh, you're the kid that acts. You only come to school once a year or once a month. But on the other hand, it was like, you're a freak. Fucking weirdo. Yeah. Fucking, you're 12 years old and you're still playing Pokemon. You fucking loser. We're out smoking doobies, you loser. I'm like, I didn't quite have the same childhood, so I'm going to be playing Pokemon the rest of my life.
One of the weirdest things we do as people is we want to stand out and be the best, but we also absolutely want to blend in and not draw any extra attention to ourselves. It's like a very weird dichotomy that we're always walking. It's very strange. We want to be like the most perfect form of like the most normal person like they can possibly exist.
We want it all. No, I love you. I want to marry you. I also would love to have date everyone else. It's like, I want this meal, but I also want to be perfectly in shape. Yeah, totally. I want to have a full autonomy and full isolation, and I'm all myself. But also, I'm alone. I'm so lonely. How do I fix that? So, yeah, I'm with you on that. But the childhood friendships are really special to me, the ones that I've maintained.
For sure. Like, if you ever had the opportunity to do this on a major production, the most perfect thing that could happen in your life on Twitch and in gaming is if you could play a fucking bard in a Dungeons and Dragons campaign with like an actual guitar or something on you. That would be like, because you have like the acting background, and a lot of times the more eccentric people like to do this stuff or whatever would actually be such a funny thing to see. Like it would work out so perfectly.
I'd be so in. Dude, I saw Geek and Sundry.
Yes.
Because I know about them. Yeah. So I actually, like 5 years ago, a friend of mine named Stephanie who worked there, she said, come on to one of our streams. I had no idea what Twitch was at all back then. I'm like, I'm coming to a set and I'm playing guitar. And I basically fell in love with every person there. I was just feeling as though it's my community. We're nerds. We talk about magic, video games, politics, music, all the nerdiest forms of life. And then my brother's ex-girlfriend, actually, I'm going to break my guitar because I'm not name drop again, but it's not about me. It's about my brother.
Yeah, go for it.
Do you know that game, The Last of Us?
Yes, of course.
So Ashley Johnson was like my older sister as a kid, my brother's girlfriend for 4 years, and we grew up together because she was on Growing Pains and I was on Dave's World, and we would, do kid acting shit together. And so, anyway,
for people in the audience, Ashley Johnson is the voice actress for Ellie in the game.
Exactly. She's Ellie in the game, and she does the motion capture as well, and she streams, and she's like a Dungeons and Dragons nerd. And so I've texted her every now and then, like, how do I get into Twitch? She's like, oh, yeah, you'll love Twitch. It's nerdy. You'll love it. It's so up your alley. But I have been asking her and others for about 10 years, can someone please let me play a Dungeons and Dragons game? Can someone invite me? So I went to Mendocino Farms down the street in Studio City. Saw a guy with a name tag named Zane. Hey, you're the fourth Zane I met. He's like, dude, I do Dungeons and Dragons. You want to come? I'm like, I don't know what about me told you to invite me. The answer is yes. How? Yes, where? And then like pandemic shit happened. I'm like, when am I going to play Dungeons and Dragons? So if you know of any games I am in, I'm in. That's all I'm going to say. I want to do it so badly. Even if I just watch, I just want to be invited to a game.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll definitely keep that in mind, yeah.
I'm super into RPGs too, man. Like my favorite video games from my childhood are Super Mario RPG, Golden Sun The Lost Age, Pokemon. Turn-based JRPGs are my shit. So I'm like, isn't Dungeons and Dragons like a real-life RPG? Kind of? Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Then sign me the fuck up. I'll be the bard. I'll freaking come with some tremolo guitar. I'll be the troubadour.
Have you gotten to interact with any other musicians on Twitch?
A little bit. I've rated a bunch of people. I've met a girl named Kyger who's awesome. Fazaria, who was amazing in the show.
The singer, yeah.
Charles, she's amazing. Charles Jones, obviously, is my roommate, and so we've hung out in real life. Who else? I just wrote Harry Mack on Instagram. We just talked back and forth. I love the Fantastic Plastics. I fucking love them. They're my favorite music stream on Twitch right now. They're so fun. But yeah, I mean, just a little bit here and there of rating them and getting to know them. Are there some music streamers I should check out that I don't know about?
The one that I'm closest to is a girl called Lily Pichu.
Cool.
She was one of the judges on the show that I worked with. She can do a lot of like piano improv, like very good melody comping. Like I think,
cool.
Yeah, watching you two play together would be a lot of fun. I think, yeah.
Oh, that'd be awesome. There's a thing called Jack Trip or Jack Wire, I think, but it allows you to as close to zero latency as possible jam with people.
I have I tried to make it work, but that program's the interface was a nightmare.
Yeah,
I downloaded something called Jamulus actually, and I told Lily to download it. We're gonna try it to see if that works.
Ooh, okay.
Playing, yeah, but it only works with people you're close to. But we're all in LA, so
yeah. So you already know about this by that sentence you said, but did you do the math on the millisecond delay? Because it's very interesting.
It's supposed to be below 30, which is what you need, I think, to play convincingly.
Exactly. So anything, 20 milliseconds, people start to notice it. But I was doing the math because I was talking to my girlfriend going, so I wonder at what point they'll create a technology where I can jam with someone in Japan live. The answer is never, unless we learn how to go faster than the speed of light.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Because the speed of light can go 7.5 times around the sun. So from here to Japan, it'll take about half a second, which is 500 milliseconds. There's even if the internet router was perfect.
Yep, with a straight shot, even if you drilled through the planet, you can't do it. Yeah,
can't do it. So that's just mind-bending to me that we truly have. I feel as though we've been limitless because of technology. We can do anything, but there actually are the speed of light, c fucking squared or whatever, c. That we are limited by that currently. Maybe quantum mechanics will reveal to us time travel, and that would be freaking awesome.
This is an ultra random thought, but I've thought about this before. Like, wow, what if our whole planet was scaled up? Like, what if we lived on Jupiter, but we were all just taller? Like, wouldn't that be interesting? And actually, it would destroy online gaming because you would have pings that would make it so you wouldn't be able to play with people in any other planet ever. Yeah. I was like, oh, wait, those actually really suck.
So screw Mars. Let's go to, well, actually, Mars is smaller than Earth, isn't it?
A little bit, I think, yeah.
Okay. Well, let's go to Venus. Let's figure out that runaway greenhouse effect and solve it, and then move there.
Be on a smaller planet.
Game. So we can game. That's the whole reason. That's hilarious. Yeah. But yeah, so this Jack Trip, whatever the heck, or the Jamulus, it'll work maybe a couple states away, maximum.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be, they say within 500 miles can get you 30 milliseconds or less. One thing that's very interesting when you work out the math is not only do you realize the limitations of obviously the speed of light traveling from one point to another, I realize how slow sound is. If you're playing in a room with somebody and you're about 30 feet away from them, it's about a 30 millisecond delay in the same room.
Crazy.
Yeah, and I'm like, if I couldn't play like a professional game at that latency, like being 30 feet away from someone. Yeah, that's too high. 30 milliseconds, that's insane. Yeah.
And what's crazy too, and that the idea of reverb and slapbacks, I have this slapback pedal, which I can't play now because obviously screw Discord and my lack of abilities currently. But the slapback is set to probably 30 milliseconds, which is like you said, the size of this room. You hit it and you hear bop, yeah. Which is why people may not know this, but when you go to a live EDM show with like 18 towers all linked up and there's 100,000 people there, the math that went into making that concert experience seem seamless is incredible.
Or if you're a huge fucking car nerd, if you EQ out like your stereo system, you'll actually you'll change the timings on your like 6 binders in the back, your components in the front or whatever, so that all of it will hit you in your front seat at the exact same time.
Wow.
Yeah, if you get like really hardcore into it, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. The closest I've ever gotten to getting into cars is just loving the shape of an old Dodge Chrysler, like the baby blue 50s. I don't know. I drove a bunch of those in LA Film Noir, or whatever that game's called, LA Noir. I kept driving the 50s. I love those cars, but I know very little about cars.
Sure.
I'd like to learn.
Well, you live in LA, so you're not missing much, because driving around here is a fucking nightmare, so.
Yeah, preach. Need to move to Germany.
Yeah.
Oh, man. God. I did a tour over there, and we drove 150 miles an hour. Oh, it's crazy. This is legal? Yeah.
Yeah, once you get outside of the city. Although the streets in Germany are significantly better than the streets in fucking LA. Holy shit.
Right, like they actually pave them?
Yeah, there's not even an excuse. Because I'm from Nebraska, okay? We have an excuse in the Midwest for our streets being shit, okay? Because every time it fucking snows, the trucks plow over them, they scrape the streets, they put the sand in. I don't know what the excuse is for the LA streets to be as nightmarish as they are.
Just like pothole city.
Yeah, when you're driving down here, like when you're going up and down, like you have to hold on to the steering wheel and you've got to like fight the street because it's like I always wonder like is my alignment totally fucked? Because you're like getting pulled like every way when you're just driving. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah. I've talked with my brother about that. Like, is my alignment off? He's like, no, the streets just veer. I'm like, what the fuck? But no, you were saying too about I was gonna ask you, have you been to Europe before?
Yeah, a lot of Poland, so many Poland, France, Germany, London, Sweden.
Do you agree with me that the bread is just fucking incredibly better there?
I didn't know anything about bakeries or bread until I went to, I think it was even in Poland is one area too, but it's the same in Germany, France, like everywhere you go, there's like always small bakeries everywhere.
Oh, that's so good. It tastes, oh my God. Yeah, that going to France and doing the baguette thing has been one thing, but in Germany, I played a few cities there, and it was every city had their own type of rye, and it was just man, I guess that really is true. I mean, the first time I ever had sushi was in Japan as an 18-year-old, so that screwed me. I mean, I love. I mean, I'm not a purist. I love sushi. I eat it all the time, but I remember going to not Nagano. Where was it?
Nobo.
Maybe no. There was a city, a small town.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a
town.
Sushi place, but okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah, but so I just went there and the rice was fresh from the field that was down the road, and it was just, oh my God. I came home to America and told my family, guys, we never ate sushi. Trust me, it's the best. And I bought them this nice meal and we ate it, and we all agreed it was mediocre at best. I'm like, man, sushi's good though. Apparently, if you're in Japan, bread's good if you're in Germany, and
Have you ever had like I really like trying like new foods in different places. I'm like kind of picky. I don't like seafood is like my one big limitation, unfortunately. I've wanted to go to Japan and force myself like, okay, for 2 weeks, like I'm just going to fucking learn to like seafood. I've given it a fair shake, but I just haven't. But have you ever had any truly like going to a different place and had like a once in a lifetime like food experience or something, or like?
Ooh, yeah. Well, can I throw one out there that's a meal I've had multiple times, but it was never as good as the first time? Yeah. So in LA, Studio City, Jumpin' Java Cafe, they have a meal called the Cinnamon Kiss. And it's French toast, brioche French toast, I believe, dipped somehow in the cinnamon stuff with a banana walnut sauce. It's just unreal. And it's been great every time, but the first time it was one of those true, and I know my voice is delayed from the stream because you're coming in a couple seconds later, but it was just one of those like, this is possible for your mouth? So I was so excited. I brought my girlfriend at the time. We gotta go get that cinnamon kiss, baby. Let's do it. Next day we had it, and it's good. Maybe it was a bad day. I've had it 10 times since. It's great, but that first time, I will never forget that meal. I will never. Similar to how I'll never forget my first meal at Killer Shrimp, which I love. They have this brothy meal and another LA joint, and yeah, I'm trying to think of a meal that's consistently been the same, like level of excellence. Even In-N-Out's not the same level of excellence every time. It's great always, but sometimes you get a special and you go, this is how it's supposed to be made. This is In-N-Out.
We fight, man, dude. Coming to California, this is the one big fight I have with everything California. Dude, In-N-Out was the most overrated fucking place I've ever been to in my entire life.
So that's how I feel after I left LA. When I first lived here, I was like, oh, it's the best. But then I had burgers in like Germany and stuff. I'm like, oh, got it. In-N-Out's great. But I don't have that attachment that most of my fellow cohorts do.
Yeah. It's okay. It's like for the price and everything, it's good. But like, it's like people will get so excited about it. Yeah.
But here's my question of burger places. By the way, great, still musical. Of the burger places, Apple Pan, have you been there?
I have not been there.
Okay. How about Pie and Burger in Pasadena?
Oh god, that's so far east. No, I haven't. I need a name of these places though. I've been to a couple of interesting. Have you ever been to like Animal?
No.
They have a very exotic menu, like
cool
bone marrow French fries.
What do you feel about the counter? I'm not sure that I'm sold on the counter. It's like,
god, I don't know any of these places in LA, and I've been here for a year. Oh no.
Oh, you've only been here a year. Oh, I thought you were like, okay, dude. Okay, well, if you're into that sort of food, my brother and I are kind of connoisseurs of Americana, essentially.
No, that's what I like. I'm sorry, I brought up Animal. That's not normally my type of food. I like American food. I like steaks and stuff. That's like my shit right there.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. Yeah,
dude, well, if and when you go to New York, I know everyone says it, but if you've heard of it, but Delmonico's, their steak is like, are you joking right now? It's so good.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. Delmonico's is just crazy. They have, it's like a $200 steak, but for New Year's Eve, I brought my girlfriend. It was like, well, we agreed this is actually better. It's not just marketing and all the presidents since Benjamin Harrison have been here. It's like it actually is untouchable.
Oh fuck! My favorite steak that the two best ones I've ever had, I think, is there's a restaurant in LA called Cut by Wolfgang Puck. Very good, very expensive, like like $150, $200 a person. And then my number one favorite, it's a place called Bazaar Meats. It's at the there's one in the SLS in Vegas, and oh my god, that steak was just unbelievably good, like unimaginably good. Like I started.
Are you a ribeye or are you a filet mignon, or what's your go-to? Tri-tip?
I am normally a very timid, scared filet mignon person, but if I'm if I'm with the right person that's gonna bully me, and they're like, you need to get a steak with some goddamn flavor, I'll be like, all right, fuck it, like hit me up with a ribeye. God damn it, we'll do it. Okay,
sure, yep, got it. Yeah, I'm similar.
I I'm so scared because I grew up eating such shitty food. I'm so scared of steaks with like fat and gristle that like any of the fattier cuts of meat like scare me. But when you're at a really good place, oh my god, it's so much more flavor. Yeah, holy shit.
Oh yeah, and it's also amazing when someone can make a steak where you don't have to have all the pepper and salt. It's like, oh, the steak itself has taste. How did you do that? Yeah, it's incredible. Although I had a steak down in Argentina, and they say the steak in Argentina, hey. Yeah, that was devastating. That was like, why did I do this? I shouldn't have eaten sushi in Japan. I shouldn't have had steak in Argentina. I screwed myself.
Oh yeah.
But Americana cuisine, fries and all that. I'm like the Guy Fieri of jazz musicians, unfortunately. But that brings a lot of comfort to me because my mom's from the South, and our history goes back like to the Mayflower, and I don't know. There's something about it that I appreciate. A good Cafe 50s experience, a good even a a Johnny Rockets experience. I mean, that's not my highest level, but I appreciate that diner experience.
Have you ever heard of super random? Have you ever heard of a restaurant called Freddy's?
No, Freddie, I'm writing all these down.
Okay, never mind. Okay, I don't know if it exists out here. I know in the Midwest we had it, but they like the shoestring French fries and like the very weird like steak hamburgers or whatever. Very very good diner experience. Like
Steak and Shake. They have those shoestring fries. They're
kind of Freddy's were really good though. I don't like Steak and Shake. Yeah. Have you ever heard of like Culver's?
No.
Oh fuck! There are all these Midwest or like Runza. There's like all these Midwest fast food restaurants. So good, but yeah, fuck.
So my grandma lives in Kentucky, so I know some things, but not Midwest. Okay, I know about how Hardee's is Carl's Jr. and things of that nature. Yeah. But today we had the Popeyes chicken sandwich, which apparently is the best thing ever, and it was good. Oh, do you watch that guy, Review Bra? I think his name's Review Bra.
I thought for the longest time that guy was just a troll, but I guess, I mean, yeah,
I know, but it's so fun to watch him. Yeah, he did a Popeyes chicken thing versus Chick-fil-A, and the meat is the juicier, but he's so funny.
My favorite one is he actually reviews Starbucks water.
Starbucks water.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a character.
I also love the way he eats. He kind of chews in the front. He gets up there. I guess his gums are really active in this decision-making process. But there's something fun about watching him try foods. That, I mean, for me, especially if I do this musical ever, I'm really trying to, be athletic for these. I mean, I don't know if you know about Hair the Musical, but there's a ton of nudity in it. I'm not going to go full nude, but it's, it's one of those kind of, 70s, late 60s experiences. But I like watching him eat it because I'm not eating it, but I almost feel like I am. It's I'm sort of enjoying it. I guess I understand Food Network more than I thought I did.
Sure. I mean, we all eat, right? This is, okay, huge gear change. Do you know who Anthony Fantano is?
No.
Oh, fuck.
That?
The world's busiest music review nerd. He's like the largest like independent like music review guy on YouTube.
Okay.
He like goes over albums and stuff. A lot of like contemporary stuff, obviously, like rap and everything. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say I'm getting much more online because of the pandemic. But before this, I was touring with a guy named Johnny Lang, and I've done a lot of that, and I get exhausted on tour. And so, as much as I love watching videos on YouTube and going on gaming sites, Polygon and Kotaku and all that stuff, and I'm very aware of video game stuff, I'm realizing that I've not really learned enough about this new emergent industry. Not emergent, it's been going, but I'm emerging myself into it.
Yeah.
I'm merging with it, rather. I'm trying to. So I have a lot to learn. I'm going to be Googling a lot of names tonight so I can, Anthony Fantano. Fantano.
Yeah, he's a really cool guy. His reviews are like really funny, and he's like a really chill dude.
Well, I love Adam Neely, and I love when Jacob Collar does his live streams, and it's awesome. So cool.
For sure. There was an interesting question that came up once with Fantano, and it was the question of, do you need to know music theory to be a music reviewer? And I mean, he obviously has opinion. He doesn't know much about like music theory or whatever, but a lot of people argued about that.
I have an opinion on that, if it's okay to share.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think a music reviewer would need to know music theory. Similar to how I don't know that a food critic would have to be a Michelin star chef.
Yep.
I think having the taste and the flavor, it's like I had all that aggression earlier of the people just have good taste. They're not artists, but having taste is its own art form, and certainly a necessary one in my opinion. A producer, a food critic, these all have people have great taste. So their ultimate skill is having incredible taste. That's what I'm looking for. That's the expertise I seek from them. Not if they knew it was a major 7 to a minor 7.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm of the same. Obviously, yeah. You don't expect like a movie critic to be like a famous director or whatever.
Right. Right. And what's funny is movie critics. Now, I had an interesting debate with my girlfriend in New York City when we saw Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Because I get, again, on my bias, as an artist, I get hurt if there's judgment. But of course, it needs to be judged because it's perceived and digested. And if that doesn't sit well with your body, great. But we were talking about how movie critics just eat up Quentin Tarantino. And I left the film enjoying it, but I thought it felt indulgent to me. And it felt like it went on a little too long. And not because I'm bored by movies. 2001 A Space Odyssey is a top 5 film of mine. Most people are bored to death by it. I am not. I enjoy every minute of it. So I like a long, drawn-out movie, but I just didn't feel as I wasn't gonna hop on him and go, yeah, he's my favorite of all time. He gets it. Now that being said, I'm not a film connoisseur to say it lightly. So he was referencing many things, similar to someone who loves Kendrick Lamar. I love him no matter what, but rappers really love Kendrick because he's referencing different records with certain lyrics. So perhaps it was that, but I just get bothered when. With the Emperor's New Clothes idea. Oh, he's the best. We all say he's the best. We're the critics. We all champion this person. And sometimes that challenges me. But that being said, I mean, when someone has consistent taste, that inspires me. Because I can do the technique, and I am greatly benefited by a good producer. Because they'll say, make it sad. No, not that kind of sad. That's terrible. Okay. No, that's fucking everyone knows that. Make it sad. No, that's too haunting. Make it sad. That's it. Thank you. Record. I'm like, oh, so my job most times is just to have infinite ideas, but I don't always have good taste, to be frank, you know?
Sure.
I don't know. I'm trying. So I'm trying to get better at that. So a good critic really helps me hone, like, yeah, I guess that record really is fucking hip. Okay. Let me discover why. It helps me to have people like that challenge me.
Something that I think is like really important to recognize is there's a difference between liking something and a difference between appreciating something. I try to stress it like every time like somebody asks me a question about something on stream, like I'll usually say because there are things that are like universally like everybody loves these things, critics love these things, they must be good. And I try to I don't like it though. I just don't like this particular thing. I appreciate it. I think it's cool, but I really don't like this thing. And a lot of people have a lot of trouble like understanding the difference between those two things.
I agree so much with that. I've said that myself about Angelina Jolie. Yeah, she's absolutely beautiful. I am not attracted to her. Yeah. Angelina Jolie, you're not attracted to her? No. Why does that bother you? Why am I not allowed to have taste? Like you're telling me that steak wasn't the best steak ever? Oh no, I can't eat red meat. I die from it because I'm allergic or whatever. No. Some people cannot eat red meat. But they appreciate that it probably tastes good to you. So, I don't have a problem with that at all. I've had people, back when I was on dating apps back in the day, there was one girl who said, I listen to your music, I don't like it, it's bad. I'm like, okay, all right, what do you like? She said, dance music. I'm like, okay, all right, that's cool. I mean, my music's very hard to dance to. It's rubato often. I mean, that makes sense to me, but I don't feel that offended by it. She said she didn't like it. What she probably meant was what you're saying. I appreciate that you're clearly talented, but it's not my thing. I wouldn't be offended back in the day when girls were like, you're cool. I mean, people seem to like you, but I don't want to date you. You want to date me, Zane? Yeah, I'd like to. I don't want to. You're cool, though, but I don't want to. I'm okay with that. I mean, I get sad maybe, but I'm sorry, not making it very personal. But yeah, I agree with that as well, especially when it comes to more advanced harmonic moments. Like people aren't going to like it, but they can sit back and say, I'm sure that's cool. I appreciate it. Also, there's a nuance here that I'm maybe not hitting on because I'm kind of talking about people who are ejecting from the situation. Yeah, you guys can like it, but we're talking about being able to appreciate something and not like it actively. Yeah, you said it better than I did. I agree, basically.
Sure. Okay, I'm rapid firing these out now. Okay, these questions are two questions, different side of the same coin. First one is, do you think that having background in a piece of art can change the way that you view that, or should change the way that you view a particular piece of art?
My knee-jerk reaction answer is yes, because just like a melody note by itself doesn't matter until you precede and antecede. I feel that listening to a piece of music was preceded by an emotional experience and anteceded by it. So yeah, I feel like it definitely does influence me. What happened? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fuck yeah. Okay. Yeah. Of course. Same thing. Other non-art people sometimes will argue a lot that any art should stand on its own and you shouldn't need any context for it or whatever. Is usually like the counter argument. I would have given that argument a long time ago, maybe.
I could see an argument. Oh, actually, I've made a similar argument to my girlfriend because we talk about jazz guys who give an 18-minute disposition. I'm like, just play it. If it's good, I'll like it. So I feel similarly. I have both sides of it. I get frustrated by a singer-songwriter who gives an 18-minute, like, just so you know, I love my wife, and here's how.
Sure.
Like, just play the song, please. God dang it. Like, if I need you to tell me the story, it's because your song wasn't strong enough. Your song should have it in there. So I do get that anger sometimes towards impatience, rather. But at the same time, yeah, what happens before? I mean, if I understand what's happening in a song, I might enjoy it more because I understood it. And if I don't understand, I might laugh at it and realize later it actually was brilliant.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, I used to not do that, and then there were a few examples. We mentioned Johnny Cash's "Hurt." Like, when you know a little bit more about his life and everything, like, it kind of changes the way that song hits. And it's a good song on its own, but yeah, obviously no one says, "Oh, this is garbage." But knowing more about it, like, it's like it adds another dimension, I guess, of appreciation to that.
And that I know you're doing rapid fire, but very quickly to sneak this in there. Yeah. That's a mistake I make a lot. I can be very judgmental. It's part of the artist's way. I think, oh, this is good, this is bad. That was bad. Do this. So because of that, I can judge people harshly and quickly. And then I find out, oh, they were traumatized as a child. I go, oh, right. If only I could remember that everyone is who they are because of what happened to them and what they've been through, I would be so much more loving. So yeah, it's just, this conversation's this moment of the conversation is a good reminder of that.
100%. I was so much more judgmental in my earlier days. I remember my biggest real life moment with that. Thank God I didn't say anything stupid, but I tell the story a lot because I always say you should I'll never ever make fun of somebody's tattoo. I'll never do that ever. Now, I really, really try never to do that. It's tempting to sometimes, but I remember that when I worked at the casino, a guy in the poker room would always come over, and he had this really, really, really shitty drawing. I don't remember what it was. It was some really stupid drawing of like an animal or whatever. It was really bad. It looked like some tattoo guy like basically lost a bet, and everybody used to make fun of this guy for it all the time. And I remember I had a really close relationship with everybody that came in. I really social, talked to these guys, and I remember he came in once, and I asked him because he came a little bit early, waiting at the counter for his food or whatever. And I remember asking him, like, what is the story behind your tattoo or whatever? And he had a son that died of leukemia, and this was the last drawing that his son had made that was tattooed on him. I was like, oh my god, yeah. Jeez. And after seeing that, you never really know the particular story why anything might be a particular way. So I try to get more information before just being like, this is stupid or bad or wrong or dumb, because you have no idea what the background is. Yeah.
And where neuroscience appears to be going is, there's so many conversations around free will and whether or not it exists, which is very challenging. It seems that the consensus is there is no such thing as free will. I don't know how that works, but okay, cool. I'm open to learning the truth. The truth will set you free. I'm always down with whatever is true. Now, that being said, my friend who's a mathematician, really brilliant one, he said, yeah, the more we're discovering, it's that if you were born with that brain, with that cultural upbringing, you would do the exact thing, not the similar thing, the exact thing. And once we get into that, the idea of punishment becomes very, it gets modified quickly. Why punish if they couldn't, if you would do the same thing and they're literally following a path and there's I'm saying destiny to destiny,
sure,
but if that is true, well, then that's interesting. I have a song lyric about that in this song called I Want to Have Faith Again, which is kind of explores this, I forget it, if I go to the lyric, what if I like it, being in control, because are you even there to hold, because if there's nothing, where do I go, if my destiny's purely chemistry, then why do I want more, whatever. So the idea of, is there a predestined path or not? And therefore, how do we judge people or not? I'm sorry, you said rapid fire, and I...
No, yeah, 100%. This is a hard question. There's a funny concept in philosophy that I hate, but it's called compatibilism. I'm a hard determinist, but obviously, if you're a determinist, it's very hard to assign blame or, right or wrong to any action because anybody did it. And what compatibilism basically says, like, okay, maybe things are predetermined, but we can say that people make choices, differently. Like if I hold a gun to your head, the choice that you make there is a lot different than if you were born and all the conditions are whatever. So compatibilism tries to unify, okay, maybe it's determined, but there are still different types of choice we make, and we can hold people responsible for some things. But it is really mindfucky to get involved into it. Yeah.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, because the idea is it was determined how it would unfold, and yet your choice is what determined it.
Basically.
Or no, maybe, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. I like this.
Flip side. Okay, so flip side coin of the last question. Do you subscribe to the idea that you can separate the art from the artist?
Say it one more time. I was looking at my chat. I'm so sorry.
No problem. Nope, you're good.
Yep.
Do you subscribe to the idea that you can separate the art from the artist?
Oh, that's a great. My knee jerk is yes, only because there have been some very challenging figures artistically, especially actors, as of the past 2 years.
For sure. Movement.
Yeah, and I find myself very enriched by some of their work. One work would, and maybe I shouldn't say this publicly, but Woody Allen's film, The Sweet and Lowdown, that film impacted me greatly. It's about a gypsy guitarist who's fictitious. He's second in line to, his name's Emmett Ray, and I love that film. And there are many controversial things about Woody Allen, so I'm challenged, but I love that film, and so I do feel capable of separating the art from the artist.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I feel the same way. Like, there obviously you can recognize how horrible some people are. Some person's stuff. Like, I might never buy a Drake song, but I might pirate. I don't actually. Or not. I'm sorry. Oh my God, not Drake.
Yeah.
Oh God, the guy that beat up Rihanna. Oh my God.
Oh, Chris Brown.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Chris.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. Yeah, I might.
Sure.
I don't like Chris Brown's music, but if I did, I might pirate it instead of buy it.
Right.
But yeah, I'm sorry, I brought a Drake. Or no, I'm not trying to start anybody. Yeah, but yeah, I think that if you're incapable of separating those things, you cut yourself off from a whole world of potential stuff that you could enjoy.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah, and I think of some of the greatest. Actually, where I really come from on that, and this is more the acting speaking, but there's this great. I don't know if it's a quote, but this concept that Meryl Streep talks about, and I believe the late great Alan, his last name Snape from Harry Potter, Professor Snape, Alan
Rickman.
Rickman. Thank you.
Yeah.
So he said, if I judge a character, I no longer can play it. So we're talking playing some of the most heinous villains, but I need to come into it understanding this person's point of view. And we're talking historical figures who are Stalins, If I need to play Stalin in a film, the idea is if I'm coming at it from judging it, I won't be able to I'm robbing the audience of the foil they need to feel the right versus wrong. If I play it as this guy's a fucking idiot, what an evil guy, the audience will feel that. There will no longer be rub, and that conflict, which is crucial in a story, they say the 4 C's of storytelling are, I believe, conflict, my brain, not chaos. My brain is not working. Whatever.
4 C's of storytelling.
And I'll pull this up too because it's in my acting homework from the class I took.
Yeah.
Howard Fine. Oh, I just search here. Son of a Zane Carney. That's my middle name. Sorry, I just gave it away. Oh, my social by
character, connection, conflict, and conquest.
Okay, so he taught it to us differently, but those actually also I would like to read those.
I'm just reading. This is the 4 C's of nonprofit storytelling. I don't know what that means. I just Googled this.
So the 4. So here we go. Conflict, crisis. So these are moments in the plot. So if I'm doing a feature film, which I hope to do one day, I have to know which one of these 4 I'm in during the film because we shoot out of order. Yeah. So am I in the conflict, the crisis, the climax, or the conclusion? So basically I'm robbing the audience of the conflict if I don't play. Truly let go of my judgments of the character. So if that's a tool I need as an actor, as an artist, that's a tool I should be practicing in my life because what we practice, we get good at.
Yeah.
So as my godmother says, she's a great acting coach and she's just a great human. So I must practice. My brain is jumping all over the place.
You're fine.
Separating the art from the artist, humanizing all people. Everyone is doing the best they can. That concept. It's going to be helpful with my actual skill of acting. Otherwise, I'll walk around a jumbled up, judgmental mess. I won't get a good acting gig. I won't be able to write songs that are from a place that heals. They'll be from a place that helps me profit potentially, but I may not help heal. And I firmly believe that our role as artists is to help heal. So I don't know. That's how I view it. That's not the right way of viewing it, but that's my view. So yeah, I definitely separate the art from the artist.
Do you have, and again, this is always at your discretion, do you have any experience with drugs in music?
With practicing use of them.
Yeah, like
Or
do you think that drugs
I
changed
wish
the
I
way?
did.
Uh-huh.
I wish I had. So I grew up very get my straight A's and get my graduated eighth in my class and I don't valedictorian whatever. Yeah, I was too nerdy to even try. I was too scared to be frank of trying. I don't think I drank alcohol till I was 24. I was also raised somewhat religiously, not as religiously as a kid who did that. I mean, I went too far.
For sure.
I essentially awakened at 23 or 4 and went, wait, you guys had sex and like drank? Yeah. Who told you couldn't in the family or outside? I don't know. I just thought the right way to. So I was a rule follower. And because of that, I didn't even smoke weed till I was probably 30, 29. And then I had some edibles. That was my first weed experience. Had 25 milligrams. Terrible choice. Really wrecked me. So I haven't really had any experience of playing music while high. I've heard from my brother that listening to Sgt. Pepper while high, like the notes came out of the speakers or something. I don't know what happened. But yeah, I wish I had the guts to try an MDMA experience or hallucinogenic or an ayahuasca because I've heard of transformative things, mushrooms as well. I'm just too scared because I'm so tempestuous. I don't know. I'm constantly on a seesaw that is very finely balanced and often swings in wild directions. So I'm
so you don't want to get like too deep into it. Like you're trying LSD one day and then the next day you're
I get
on,
like
yeah.
Yeah, and thank God I don't really suffer from suicidal ideation or things like that. But I definitely get very depressed, and I'm not bipolar, but I'm very sensitive, and that's I guess the acting and the music thing that it helps with that. And I pick up on other people's feelings and don't always have good boundaries. I thought
Sound like a
needed
standard
this from
theater
me.
kid, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So for me, drugs scare me. Like, oh, I might just go off the deep end, and I don't know. But then at the same time, maybe I tried prescribed medicine for a little while, and that did not work, and for many reasons, did not feel appropriate for me.
For sure.
But I tried it because I was told it might help, and it didn't. But what helped me is, being honest with my feelings, accepting myself a little more, surrounding myself with like-minded folks. That's worked out a lot better than the medicine did, personally.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Harder to prescribe those things, unfortunately, but yeah.
I know, sure. But I'm like on board with any solution. I mean, I'm not archaic in. I love science. I love new discoveries, and I'm willing to change my mind and have egg on my face. I thought this was right, but I was wrong.
Yeah.
Bill Nye had a great debate with a creationist. He said,
God.
"So would you ever, what information would change your mind? Nothing." He's like, "But that's the difference." And they said, "Bill Nye, what about you? What information would change anything that was evidence based that was true? I would change my mind." That's how I am. Yeah. So I'm open to drugs being a gateway, but yeah, I'm concerned about my own mental well-being.
For sure.
Yeah.
Do you have an opinion on Yoko Ono?
Oh, wow. I love her son's music. I love Sean Lennon's music. That song, Dead Meat. A dead meat. All on a dead meat. You are... What is it? Shoot, it's so good. Meat. Oh, yeah. You just mess with the wrong thing. Fall asleep, yeah. Great chords, great lyrics, great melody. Obviously, I love John Lennon. My thoughts on her are that she actually is one of those artists who is of the taste variety and has some really interesting, unique taste that I'm curious to learn from. She reminds me in that way maybe of a David Bowie, really a strong position. I don't have any negative feelings towards her. I don't know that she broke up the Beatles or whatever the stories are. She can't really sing. I don't, I don't like her singing, okay. But I appreciate her craving and desire for the things that the jazz technician in me do not come upon naturally. I come upon technique and craft, and she's like, well, here's a perspective. I'm like, oh, you're like a Julie Taymor type who like really just gets to the core of what. Oh, I respect that and admire that in her.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn, I'm trying to think if I have anything else. Did you see the movie Whiplash?
Oh yeah, I actually watched that with a friend. Yeah. There were some very funny moments as a music student, in college. Like, that's not how it is.
It's not a music movie, of course, right? Like,
right, but I really enjoyed. I thought they got a lot of it right. I mean, the parts that were funny to me were. I'm trying to remember. Actually, it was so many years ago, 5 years ago. I definitely ended the movie going, that was awesome. I really enjoyed that.
For sure.
And yet a couple things were different than how it actually goes. But I thought Miles did he's a fantastic actor. Shia LaBeouf and Miles are just, I think they're really taking that torch. In my dreamscape fantasy, I will have an opportunity in the next couple years to really start acting more, because I've missed the art form so tremendously. I saw the musical Hadestown, which my brother is the star of. He's on Broadway, and I was so moved by that performance I couldn't speak for an hour after. It just live theater is transformative for me. And I told him after, I don't even know how to talk to you because you did such a great job embodying Orpheus, and I'm just so proud of you, and it's just wow. And then at the end of the rap party, of opening night, I talked to my girlfriend and said, I've been missing this part of my life. I have to get back in. So my fantasy would be to act with guys like Miles and Shia, and Shia LaBeouf is so fucking fan.
Yeah, he's a very I really like the meta, crazy, weird shit that he started to get involved in.
Such a storyteller, yeah.
Do you okay? Maybe I can finally help a little, flex a little. Do you know any Milonakis? Have you ever seen the Milonakis show or anything?
I am such a fan, dude. On the stream when he golden buzzard me, I was like, oh my god. I was trying not to fangirl. I bought his show on iTunes like in 1990 whatever. When you're not supposed to buy stuff, you're supposed to LimeWire stuff. I love him. I love all of his stuff. Gotcha. I don't know him personally, but I love him.
Not to brag or anything, but we talk quite a bit, and he's on my stream. If you ever have an idea for him or want to collaborate on anything or whatever, he pops by the stream every now and then, and we chat. Yeah.
I mean, dude, I feel like he influenced my sense of humor. He and Tim and Eric were two of my major things. Don't call me a B because I got a B head.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, a lot of days I quote his show and no one knows what I'm talking about. I'll go, hey Angelo, hey Angelo. Or whatever the name is he says in the show with his bigger friend. I love Andy. Yeah, he's a special comedic mind.
Yeah, he does a lot of Twitch streaming stuff. So yeah, he's definitely.
I know. I follow him on Twitch and I've rated him a couple times, but he does a lot of different stuff. He does VR shit that's so out, so funny. But I'd love to. If there's a way to collaborate, I mean, obviously my first step is tonight staying up till 5 a.m. solving this fucking Discord nightmare, which I will do. And I'd love to collaborate. That's nice of you to offer a thing like that.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
I mean, I'm friends with this guy. He's a great streamer, Sunny Black Media. He and Ryukar and Tammy all kind of rated me to start my streams off 3 months ago to help give me support. And he said that a lot of streamers will take someone like me and I'll be the background music for them. I'll do a whole musical stream and that. So that'd be fun to do something like that on streams. But I'm open to any collaborations.
Yeah, gotcha. Cool. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Fuck, I have shit I have to do tomorrow, so I do need to sleep pretty soon. But
I appreciate. I'm gonna stay on here and just try to figure out my audio and do a couple songs for all these wonderful new people that are watching.
Yeah, I think I triggered a few of your people earlier. There was a Vanessa in chat that was really mad that you weren't playing music, so I'm sorry to her.
Vanessa is one of the best. She's been so supportive in the real IRL. She's come to shows and bought VIP tickets and is just a fantastic supporter. But yeah, that's funny. She's like, "Where's the music?"
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate this so much. Not only the conversation, well, that's mainly, but also the generosity of, hey man, come on and you can stream and I'll stream it. It's it's a really cool thing. If I ever get to a position where I'm in something near you, I'll be doing the same for other people who are up and coming. So thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, cool, awesome. I really appreciate the conversation. I mean, this wasn't charity at all for me or anything. I don't know if you think that. This was really, really fun to chat. It's really cool to pick your brain. So yeah, I don't get to talk to a lot of crazy musicians and shit. So that's awesome.
Right, dude. Well, I'm happy to be the token crazy musician for any conversations moving forward, man.
Gotcha. Cool. All right. Yeah, man. I'm gonna poke you some time about that Bloodborne stuff. So thanks for the conversation.
Great.
I really appreciate it, man.
Thank you so much, Destiny. Have a great night, man.
Yeah, you too. Have a good one.
All right, talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Damn, that was fucking awesome. iDubbbz's content cops are way more involved than Leafy's shit ass, here's 3 random clips, isn't